Welcome to Baker's channel where stories unfold, covering trial dramas untold. Grab your seat, settle in, start the show. Courtroom clashes, the fun we bestow. Baker's channel, action's hot, trials and fun, all we got. Discuss, debate, break it down. Baker's channel, that's the best in town. Lawyers spar, tensions high, sparks fly. We laugh, we learn, dive into the why. Join the chat, have your say, it's your place too. Every twist, we're here for you. Baker's channel, action's hot, trials and fun, all we got. Discuss, debate, break it down. Baker's channel, just the best in town. Damn, please let join the crowd. Baker's channel, we're live and loud.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome. Wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you are. And I like that she had a little color on today. I know someone didn't like I mentioned her clothes yesterday, but I think this is a good look for her. Welcome to day 4 in the Ashley Benefield trial. Today, the defense will start their arguments. We have a lawyer from her divorce lawyer who are there to testify that the hearing on the 30th wasn't about that that doctor's report. Nej, du skal ikke spise det. I have a table dog. It's trying to eat everything. But yeah. Well, Nikki, it's Friday. You should be here on times. And TLA. Ellen from Holland. And Bridget. Sue. Hey, Gil. And Reindeer. Chris 10. Is Chris 10 in... Was that a cartoon? I don't know. Hey, Carlton. I have had a great day. I had a good back workout, and Molly and I have been enjoying that it's raining cats and dogs. So we have been cuddling up. She missed the memo that she is not a couch dog. And sadly, when she put herself on the couch, she turned deaf. So she couldn't move, and she lost all motor function in her muscles. So sadly, that happened. But now she's back to being good again. She just got a chew stick. She liked that. Hey, Sammy spills the tea. We will try to keep you entertained while working. And Lorraine, you too.
Good morning, everybody. We're back on the record in the state of Florida versus Ashley Benefield, 2020 CF 3014. It's Friday, July 26th. We're getting ready to start for the morning. When we left yesterday, my understanding that you were off to talk to Miss Brown.
I spoke to her.
Right. Are there any matters that need to be brought up before we bring the jury in?
Not to my knowledge.
Defense? We're ready. You ready? All right. I'm not sure if they're up yet. All right. We're a few minutes early, but we'll go ahead and get started.
For those of you who asked if you missed anything yesterday, a lot of arguing over a procedure, a lot of arguing about did anyone break the sequestration rules, and nothing much else. The ME told us how he stopped being alive, and we read the most boring text conversation in history. Other than that, no firework. I think they ended with the wrong witness, the guy who confirmed that the bullets came from the gun I would have ended with the ME, and I don't understand why they chose to end with the bullet guy. That's just me. I always recommend ending on blood and gore. Hey, Mo Raiders. Well, they changed what's happening today 25,000 times yesterday. First, they were supposed to not go today. Then they were supposed to go at 12. Then they were supposed to not go today. Then they were supposed to start at 9. Then they were supposed to do a Richardson hearing. Then they was not supposed to do a Richardson hearing. It turned into chaos yesterday. Let's just be honest. It ended really weird. Luckily, the jury didn't see most of it. Oh, you're street with the young kids. That's why. Hey, Joe. My HOA don't allow pets, so I can't have my own dog. You just had Molly. She's getting comfortable on the table right now. Well, she's leaning up against my big belly.
All right, y'all can have a seat. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Welcome back. Any unusual questions? Anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves? We did deliberations. Anybody talk to anybody outside this jury about the case or do research on people, places, things, or legal topics being for anything about?
No, sir.
Will you let yesterday state the rest of this case? Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Judge White. We call Faith Brown.
This is her divorce case.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Just please make yourself comfortable in that chair. Pull yourself up to about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right, however you need it. If you just need a loud, clear voice, it'll pick everything up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you tell us your name, spell your last name for the court reporter?
Faith Brown, Brown.
Ms. Brown, are you employed?
Yes.
How?
I am an attorney.
And how long have you been practicing?
Not quite 20 years.
Do you have a specialty?
I practice exclusively family law.
And in your practice of family law, is email communications traditionally used on behalf of you and your firm?
On a day, yes.
Okay. Do email communications, are they employed in correspondence with the various courts that you have matters pending in?
Yes.
Is the exchange directly with the judge or representative?
The representative,
And their title is what?
judicial assistant, or JA.
Mhm. And these emails, Ms. Brown, are they ordinarily sent and received in the normal course of business for your firm?
Yes.
And are they kept under your care and custody?
Yes.
Are the emails preserved at or about the time that they are either received or sent?
Yes.
I'm going to pass to you, Ms. Brown. May I, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
To ask you what I want this defendant's exhibits.
This is important we all remember Doc's attorney, who was very, very invested in this case. And if they can take this quiver out of this arrow out of the quiver, that it had nothing to do with that hearing, then we're back to that. She wanted to be an alone mom, which they never really got into. So they have to do a heck of a closing to get around that. They never ever presented anything about it.
And ask you if you would take a moment and review that.
Well, that's what we're going to find out if she perjured herself. Well, I have enjoyed having you here, Lama. I need a little bassinet for her on my table. She's laying on my mouse. She was asked if the state had shared their motive with for the unaliving with her, and she said yes, and it was that Ashley wanted to keep that psych evaluation secret, but at that hearing 3 days after, where she claimed they were to talk about it, the defense claims that wasn't on the table, and she got really upset about it, and it got nasty. So if she claims that that's not what's in the emails, then it's kind of perjury. Well, she will never be sued for never be charged with perjury because again she's a state witness. Why? Nope. I don't think they said that. Just asked how long she's been a lawyer.
Just give me a moment. I'm going to show it to the prosecutor. While they're reviewing that, in September of 2020, were you representing Ashley Benefield
I was.
in family court?
Yes, I was.
And what case do the contents of Defendant's Exhibit 6 represent?
This was in reference to the petition for injunction for protection against domestic violence that I filed on behalf of Ashley Benefield and her daughter, Emerson Canny.
All right. Are those emails an accurate, true and accurate reproduction of the emails that you sent and received on that day or those days?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I'd move at this time to introduce that as Defendant's Exhibit number 6 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
And received.
Thank you. That is a string of emails that covers a range of dates.
Yes, it is.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Ms. Brown, what date the first email starts on?
Sure. The first date was September 17th of 2020.
And when is the last email?
The last email is when I forwarded the email to my client, Ashley Benefield, on September 23rd, 2020 at 9:30 a.m. But are you referencing the last email between the three of us in the email?
My next question indeed is, would you be kind enough to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who were the participants in this string of emails?
The participants in the stream of emails was Vicki Mechanic, who was the judicial assistant to Judge Diana Moreland, who was the judge presiding over this matter, Stephanie Murphy, who was representing Douglas Benefield, and myself.
And it's normal and customary, is it not, to the extent Ms. Murphy would be representing the adverse party, that you would share all correspondence with her between you and the judicial assistant?
Yes, it was a requirement.
Okay. Do you recall, having reviewed the email, was there a particular issue in play?
Yes.
What was it?
We were trying to, initially, we were trying to stipulate to the release of Dr. Brad Broder's report.
And were you attempting to secure a date to do that?
Yes, we were. Well, eventually.
Okay, so I have some very specific questions for you. First, would you tell us whether or not, based on that correspondence, Dr. Broder's report was set for release on September 30th, 2020?
It was not.
In fact, based on those emails between you, Stephanie Murphy, and Judge Moreland's JA, was there even a date that existed at that time for the release of Dr. Broder's report?
There was not.
If somebody testified that the release of Dr. Broder's report was set for September
Objection.
30th,
Improper.
would that be
She hasn't really said anything so far. She got the DV accusation in there. That was a nice little trick. Hasn't said much.
Accurate.
Oh, sustained.
Would you take a moment, if you don't mind, and read the emails?
Sure. Did you want me to read them out loud or to myself?
Yes, read them out loud and start with the string in chronological order. It covers a 6-day period. 17th to the 23rd.
The 17th to the 23rd, yes. The first email was on September 17th of 2020. It was a Thursday from Attorney Stephanie Murphy to Family Division 4, which was the judicial assistant's email address. I was CC'd on it, as well as my paralegal's email address, Sarah Hawk at myflfamilies.com, and Dr. Brad Roeder. It states, "Good afternoon, Vicki. I hope you are doing well and have had a good week. Please see the attached joint motion for release of psychological evaluation and report and correspondence regarding same with regard to the above referenced case. Thank you, Stephanie." Shortly thereafter, same day, the judicial assistant responded, "Received, thank you. Can one of you kindly prepare a proposed order in case the judge wishes to grant your motion?" About 30 minutes later, Ms. Murphy responded, "Thank you, Vicki. I will work on that right now and send it to Ms. Brown for her approval." The next morning, Friday the 18th at 10:18 a.m.,
On family.
we received a response from the judicial assistant, marked importance high, that stated, "Good morning, Ms. Murphy and Ms. Brown. Per the judge, she will not sign an ex parte order for release of psychological evaluation and report. The judge will allow an expedited hearing on this motion. I have available Wednesday, September 23rd at 9 a.m. for 30 minutes. However, besides both attorneys being present, the judge has stated that Dr. Broder and Manatee Children's Services must be present at the hearing as well, and must be present at the hearing as well is underlined. Further, Ms. Murphy, the judge stated that absent showing where the court granted permission for the other motions stated in your September 17th letter to her, the only, and only is underlined, matter being heard on September 30th day is the injunction hearing." And then the next sentence is also underlined. "Please advise whether Wednesday, September 23rd will work for all parties. Thank you, Vicki Mechanic, Judicial Assistant to Judge Moreland."
So not what the other lawyer claimed.
A few minutes later, Attorney Murphy responded with an email that said, "Thank you so much for all of this information, Vicki. I admit that I did not go back to check what is scheduled for that hearing, so please accept my apology. In my mind, these cases have always overlapped so much that I just took it for granted that the upcoming hearing is just the DVI. I am available for that hearing. I will contact Dr. Broder, and we are trying to track down the correct attorney who represents Manatee County. Sarah Hawk, it appears, represents Sarasota only." The next email was actually from my assistant at the admin email address, because she handles my calendar, September 18th at 10:58 a.m., where she stated, "Ms. Brown is available at 9 a.m. However, she has mediation starting at 9:30. The next email was about 2 minutes later from the JA, stating, if this goes forward on the 23rd, it shall be via Zoom." Then at 2:09 p.m., Attorney Murphy emailed, "Good afternoon, Vicki. Ms. Brown and I are both available next Wednesday at 9 a.m. on Zoom. Dr. Broder is not available as he is out of town on an anniversary vacation with his wife. I've called into 3 different people with Manatee Children's Legal Services, including the DCF regional headquarters, to find out who needs to be included from the organization in the hearing. We have been directed and redirected to the wrong people several times. Can we go ahead and set the hearing?" The next email was about 15 minutes later from the JA, stating, "Good afternoon. No, Per my email to you both this morning, the judge stated that Dr. Broder must be present at the hearing. Vicky. So that was Friday, the 18th. The next email was Tuesday, September 22nd at 2:20 from Stephanie Murphy, where she wrote, "Good afternoon, Vicky. Dr. Broder never got back to me regarding whether he could appear at the hearing even by audio only while he is on vacation. So I wanted to let you know that per your prior emails, we cannot have the hearing tomorrow morning. When Dr. Broder did speak with Attorney Faith Brown on Friday, he told her that he would be returning Wednesday night. Is there any chance that Judge Moreland could schedule the hearing for Thursday? We will be in mediation in this case, but we can take a break to do the Zoom hearing."
What is the JA, Ms. Mechanic's response to that request?
Unfortunately, no. The judge has a full docket on Thursday, and even if she didn't, Manatee Children's Services would need to be present as well.
All right.
That was Tuesday, September 22nd. So then on Wednesday, September 23rd at 1:02 p.m., Ms. Murphy, Attorney Murphy wrote, "Good afternoon, Vicky. I've spoken with Attorney Kimberly Griffin, who represents CPS, and who confirmed that she is the attorney who will need to be present for the hearing per Judge Moreland's instructions. Now that we know who the hearing needs to be coordinated with and Dr. Broder is returning tonight, can you please forward additional hearing dates and times for this matter?" To which the judicial assistant responded about 30 minutes later, 25 minutes later. "Unfortunately, there is no availability before the injunction date of the 30th.
All right. Was there anything unclear about the fact that the only thing being heard on September 30th, 2020 was the injunction?
No,
Was there any chance, under any circumstances, Dr. Broder's report was going to be released on September 30th, 2020?
no.
I don't believe I have anything further, Your Honor.
Cross?
Yes.
I just went through these emails along with you, and you say it's very clear that the release of the report was not going to be heard on the 30th. In reading this, it's hard to get that because the last email says, unfortunately, there's no availability before the injunction date of the 30th. But that still means if the attorney got the doctor and the appropriate people present, that it maybe could be heard on that date.
A lawyer using the words maybe, could be, should be fired out of a cannon into the sun. That means you have a really weird argument.
Correct?
No,
Okay. So it was your understanding it was not going to happen.
correct.
All right. What was your understanding of what was going to happen on that date, on the 30th?
The injunction for protection against domestic violence hearing was going to be held that afternoon.
Okay. So you were going to call witnesses. You were prepared to call witnesses.
Yes,
Okay. And have a full hearing on Ashley Benefield's motion to get an injunction against Doug Benefield. What?
I'll overrule.
I didn't.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So the hearing on 9:30 was, in your opinion, only to hear the motion to get an injunction that was filed by Ashley Benefield against Doug Benefield. And that was the only thing to be heard on that day.
Correct.
Okay. And wasn't it true that previously you had agreed to drop that injunction?
Beyond the scope.
Sustained.
No further questions.
This is what I think will happen all day. the state will do every little thing they can to try and do some shenanigans. She clearly went beyond the scope, and she asked a question that she had to preference with could have, maybe, should have, would have. That means you have nothing.
Peter Ray?
That's all, just a request to publish the email.
Absolutely. By passing? Okay, and can this witness be released?
Yes.
And can the witness be released?
Yes, Judge.
Ma'am, you're releasing your subpoena, you're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Well, they are on the defense
I'm so
now
sorry.
because they have to
Thank you.
have their reason. Their alleged motive just went out the window. She looks tall. Well, they kind of did, but again, it's the state who has to indict her with perjury. Ain't gonna happen for one of their witnesses. Jamie,
Hi.
welcome.
Welcome.
Can I just tell you that there's a neighbor's dog barking? Molly is sleeping on my hand, and she's really upset that that neighbor's dog is barking. She almost wakes up every time it barks.
Oh,
Oh, you would love to see her. I'm having my hand on my mouse, and she's putting her nose between my thumb and my pointing finger. Oh, she likes it.
I want to hear her bark. I bet it's the cutest.
No, I don't want to hear her bark. Yeah,
I-
she is a regular guard dog. She almost wakes up when other dogs bark.
My goodness.
See, someone already named their daughter after you, Jamie. Jamie, we had the first witness, the defense lawyer from Ashley. She confirmed that what the defense lawyer from Doug said was not true.
So what happened? Sorry, I missed.
Just that hearing had nothing to do with that report that they claimed was the reason why she unalived him.
Okay.
So they took away that. So now we have, but the state is already sneaking in a little bit of a
Hmm.
Next witness. What's going on? More sketches scattered in bed. No, and she didn't editorialize every question. Well,
Yeah.
I live in an HOA, and right behind me there's some normal housing. Oh, the jury is looking at the emails. I didn't catch that because Jamie came in here so abruptly.
Sorry.
Boom, boom. Well, we're not missing anything when I'm talking, telling my Molly is asleep stories.
No.
I just don't understand why half her body needs to be off the table.
Who, Molly?
Yeah, I think she's a cat.
She is small like a cat.
Yeah, did you see that picture I put in your Discord?
Yes.
That
So
she's
sweet.
sadly lost every motor function in her body when she jumped on the couch and was told nope.
You're not gonna win that fight ever. Look at her.
No, I'm happy when she goes home again. Then I can get some sleep. I always have my pre-stream nap, and she chose to lay between my legs, and I always sleep on the side. It's really annoying. So, but then why did the doctor need to be at the 30th hearing if the report wasn't going to be released? I'm confused. So am I. But it was probably in relation to that motion they were filing. Well, they're being heard on. No, it's my brother's dog. I just have her once or twice a year when he's on vacation. No, most women run away when they hear my voice.
Oh my God.
I don't think my big legs and that little dog would be fun for her. I think you have a new favorite spot. We didn't hear the doctor say that. We just heard the email stating that everyone had to be present for the hearing.
While they're finishing up, can the attorneys approach for me?
I think today will be hell. It's going to take forever. It's going to be really, really slow. And there's going to be a ton of sidebars.
Mm-hmm.
Hvordan vil han? Nej, det kan ikke lade sig gøre.
Do they
The
really
doctor
have
did not need
people
to be there on the 30th, only if he was able to present his report, and the judge could not do it that day. So they only planned to do the injunction hearing. Thank you, Chris Mullen. Yes, I think $100,000 bond. Hey, Karina. Yes. Yes, I talked to her like a little kid. And in Danish. That's why whenever you hear, oh, ligger du godt, lille skat? That's not to Jamie, it's to Molly. My hand is falling asleep. Yeah, that's always the thing. Did they say it clear enough for the jury to understand it?
Mm-hmm.
I just understood that the other lawyer lied when she said it was about that. Yes, when I say down, she just falls over. And she's also like a farting goat sometimes. This little body can really make some odors.
A farting goat?
There's no such thing. It's just that she farts really bad. No, it was what was in the report was just what I said in my recap today. Doc was way more into this relationship than she was, and she was just stringing him along to kind of go along to get along, is what I got from all the text messages.
Yeah. I agree.
Women who wear pink dresses are incapable of lying. Men too. Put. Because fart in Danish is speed.
It's what?
And fart, that means speed in Denmark. And we have a town on the other end of my island called Middelfart. We don't know. It's for her to decide. But I would recommend it. Because just if we don't have any reason why she should have done it, presented by the state, we don't really have any DV other than she had an injunction on dog about DV.
Well, it just
Yeah.
sucks because she might take my own case.
Can you hear her?
Yep.
A
She's
little growler.
growling.
Hold on, don't do it. Music. No, music. We are just going on a patrol. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Because apparently we have, it might be burglars, or it
Oh
might
my
just be
gosh.
a leaf blowing somewhere outside that she needs to kill.
Yep. That leaf could be deadly. I think didn't you say the jury was reading the emails? Is that what's going on? Everyone? I think so. This is thrilling, isn't it?
All right, the jury has completed their review of Defendant's Exhibit 6.
Got a ball to chase and stuff.
Mr. Taylor, your next witness.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. The defense calls action Benefield.
Uh-oh.
Oh, she is taking the stand.
Yeah.
That was fast.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Oh boy.
Good morning, Ms. Benefield.
Morning.
As you've heard me tell other witnesses, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left to right. And if you speak in a loud, clear voice, the electronics will pick up everything.
Okay.
Mr. Taylor.
Good morning. Will you tell us your full name and spell your last name, please?
Ashley Christina Benefield, Benefield.
How are you feeling this morning, Ashley?
Nervous.
All right. Try best you can to relax and we'll get through this.
Okay.
Tell us a little bit, Ashley, about where you were born and raised.
I was born in Corpus Christi, Texas, and I grew up in Annapolis, Maryland.
What type of family values were instilled in you?
Objection, relevant.
Oh,
I believe in the importance of kindness and compassion, empathy, honesty, hard work, accountability.
And if anyone thinks that's a voice she puts on to sound timid or something, she speaks like that. I've heard her in interviews. She has a very, very low voice. So this is her normal voice.
What type of work did your father do?
My
Objection, relevant.
I'll allow it.
My dad was a Naval Academy graduate who was a Navy pilot and then started flying privately for the airlines, which is what he still does.
And how about your mom?
When I was born, my parents decided that my mom would stay home to take care of me full time since my dad traveled so much.
I want to ask you a few questions about your childhood. Did you have any siblings?
I grew up an only child.
Were your parents active in your development as a child?
Yes, they were very active in my schooling and supportive of my pursuit of the arts.
Hold on one second, I'm sorry. You need some, get some headsets. Headsets. How many?
Well, the jury can't hear her.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I misunderstood. All right, Ms. Benefield, yeah, if you could scoot a little bit closer and speak up so the jury can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Do the best.
I
you can.
apologize. Go ahead, sir.
Sure, do the best you can, Ashley.
Okay.
Do you have any hobbies?
I love art. I like drawing, painting, sculpting, ballet. I enjoy gardening, baking, cooking. Most importantly, I'm a mom.
What type of high school did you attend?
Objection, can you move on?
I'm going to sustain at this point.
Um,
I'm trying to establish her ballet, Your Honor.
All right, if it's related to something specific, then
Yes,
yes.
sir. Thank you. Tell us about your high school, Ashley.
I went to a small private Christian school.
And did you study anything in particular in high school?
I was focused on pursuing ballet.
And was ballet a large part of your curriculum when you were in high school?
Yes, I danced full time. I actually finished my last few credits my senior year with an accredited homeschool program for athletes, so I could dance during the day.
Do you still dance professionally?
No.
Why not?
I retired after I tore my hamstring.
Ah.
I want to ask you about
Yikes.
Doug.
Keep it off the family.
When did the two of you meet?
We met August 25th of 2016.
And tell us what your impression of him was when you met.
He was very confident in who he was, passionate about what he was doing for work. He was fascinating to talk to.
This is the daughter, and it's something the court TV has some, especially in Florida. They have a lot of photographers doing this. This is why a lot of judges don't allow cameras, because they keep focusing on the family. This young lady is the stepdaughter, and of course she will be shooting daggers at her the entire time. This is really good if you want blood on your YouTube stream, but I find it so inappropriate, and and it's especially law and crime. Their camera people do it all the time, and have to say it's mostly out of Florida, so maybe it's the same guy.
What was it, if you recall in particular, that attracted you to him, Ashley?
He was funny, very smart, charming. We just instantly clicked.
Was Doug in the military?
Yes, just like my dad, he was in naval aviation.
She kind of replaced her dad.
Did he turn out to be who you thought he was?
No, not at all.
I want to direct your attention, Ashley, now, if I can, to the day of the homicide, September 27, 2020.
Okay.
It sounds just
specifically late in the
like she
afternoon.
finds him
Would you
dead.
tell us why Doug was at your home?
He came over to help load some of the larger items that my mom and I had kind of pre-staged in the garage into the U-Haul truck.
And were there any discussions between the two of you about the order that these things should be placed in the back of the truck?
Yes, we had discussed that my things would be going in last, right at the front, so they would be easy to get out first. At one point, he had me help him load one of the larger pieces into the back of the U-Haul truck. And when I was up in the truck with him, I realized that everything had been all like mixed together and it was no longer separated. And I pointed that out to him, and he got really offended and upset. He said, "It shouldn't be your stuff, your house, my house."
Was there a particular demand he made at that time?
He said I needed to start acting like a wife.
Tell us at that point how you chose to deal with him.
I tried to change the subject. I could see how upset he was getting. So I wanted to kind of alleviate that.
And how was Doug reacting to your efforts to do that?
He was getting more upset and aggressive and threatening.
Do you attempt to avoid confrontation with him?
Yes.
What do you do?
I was trying to get him to leave. I kept suggesting that maybe we should be done. Saying I was tired. We should just wrap it up for the day.
And what was Doug's reaction to that effort?
He heard me, but he completely disregarded what I was saying.
Ashley, would you tell us if there came a time shortly thereafter where there was physical contact between the two of you?
Yes.
It's really leading.
Tell us about it.
They allow it.
We were in the living room, and as he came up to me, instead of walking past me, he walked like right into me, like a body check. He like thumped me.
His shoulder to your shoulder?
Yes.
And describe for us, if you can, the force of the bump.
It caught me off guard. I almost fell. I like stumbled.
How was he acting at that point?
He was clearly hostile.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. The stepdaughter was told she couldn't be there because she was called as a rebuttal. But maybe I don't understand.
He was mumbling under his breath and was glaring at me.
What was your concern?
I could see that it was escalating, and I didn't want him to blow up at me.
Was there a second instance of physical contact?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
We were in the garage, and it was very much like the living room. I had just suggested strongly that I wanted to be done for the day. And he, as he came up to me, he walked right into me. Again, body checked me.
Finally, was there a third instance of contact?
Yes.
What happened?
We were in the hallway, and we were coming opposite directions towards each other, and he had a box. And as he walked up to me, he looked me in the eye, and he drove the corner of the box up into me.
Where?
My side.
Indicating on your right side.
Yes, sir.
In the hip area?
Yes, sir.
What was the result of that?
Scratching. It burned.
Yes, sir.
What's up with the family stuff?
Ashley, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as defense exhibit numbers 8, 9, and 10. Pat,
Yeah, just do me a favor, whenever you're holding them up, they were facing the jury until they're admitted.
sorry.
Yes, sir, thank you very much. 8, 9, and 10?
Yes, sir. Will you tell us what Exhibit 8 represents, Ashley?
It's a scratch, right here.
And was that scratch caused by the cardboard box that you just related?
Yes, sir.
When was that photograph taken?
The night of September 27th, 2020 at the sheriff's office.
Okay, and how about exhibit number 9?
Also scratches, on my side.
From the same incident?
Yes, sir.
Also taken that evening at the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and exhibit 10?
The same scratches as in 9. They're just, it's a close-up.
Do these photographs, Ashley, truly and accurately reflect the scratches and bruises you received on late that afternoon on September 27, 2020?
Yes.
Do they accurately reflect how the scratches looked when they were fresh?
Yes.
Thank you. I move respectfully, Your Honor, defense exhibits 8, 9, and 10 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
They'll be received.
What was your response, Ashley, after being struck by the cardboard box?
I apologized.
Why would you have apologized?
Because I could see how upset he was, and I didn't want him to get more mad at me.
Where does Doug go after that incident?
He continued to the garage with the box.
And what happens at that point?
We started getting into a back and forth about being done for the day and what still needed to be packed and that I wanted to be done. And we ended up in our daughter's bedroom and he started screaming at me. He said, "Shut the fuck up." He started calling me names. And he said, "I can see what you're doing. You're trying to get me to leave." He said, "I don't have to leave. I can stay and spend the night if I want to because I'm your husband."
At that point, Ashley, how did you feel with respect to your own personal safety?
I was scared.
Did you take any steps to try to avoid anything further?
Yes, I ran to try to leave the house
And where did you run to?
to the front door.
Did you make it?
No,
Tell us what happened.
he stopped me. He
How?
grabbed me by the hand and he yanked me back. I'm not really sure how he did it, but he around, so he was in front of me, between me and the door.
So,
He said,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
"Where the fuck do you think you're going?"
What was your response? Do you specifically recall? Tell us.
I just blurted it out. I said, "I'm done and you need to leave now."
What was Doug's reaction to that command to leave now?
He said, "You can't fucking leave me."
Then what happens?
He hit me in the side of the head.
Ashley, I'm going to ask you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 7. Tell us what that represents.
It's a picture of my face.
Is it an accurate picture of what your face looked like on that night?
Yes, sir.
Who took that photograph?
I don't remember her name. She was at the sheriff's office.
At the sheriff's office? Okay. Now, what is it about that photograph that shows or reflects the slap or the hit that you got to the side of your head on that day by Doug?
That side of my face is like swollen and puffy and discolored around my eye.
And is your eyelid drooping?
Yes, Brandon. She took the stand. Her divorce lawyer was there first, confirming the defense's theory of the hearing wasn't about that doctor's report that the state claims. She's testifying. Some in chat find her credible, some doesn't find her credible, which is probably what happens in most cases. Her story, I don't find it too exaggerated.
No.
Lack of tears, all of that. That's. I think. I don't know. I'm not a big crier, so I can't tell you. Some people will believe it, some people won't believe it, but I think I think so far she's not over exaggerating the story as we see in some cases. But what is clear, she looked for a guy just like her dad. That's what I got from it so far. And again, yeah, as Chris says, if she cries, oh, you're just forcing out tears. If she don't cry, you're not forcing out tears. I find her so far believable. The part about running away, I'm not. Well, I don't know. Overall, I'll give you my verdict when I'm done.
Yes.
On the side where you were hit?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move fence exhibit number 7 into evidence.
Received.
What was different at that moment, Ashley, than at any time in your prior relationship with Doug?
He had never actually hit me before.
What did you do?
I ran
Where?
to my room
Why?
because I was scared.
Ashley, did you have anything in your room that could protect you?
I had my gun.
Did you grab the gun?
Yes.
As you're grabbing the gun, what, if anything, did you hear?
I heard the door hitting the doorstop.
As if it is flung open?
Yes.
And what do you see, Ashley, when you look up?
Doug was standing in the doorway. His face was red. Like the veins were bulging in his neck. The way he was looking at me, it didn't even look like Doug. His eyes were black.
Does he yell anything at you?
He said, "You're fucking done."
And what does he do at that point?
I held the gun like in front of me and I said, "Stop." And he like turned and he got into this like, it was like a fighting stance. I got low and he started like moving his arms and his hands around. He was making these like jerking motions.
What were you expecting when you were holding the gun out in front of you and you told him to stop?
I thought when he saw it, he would leave.
Did he?
No.
At that point, Ashley, what are you thinking?
I thought he was gonna kill me.
Tell us what happens next.
He started coming towards me, and then he lunged at me, and I started pulling the trigger, and he just kept coming. And I remember trying to move to get away from him, but he kept coming at me.
Ashley, would you tell us why, if you're holding a loaded firearm, you were attempting to move away?
I was trying to get away from him. I was terrified.
All right, so you're firing. He keeps advancing. What happens next?
It was like his feet slipped out from under him and his legs went up in the air.
When Doug hits the floor, what's your immediate reaction?
I ran to get help.
Can you tell us how many shots you fired?
I have no idea. I was in a panic.
Do you remember anything about the shooting beyond what you've told us here?
It was a blur.
Where did you run for help, Ashley?
To my neighbor's house.
What's your neighbor's name?
John Sant.
Ashley, I have to ask you a couple of very difficult questions. You okay?
Yeah, sorry.
Ashley, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you shot Doug.
I was scared to death. I thought he was going to kill me. There was nowhere to go. I was trapped. In my own house, he wouldn't let me leave.
As you sit here today, Ashley, how do you feel about what happened?
Horrible. He's the father of my child. So I'm going to have to explain it all to her.
Judge, I wonder, could we have a minute, maybe a brief recess, let have her compose herself?
All right. Members of the jury, if you could step out for a couple of minutes, we'll bring you right back. Just leave your notes where they are. You put them face down. Please don't begin your deliberations. You can use your phones, but don't talk with anybody outside the jury about the case. Don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we're going to talk anything about. Thank you.
Yeah, let it sink in.
All right, you all
Keep
can have a
off
seat.
the daughter.
Ms. Benefield, you can have a seat. You need to take a moment to compose yourself?
Yeah, would it be all right if she stepped out?
No, sir.
Go up and comfort her again.
May I approach her? With no conversation?
As long as you don't say anything. Yeah,
Not say a word.
yes.
And again, I don't do body language. I can't tell you when someone is honest or dishonest, when they're crying or not crying. Some of her story, I think the jerking, if he was a martial artist, why would he do jerk moves? You don't
You okay?
do movements.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Don't move movements.
Man,
You
there's
don't need
Kleenexes here next to you. Those.
Okay, thank you.
The legs up in the air is to explain the leg wound, but also I wasn't there. But this, as someone said, this is her most important performance of her life. she has
All right,
to
Judge, I think you can bring
convince
it back in.
that this really did happen. And
Mhm.
All right. let's go to-
and one of the most important things will be if she has a massive demeanor change when the defense starts asking her, or the state starts asking her. I would wait to pass judgment until we see how the state and her gets along.
The jury back in.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think she did fine so far.
I need to again.
I know I said I don't have a problem with what she's saying so far.
Yeah, I thought you had some deep insight, and you're just yeah, that's
No,
fine.
I'm not. Yeah, that's fine. No.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
it's never that
We might have stepped
easy.
into the facility, so we'll wait a minute.
I'll never stop yelling. Now we all look at someone and find them credible or not credible, and that's why so many in chat saying I totally believe her, and just as many says nope, this is fake, because we use our body language monitor to try and decipher it. But I'll just be honest with you. I don't give 2 cents for all of these body language experts who can tell you that they can tell you if this is real or not, because you can't if you don't have a baseline, and they don't. So what I'm noticing is her breathing is elevated. It doesn't sound like which case was it? I think that was the Letitia Stalk, where she tried to sound like she was having a panic attack.
Mhm.
Mm,
What's up, everybody? Let me see what I can do about this craziness here. My puppy is sleeping behind me. I'm in my husband's office. Fun stuff, fun stuff. Can everybody hear me? I didn't do anything, guys. I'm not sure what's going on with this background either, but I don't have the stream up to see what's going on. And I don't really have anything fun to talk about. But hello, hello. Apologies for my bedhead and my messy office. Let me see if I can pull up YouTube and see what's going on if we're back. I don't know. Yeah, my clock is definitely wrong. It's been wrong for about 6 years, as I am in my husband's office. And it's disgusting in here. But I'm hanging out with my puppy dogs today. He is watching Deadpool at the movies. Let me see if I can bring this in. I can. I think were we watching the oh, all right, here we go. Man, I wonder if his power went out. Oh gosh, why is this like this? Bear with me, I am rusty. And why? I have a beautiful head. Let me see here, guys. There we go.
All right, it'll be a couple of more minutes till the jurors are finished with their break. So let's 9:56. Let's say at 10:05 we'll
Can
reconvene.
you hear?
Ms. Benefield, I'm going to allow you to leave the stand. However, you are in the middle of your testimony. You may not communicate with anyone at all during your testimony. Do you understand? So you can step down and use the facilities. That's just fine, but you cannot communicate even with your attorney while you're testifying, all right? Okay, you need to step out, you can do so. So we'll be in recess until about 10:05 or so.
Do we need to fast forward? Because she's about to have like a breakdown in her chair. I think she's got snot now. I'm going to mute myself because can you hear the vacuum? It's pretty dang loud. Fast forwarding. We're staring at this. And she goes back.
let's go ahead and bring him in.
Bring the jury. Come on. They're not saying anything right now.
The storage bin.
Um,
I'm trying to fast forward to where we're. There we go.
Did anybody begin deliberation to talk about the case amongst yourselves? Did anybody communicate with anybody outside the jury about the case? Or did anybody do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about?
No, sir.
Everybody says no. Mr. Taylor, you can resume your direct examination.
Thank you, Judge White. Ashley, would you tell us where the pistol was in your bedroom?
it was in a storage bin. It was on top of my laundry basket.
Will you describe the storage bin?
It was like a square bin with hard sides and cloth covering the sides.
Welcome back, Baker.
Sorry, I had to restart everything, computer and everything. Give me a time, because it sounds like the audio is a little off with you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm working on a laptop and in my husband's office, so
What's the time?
I think I'm about 2 minutes behind live.
2 minutes behind. Just gonna put this. Let's see how far behind this is. Jesus Christ! Of course, it happens when you have to go live.
Legal topics
Mhm.
we've heard anything about?
No, sir.
Everybody says no. Mr. Taylor, you can resume your direct examination.
Thank you, Judge White. Ashley, would you tell us where the pistol was in your bedroom?
It was in a storage bin. It was on top of my laundry basket.
Will you describe the storage bin?
It was like a square bin with hard sides and cloth covering the sides.
Do you remember how old Emerson, your child, was at the time of this incident?
About 2.
Was Emerson able to access that storage bin?
No,
Whose firearm was it?
mine.
Did you have a license?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you, Ashley, what's previously been marked as Defendant's Exhibit Number 2. And Your Honor, I'd like to, if I could, put that up on the screen. Could we?
Are you from the Elmo?
For the blinds.
Oh, sure. And one more set of lights.
Thank you, Deputy. Ashley, take a look at the picture on your concealed firearm license. And in particular, are we able to zoom in on the portrait, the picture? Yeah. Ashley, do your eyelids look the same in that picture?
Yes, sir.
Do they look different in the picture that we admitted after you were slapped?
Yes, sir.
Let's put the, let me see now. Let's put defendant's exhibit number 7 up on the screen. Ashley, what side of your face did he hit you on?
The left side.
Left
The left side.
And as we're looking at this picture, it would be to the right.
Correct.
Is your eyelid on the right side the same as your eyelid on the left side?
No, sir.
And how about your eyebrow? The space between your eyebrow and your eyelid on the right side, is that the same as the space between your eyebrow and your eyelid on the other side?
No, sir.
I have actually had a case with a guy who was very psychotic and very, very mean to women. Every one of these women said his eyes just turned black. So they had the exact same description. We have heard it in other cases too. His eyes just turned black. So it's not.
All right, thank you, Judge. I think we can lift the blinds. Was the firearm registered to you, Ashley?
Yes.
Right, I'd like to now direct your attention back to your initial introduction to Doug. How long was it before Doug expressed his devotion to you?
It was about 4 days after we met that he told me he loved me.
Did any significant event follow after he expressed his love for you?
He flew me to South Carolina, where he was living at the time, and asked me to marry him, and I said yes.
You remember the date?
September 7th, 2016.
How old was he at the time on September 7, 2016?
54,
And how old were you?
24.
When you finally moved in together, what was it like?
It was challenging. Doug hadn't told his daughter Eva that we had gotten married, and so when she found out, she was really upset. Just understandable. Her mom had suddenly passed 8 or 9 months before, and I was a complete stranger to her, and I'm moving into her house.
At that point in your relationship, Ashley, describe for us the man you thought you'd married.
He was very loving and attentive. He was always with me. We did everything together. We laughed a lot. And he made me feel very special and loved. He always was looking for ways to be with me and to do things for me.
Was there a short time after that you were separated?
Yes, sir.
And what was the reason?
Before I had met him, I had planned a trip. And so I went on my trip. It was a cruise with my mom and one of my girlfriends.
Were you able to communicate with Doug while you were on the cruise?
Yes, sir.
How?
We mostly messaged each other.
I'm going to pass to you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 3, I believe, for identification.
Oh, sweet, I'm sorry. Oh, the ones that, yeah, sorry.
Yes, sir. I'll take a minute and go through those, and I'm going to ask you about them.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a big age discrepancy in this relationship, and she took her dad. He was
want me to read all of them,
exactly
or-
like his dad.
Yeah, okay.
Through all of them. And then I'm going to ask you some questions about it.
Okay.
Are those text messages actually a true and accurate copy of the messages you received from Doug Benefield while you were on the cruise?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move defense exhibit number 3 into evidence.
Objection?
Can we approach this?
Yes.
Well, we almost caught up again, even with me having to restart my computer because that was annoying. No, but I didn't. I don't feel she's unbelievable, but I will have to hear her on cross to see how she acts because we know how it can go sometime. That
Yeah.
they change a lot. It was a bigger breakdown, yes. That daughter Ava laughed at Ashley when she had a breakdown.
She did. I saw it was awful. She tried to hide it too.
That's again. Well, the jury wasn't in the room, so but
Yeah. And her viewpoint is she doesn't believe a word out of this chick's mouth, so it's
Yeah.
I guess it's understandable for me.
yeah, it's understandable that because she doesn't like her, but again, decorum and all of that, and but again, the jury wasn't in the room. It's not as bad as the thing we watched out of Wisconsin with Jesus was tempted to hell.
Let's introduce defense exhibit number 3.
Any additional objections?
Oh, I'm sorry, not other than what we discussed.
Okay. Admitted, subject to what we discussed at the bench.
Ashley, in this exhibit number 3, who's represented in blue and who's represented in green?
I took take a look again.
Well, you're here now, Rubia. Welcome.
I'm blue.
And Marissa,
Oh,
thank you so
Rubia.
much for being in the back end. It's always nice to have good backup.
And Doug is green.
You're blue and Doug's green.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I want to ask you what you thought and how you felt after this series of text messages where he said the following to you. And I'll go through them and you can respond.
Okay.
Like always being armed. And understanding them and how to conduct warfare in them for the kingdom. If I dwelt on it, I would go into a rage to remove them from the earth. I desire to exterminate them, and holding back is a challenge.
Who?
They are rats that should be removed.
Who are rats?
Last night, just the jerks arguing near you about put me in sheer murderous mood, but I was stuck. I couldn't defend you. But could have been a fight, etc. Only you being with me will over time remove the images in my head.
They're his messages.
Yeah, this is from
It
him.
is same. And knowing you were taken advantage of still in my mind makes me explode with anger to take them out. God made you for me. You haven't seen the warrior side and never want to. We went from joy and passion to now I'm in a testosterone rage inside. But
what they wanted to
kill
get
the
in
bad
yesterday.
people.
Who's the bad people?
How long had you been married when you received these texts from Doug?
I believe it was about like a month or so. Probably thereabouts.
Do you recall approximately how long you had been married?
Well, we got married in the beginning of September, and this would have been the end of November.
Okay.
So more than that, I'm sorry.
2 years before.
What did you think? Was there anything about those texts?
That's 4 years before. If they show a pattern of he sent this to her all the time, maybe, but it's kind of like they can read, what did Aruba have to do with anything? This is 4 years before. And again, of course they are cherry picked. The state did exactly the same. You don't put in the ones that don't help your case.
Texts that caused you to pause?
You know, at the time, I kind of tried to write it off that he was my new husband and he was just trying to be kind of manly and, you know, like, be protective and, you know, was trying to show that he really loved me. I think that was kind of what I
Did you
thought
think
at
it
the
was
time.
flattering?
Yeah.
But it's 4 years before.
Ashley, how long did this facade that you've described of Doug's last?
Probably about 3 months.
And what signs did you begin to see that he was not who you thought he was?
When I got back from the cruise, he started becoming very like controlling and possessive. He started criticizing everything about me, like the way I wear my hair or did my makeup or the way I dressed. I found myself trying to change everything about me to make him happy.
If you had to pinpoint a specific incident, Ashley, early on that stands out to you, what would that be?
A friend of his had come to town to visit, and we went out to dinner with him. And when we went to leave, Doug had had too much to drink, and so I said that I would drive home. And he instantly got really mad at me. He was offended. He started screaming at me, and it continued all the way home. And when we got inside, I told him that he was drunk and he just needed to go to bed. And that really set him off. And he tried to flip over the dining room table. He threw a chair at me. He kept screaming at me until he stopped, and then he apologized. And he said it would never happen again. He said he was really sorry.
And Ashley, did it happen again?
Yes.
Explain what happened.
We had gone to church one Sunday, and after service, after everyone was leaving, we talked to the pastor in like the lobby area in front. And at one point, Doug stormed off, and by the time I caught up with him, I was in the parking lot, and he started cussing at me, calling me names. And when we got in the truck, he accused me of having a thing for the pastor. And he said I was a slut and a whore. And he screamed at me all the way home.
Ashley, was he aggressive and threatening like that in other instances?
It started happening more and more with me, with our animals. He would hurt our pets.
On approximately how many occasions was he cruel to your pets?
A handful.
How would Doug react following a dark episode?
Well, he was either really up or really down. And after, he would be very sweet and apologetic, and he'd be kind, and things would be good. And it was kind of like a flip of a switch, and something would set him off again.
Did you find anything one day, Ashley, that gave you insight into Doug's marriage to his previous wife, Renee?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what it was.
I had been going through and kind of cleaning and organizing, and I was going through a bunch of old devices like phones and iPads, and I found a texting conversation between Doug and Renee, his previous wife.
Let me,
Maria, please respect that people can have a differing opinion than yours. It's okay to have a different opinion. We don't need all to walk in the same line. We discuss on this channel, and we respect other people, and we don't shout at other people, and we don't need to call anyone else's opinion a effed up opinion. Maybe they have seen something you didn't see, so please consider refraining from using words like this, and respect other people's have differing opinions, because if we're all just towing the line, then it gets boring. So please don't use profane language about anyone else, even though you might disagree with them.
pass to you, Ashley, what we've marked as defendant's exhibit number 11. Can you identify that, Ashley?
This is part of the texting conversation. This is a text from Renee Benefield to Doug.
Is that a true and accurate copy of what you came across that day that you just related
Undiagnosed heart failure.
to us?
Yes, sir.
At this point, I'd like to move that into evidence as defense exhibit number 11.
No objection.
Received.
I'm going
And Zachary, there will be no drama here unless I start it. I'm not yelling. Zach, please stop yelling. Jamie will send her bird army after you.
I will.
to read this to you. Let me know if it's accurate.
Okay.
I was deeply disappointed that you distorted the truth about who you really were when I married you. I loved you, though finding out you weren't really what you pretended to be. You kicking me so hard on New Year's Eve on our honeymoon because you were having trouble functioning in certain areas. You holding a gun to your head twice in my home that I opened to you with my children that still love you. Having to sell everything down to my wedding ring.
Oh boy.
Finding out you were on Viagra, which all of you had to do was tell me, you know I wouldn't care. Trying to film us making love on our honeymoon. Finding out that you wore eye pencil on and on. I loved you so much I didn't care. That's why I was shocked to think you would take pictures of me without asking. Is that accurate?
Yes.
What's eye pencils?
I mean, eye pencils?
You do.
Is he wearing eyeliner? I don't know.
Is it one of those crappy glasses that you can film with? But then you have to say, take picture. record. So
That was his ex-wife, the ex-wife. It was a
yeah,
message that the ex-wife sent him.
it's ex-wife's text she found when she snooped in her in his old
Like
devices.
iPad, she said? Yeah.
Yeah. And again, yes, just say what it is. You snooped around. Dear Jamie, happy Friday. I'm whispering for a change, so I hope you have a merry little weekend. Tell the birds hi and the dog to whisper too.
Thank you, Zach.
What's the problem by using an
Tell
iPad?
us, Ashley, how Doug would act when he would go off.
I mean, she said he held a pew-pew to
we
his
call it
head.
a fit of
That's crazy.
rage.
Yeah.
Sometimes it was as simple as him just yelling and screaming at me or cussing at me, calling me names. Other times he would throw things or break things or smash things. He would come at me like he was going to hit me. He told me I was lucky that he punched walls instead of me.
Are there any incidences in particular, Ashley, that stand out to you?
Yes.
Tell us, please.
We were having an argument and he came at me like he was going to hit me. And our dog, Sully, jumped up in between us and he punched him in the face so hard that he knocked him out. I just remember screaming because I thought he had killed him.
Were there other times that Doug hurt the animals?
Yes, he had hit, kicked, punched Sully. He threw our cat multiple times. One time he threw Snuffy down the stairs.
Fluffy?
Snuffy.
What kind of impact did this
Yeah,
behavior
now
have
she's
on
still
you?
calling a cat Snuffy. Yes.
I was always walking on eggshells, trying to do the right things. Because if I said the wrong thing, he would get mad at me. And so I always tried to do it right. If I wore the wrong thing, he would call me a whore or a slut. I feel like I couldn't do anything right.
Was there an incident, Ashley, in June of 2017 that you vividly recall?
Yes.
Please explain it.
That's for the jury to use their common sense to evaluate the credibility of this witness. He's not there because that's why we're here, to rebut any of these arguments. So yes, and again, remember, just like the state did everything to make her look as bad as possible, the defense will do everything they can do to make him look as bad as possible. Now it's up for the state to rehabilitate him as a credible witness, as a credible person who didn't throw Snuffy down the stairs.
Well, I mean, that wife text message was pretty damning, in my opinion. And like how, I mean,
But again, it's hearsay. We weren't there. We don't know. She could have been angry, and he could. We don't know what happened.
well, it's two people
But
saying things about him. It's, I don't know. Anyways,
yeah, let's wait and see what the state
let's
does
wait.
to her before
Oh, yeah.
we render. Yeah.
For sure.
We were having an argument and it started getting really out of hand. He pulled a gun out and he was like waving it around. And then he threw it at me. And it hit the wall behind me, punched a hole in the wall. So I went to run to try to leave. He pulled the gun out and held it to his head. He said that he's gonna blow his fucking brains out. And I was gonna have to watch him. And he pulled the trigger and he shot a hole in the ceiling in the kitchen.
We know that's true.
Ashley, at that point, what were you thinking about your marriage?
He wasn't anything like I thought he was. I feel like I had made a really big mistake marrying him. It was like I was living in this nightmare. I never knew what I was going to get.
Did there come a time in July or August of 2017 when you found yourself with child?
Yes.
So let's be clear here chronologically. You became pregnant after this incident where you related that he shot the gun in the ceiling of the kitchen?
Yes, it would have been like right after that, I guess.
Was it planned?
No, it's the last thing.
You paid for having him reverse his vasectomy. If that's not planned, then I don't know what.
She's gonna have to
Cat,
explain that, so.
yeah, a cat have 9 lives, cause a dog is worth 9 times as much.
My mind at that point.
How would you deal with Doug?
I tried to do all the right things and keep him happy. Kind of just go with the flow. I didn't want to rock the boat ever.
Did you have a difficult pregnancy?
Yes, I was really sick.
Did you go home from South Carolina to stay with your mom here in Bradenton at the end of August 2017?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a time when you returned to South Carolina?
Yes.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury actually why you returned to South Carolina?
I had decided that I was going to leave him. And so I went back to get my things. When he brought me down, I didn't even have like a suitcase or anything. So I went back to get my stuff. And I wrote him a note and left him a letter saying why I was leaving.
We don't have an objection.
You approach.
Hi, Brandy.
Hey, Brandy, and welcome. You're gonna have fun with this in your recap show tonight because I'm not enough in connection with my female feelings to. I can't really read her. I think sometimes I believe her a lot, and then sometimes there's something that just that little trickle somewhere in the back where you're thinking that's weird. But again, will it work with the jury? I think so. So far, we don't have the state. Before we either send her up or down the river, let's wait for the state.
Oh yeah, you gotta wait for cross for sure.
Yeah.
Because it could go downhill fast.
What time are you streaming tonight, Brandy? Just so everyone knows when they're done with this internet losing crap show that they can go and get the best recap of the case at Brandy Churchwell, 13th juror. She's almost a local down there, and she does stuff called research. I don't know what it is. So she's way more. She has way more backstory stuff than I do. Hey, we just upgraded to 128K. Actually, I think it was my computer that crapped out because I had to restart it. Mr. Nice Guy, I don't know if she was manipulative or let's just say so far what we have heard about him
All right,
is
Ashley.
putting him
Can
on
you
my
identify what we marked for identification of defendant's exhibit number?
Judge, can object.
Sustained.
She can't even identify it.
No, sir. I beat everyone.
You told us you left him a letter?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. Let me pass this to you. You can.
Judge, I'm gonna object.
Sustained.
Do you remember independently everything that you said in the letter?
Not everything, no.
Would it help refresh your recollection if you were able to see the letter?
Yes.
Judge, objection.
Sustained.
At the time that you wrote the letter, Ashley, were the contents fresh in your mind?
At the time, yes.
The letter was written in September 2017.
Yes, that's correct.
It's now 2024,
Yes, sir.
so 7 years ago.
Yes.
All right. Do your best
Okay.
to try to respond to a series of questions I'm going to ask you.
Okay.
What did you tell Doug?
Objection, hands down.
Sustained. Sir, can we approach, please?
I don't know what what's in this letter. It's probably very, very bad for the state. That's why they're this up in arms. But
Mhm.
I don't know if it would be hearsay, her relating her own letter.
Stop
Wouldn't that be the
zooming
same
in
as
on
refreshing your
awful-
memory?
Yeah.
Is this her mom? No, this isn't her mom, is it?
No, I assume it's his. Is it his mom?
No, because she's on her side.
Uh-uh. I don't
So,
think so. Probably the other side.
How did you feel about
See
your
you later,
personal
Brandy. Have a
safety
great
when you
day.
left Doug?
I was scared.
What was it that made you uncomfortable?
It was a lot of things. Just the things that he'd done, like punching our dog and shooting the gun and different things he would say and do.
And were you afraid for just you?
I was pregnant at the time. I was scared for the baby.
Oh. It might be her grandma.
Yeah, it could be a grandma. Well, yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Were there instances, Ashley, where you felt that your own safety had been placed in danger as a result of conduct by him?
Yes.
Can you give us some examples?
I guess one thing that comes to mind is sometimes he would drive really scary, yelling and screaming at me, like running up on curbs. One time he almost hit a tree.
Did you strike that? Describe the kind of
That's true, TLA.
things that would be done to intimidate you.
He would get in my face. He'd yell at me. He'd come at me like he was going to hit me.
What about breaking things?
He would break things, smash things, threw things at me.
Listen. How would you describe, if you were using adjectives, his behavior?
Possessive, controlling, manipulative, aggressive, scary, unpredictable.
Ashley, did you take any steps in addition to leaving this letter to protect yourself in South Carolina?
Yes.
What did you do?
I filed for a domestic violence injunction, like a protective order.
Nope.
Ashley, I'd like to pass to you what we've marked as Defendants Exhibit 13A and 13B and ask you if you can identify them.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Susan.
Um, 13A is the
Objection, Joe.
Another sidebar. I predicted this. A lot of sidebars today. Grumpy Granny, I can tell you that you are in luck because my second Snoop champ, Jody, who claims her name is Jess, have it on the Discord, El Servo del Discordo. And I can actually try and pull it up because we have nothing else to do. We're just sitting here. Bum, 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 bum. There's some pictures of him working out. That is her injury. Where is the letter? Where is the letter? Josie, where's the letter? You sent me 105 pages. Oh, exhibit 1. Nope. Where is it? Exhibit 3, deposition. I'll read it when we have the next sidebar.
Ashley,
Lots of
what
time to
was
find
the
it.
date? Did the court grant the injunction?
Yes, sir.
Was there a hearing?
Yes, sir.
Were you present at the hearing?
Yes.
Was Doug present at the hearing?
Yes.
Did the judge rule at the hearing?
From the bench, yes.
All right. What was the date of the hearing?
November 3rd, 2017.
I'm sorry?
November 3rd,
2017?
2017. Yes.
Okay. Now, was that order that the judge decreed violated?
Yes.
By who?
By Doug.
How?
He sent me a package in the mail.
Sent you the package here in Florida?
Yes.
From South Carolina?
Yes.
What was the package represented to be?
A birthday gift, I believe.
And did you open it?
Yes.
What happened?
Well, when I opened it, there was an overwhelming smell, like a real strong chemical smell, and I got like an instant headache.
Did you report it to the police?
Yes.
Ashley, I'm going to pass to you what we've marked as defendant's exhibit number 14 and ask you if you can identify it.
Okay. So what do I do with these? Okay. Yes,
What is it?
it's a picture of the package he sent to me.
Is it a true and accurate picture of the package that you received on that day in November?
The outside of it, yes.
All right, Your Honor, on behalf of Ms. Benefield, we move that into evidence.
No objection.
Received. Defendant's Exhibit 14.
What did you do with the package after you opened it?
I sealed it back up and I put it in the garage before I brought it to the sheriff's department.
Now, you told us when you received the package, aside from the contents giving you a headache, that it was in violation of the South Carolina restraining order.
Yes,
Did you, when you contacted the police, request that they take some action?
yes,
What was the result?
no charges.
Yeah, okay.
Well, it says, I can honestly tell you that I am completely heartbroken. Please do not be rash. Hear me out and read all the way to the end of this letter. Over the past year, we have had good times, yes, but you have also displayed scary and irrational behavior with sudden bursts of rage and fits of anger. Extreme and uncontrollable anger. This has left me constantly stressed to the point of nausea and scared for my safety. I never know what will set you off, and so I always walk on eggshells to try and keep the peace. It is like you are two very different people, and I am never sure when you will lash out and be overtaken with rage. You yell, scream, and cuss at me, even telling me that we should get a divorce, that you don't want to see me or touch me again, and that you don't love me. You have put my life in danger multiple times when you had a sudden fit of anger while driving with me in the car. You have driven erratically, way too fast, broken traffic laws, crossed in front of oncoming traffic, driven up over a curb, through grass, almost hit several trees, and acted like you were going to crash the car. Sometimes you break things, smash drinking glasses on the counter, in the sink, or even in your hands because you were so full of uncontrollable anger. You have thrown and broken things, chairs, cups, books, anything you can get your hands on, even a loaded gun which left a giant hole in the wall of the kitchen. You have even pointed a loaded gun at your head and then shot a hole in the ceiling in the kitchen. There are there are holes you have punched in the walls all over the house and even in a door from when you got angry and were yelling in a fit of rage. You use very scary and threatening language that makes me fearful of you and what you might do to me. You even say things to make it sound like I am lucky you punch Wall instead of me because you don't know what I have done or what I'm capable of. You have intimidated me by getting in my face, even cornering me in either the closet or bathroom or blocking my way out. You have even grabbed my arm and squeezed and yanked me. I have even seen you get mad at the girls, yelled, screamed, and cussed at them. I now understand why Ava used to tell me she was afraid of you. You are possessive, controlling, and manipulating. Uh, manipulating. All of this is not even to mention the conditions I have been living in since moving in with you the beginning of last November. The house has not had heat or AC since before I moved in, but you made it sound like it was about to be fixed. The house is falling apart in many ways, cracked tile floors in the bathroom that pinch your feet when you walk, toilets that don't work all the time, and places where the ceiling is literally falling down in giant chunks. There are exposed outlets and wires where I have electrocuted myself. Probably not. There is black mold on the walls and ceiling in the kitchen pantry. The sink is in the master bedroom was broken for months, so I had no hot water all winter. The electric and water have been turned off because of unpaid bills. We even got a notice in the mail that our house was going into foreclosure. We did not have a working dishwasher for months. I didn't have a dishwasher for many years. I can do it myself. The tap water is unsafe to drink and smells and tastes like chemicals, and we know it killed our fish. The water filter broke in the refrigerator, and we have been left without safe drinking water or ice, forcing us to buy bottled water. We have run out multiple times now and been without water for days, even over a week. This has been going on for months. The freezer does not work and leaks all over the wood floor in the kitchen, which now is molding, rotted, and caving in. All these things and more I have overlooked and lived with for a year because I love you. But even since finding out I was pregnant, you have continued to display psychotic, irrational, and unsafe behavior that had left me fearful for my life and safety, as well as that of my unborn child. I have come to get only what belongs to me. Do not harass or try to follow me, or I will call the police and have a restraining order against you. I will talk with you only via text starting Tuesday, September 19th. Do not call me or my mom. We will not pick up. Thank you for understanding, Ashley. This is the letter they weren't allowed to read from. Why did you waste money on ballet school? Yeah. How do you tell who the mods are? They have a wrench next to them. Only Brandon isn't a mod. He just have a wrench so he can somehow he got timed out.
Were you subsequently notified, Ashley, by the state attorney's office here in Manatee County that no charges were to be filed?
Yes.
Do you remember the date that you were notified?
Not off the top of my
Let
head.
me show this to you and see if it refreshes your recollection.
Okay. At the top, it says October 8th, 2018.
We never really heard anything about that package other than there's a claim she made that there was some potpourri exchanged with something else containing urethra.
Ashley, when did you give birth to Emerson?
March 19th, 2018.
Where was Doug when you gave birth?
He wasn't there. It was during the restraining order from South Carolina.
So he wouldn't have been allowed to have contact with you.
Correct.
Do you remember how long the South Carolina restraining order was to last?
I believe it was 6 months.
Does there come a time when you're concerned about the South Carolina restraining order expiring?
Yes.
So at or about the time of that, what steps, if any, did you take to protect yourself?
I filed for a domestic violence injunction here in Florida.
What was the result?
It was denied.
And was there any directive entered with respect to Emerson?
There was a time sharing agreement set up.
Shortly after that, or at or about the same time, was there additional litigation that you filed?
Yes.
Do you recall what it was for?
Divorce and termination of parental rights.
Sorry, she stated, upon testing, it was determined by hazmat, I don't know what that is, that the tea from Taverna had been removed and replaced with potpourri. The potpourri was found to contain urea, a hazardous substance normally found in fertilizers used in agriculture industry. Urea is also used in the medical industry to induce second trimester, no more babies. Nope. No. So all of this can be found on the Discord.
In the termination of parental rights petition, Ashley, did you tell the court?
Objection, hearsay.
Go ahead and finish the question.
Did you advise the court in your petition about prior domestic acts of violence by Doug?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Who may answer?
I'm sorry.
You're okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes.
Do you remember, or can you tell us today what you told the court?
I mean, not all off the top of my head.
You can answer.
I wouldn't be able to tell it all to you off the top of my head from memory now.
Okay, let's see if I can refresh your recollection.
There's no evidence that she was poisoned. She claimed she was poisoned with heavy metals or whatever you call it in the US. And she opted to have treatments against it, but no doctor have found any evidence of poisoning. But go look at it's not presented in court, so we can't really use it to determine what happened. According to her, we haven't heard anything
I'm sorry.
about
Do you want me to
it.
read the whole thing?
No. I would just like to ask you, has your recollection been refreshed?
I'm just getting to that part now.
Okay, then without referring to what's in front of you, tell us.
Can I finish reading this section?
Remove the document
Yeah,
from.
you need to remove the document. The memory's been refreshed.
I just said I didn't finish reading that part.
So it needs to finish reading.
I'm sorry, 55, finish reading.
Okay.
It's in the Discord. It's they are not allowed in, so that's why they haven't been presented in charge. In court. Sorry, I'm reading here. Hey, fasty. Yes, she went back to get stuff, but that entire letter takes out that she wanted to unalive him for money because he had nothing. He was broke. We know that from their failed ballerina school, but he had nothing. His house was being foreclosed on.
I don't expect you to remember all the details. I'm going to ask you for the high points.
Okay, sorry, there's just a lot in here. Okay.
So tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Ashley, the things that you had to say?
I talked about him punching Sully and kicking him, throwing our cat Snuffy, about him trapping me, grabbing me, yanking me, tripping me, shooting the gun in the house, punching holes in the walls. He trapped me in the closet, smash things like that.
All right. As part of the domestic violence injunction that you filed here in Florida, that was before Judge Moreland, was a deposition taken of Doug.
Yes.
Were you
There are no evidence of heavy metal poisoning. No evidence. And all tea we have heard about is after they split up and she got an RO on him, he sent her a tea set with 4 cups of tea.
present?
Yes, by phone.
Who else was present at the deposition?
My attorney, as well as Stephanie Murphy, Doug's attorney, and a court reporter.
Was the judge present at the deposition?
No.
Were you able to hear the entire proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Did Doug make
Objection, Carlton.
Approach.
Jesus, thank God. For Fedorowski's and your cake diagram fund, I missed the part, but I'll make a cake diagram. So this is your cake diagram over cheesecake, and how many people hate it and who are weird. I hope that's what you ask for. Hey, CJ. No, I hate cheesecake. Sorry, what? What did I miss? It's unavailable. I just updated it 2 days ago. Yeah. I'm a pro. De nada. I'm not saying anything. They should last a week. All about the tea is what she claims. I haven't seen the hazmat report claiming that there was anything. It's go read it in the Discord. It's way easier than me relaying it.
Actually, okay.
Yeah, approach again. This should be a Discord working link. I'm going to remove it in a couple of minutes so it's not out there for eternity. Nope, they weren't allowed to read it. She was given. It was given to her so she could refresh her memories. This is the link to the Discord. You can join. It doesn't cost anything. It's just I have some really good researchers who put up all the court documents. Mm, 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 mm. Well, apparently, we heard this in the Stand Your Ground hearing. There was some communication between him and a cousin about punching the dog, but dog said the dog jumped on him and scratched his leg, and he just pushed it down forcefully. So again, this is her side of the story. He's not here to say his side of the story. You have to use your instincts and say, I believe her or I don't believe her. That's what juries do. That's what the 6 people who will, in the end, find her guilty, not guilty, will have to do. Do they believe that this guy did all the stuff she said? And again, remember, this is the best possible version of Ashley we will see, because this is when her defense is bringing out all the things they want in here to prove how afraid she was. State might bring out a different side. I don't know if they will, but just remember that this is her time to give us her version of everything. Doc won't be here to rebut any of it. I do have a good crew here. Jamie runs the best channels. Boom, 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 boom. I haven't read the application for the protective order. It's in the Discord. Normally, I don't read all the background stuff because I feel then maybe I sit with knowledge that makes me a little biased, or maybe I will try and watch trials like if I was one of the deciding 6 people in the courtroom, because they don't know what we know. They couldn't open that letter and go in and read about the mold and the kitchen cabinets that their house was being foreclosed on. They could still sit there and believe she was a gold digger. When the ballet company went belly up, she left. That could be something people could believe. They could sit there and believe, well, she was just a lost young woman who wanted a new daddy. And she found an older guy who had exactly the same life as her dad, except her mom, because one daughter used to be in the Navy. Doc worked as a contractor for some. There's some text where he mentions the farm and stuff like that. If he was a special operator, I don't know how he became that, because he was flying anti-U-boat planes, but we don't know. Maybe he liked to sell himself a little bit. But she chose her daddy, like most women do, and most men, because that's the Oedipus and Electra concept, that we marry our mom or dad. But we know a lot more because Jess and Marissa are really good at finding all the court stuff, so we can read up on it. But the jury don't have these informations. Zach forgot to involve Zach for his help as star. Zach is the best Zach on this channel. We haven't heard anything about any of that. We don't have a veterinarian so far because, again, we just had her divorce lawyer and now her. So we don't know if they took the dog to a vet or Snuffy. We don't know. The state don't have to prove he didn't hit the dog. If she implies it, it's on her. I do try to go into. It's not conscious. Yeah, he said, she said, it's always difficult, and especially when one of them isn't breathing any longer. But it's as I said yesterday, ask my ex-wife, I'm the biggest POS on the planet. I might have a different story and a less favorable opinion of her than she has. But we don't have any evidence of animal abuse other than she's saying it too. So I don't know. That's why I want to see again. This is the best version of Ashley we're getting, because this is when her defense takes her through the story that they had decided they want to present for court. Because you all realize that this has been rehearsed. He has talked to her about, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. I'll try to get this in. I need you to emphasize this and that. Of course, he have done that. But when she is getting hit by the state in a bit, that's going to be interesting. Kind of like when Murphy was sitting there saying all the right things for the state. When the defense came on, she totally changed her demeanor and became a totally different person. Very, very clear that she knew what to say to make their story look good. Apparently, they had 4 out-of-state witnesses. That's what they talked about. They're going to bring in a victim talking about the mentality of DV victims, I believe he said yesterday, and how it builds over time. Well, he claimed that she claimed he had made the dog unconscious, and then the dog, when he asked dog, he said, I was sitting in my shorts on the couch and the dog jumped in my lap and I forcefully pushed it down because I got scared. So again, hearsay, he say, she say. She sells by the seashore. Yes, this is one of those things where they can get in trouble if they go at her too hard. They can make her look like a victim again. And in an abuse case, you want to make her angry and make her show another side than this timid side she had shown so far. But if you press her too hard, I think you'll switch the jury so they will feel sorry for her. So it's a thin line. Well, there is a lot of collaboration that he did put holes in walls and ceilings. Yeah, that's, to me, that's a bit of a exactly.
Ashley, I'm going to pass to you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 17.
Okay.
And ask you if you can identify it. Ashley, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what it is.
They're text messages between me and Doug.
And do they truly and accurately reflect texting back and forth between you and Doug?
Yes.
On behalf of the defense, Your Honor, we move into evidence, defense exhibit number 17.
Objection overruled. Defendant's Exhibit 17 will be received.
Normally, they'll ask her
Ashley,
if she is on drugs.
in defense exhibit number 17, the text messages, does Doug admit to shooting the gun in the house?
Yes.
Does he admit to throwing the gun at you?
Yes.
Does he admit to punching holes in the drywall of the house?
Yes.
Does he admit to
Only if they can get Mighty Meg or some other clairvoyant to talk to her, because she died of an undiagnosed heart failure. She had a heart attack.
punching the dog and rendering him unconscious?
Yes.
Let's just go back.
Yeah.
Putting the gun in the house?
Yes.
Does he admit to throwing the gun at you?
Yes.
Does he admit to punching holes in the drywall of the house?
Yes.
Does he admit to punching the dog and rendering him unconscious?
Yes.
Objection, no, you can't. Those text messages do not say that.
If I'm going to sustain, if you want to publish the exact
Yes,
exhibit that's been admitted, you can do so.
we intend to publish upon completion of the examination. I want to ask you, Ashley, if I can, about other instances of abusive conduct. Was a tracker at any time placed on your car?
Yes.
Was it done with your permission?
No.
Did Doug well, hold on.
Why was the jury not allowed to see the letter? Hearsay? I don't know. Yes.
Well,
No, not at the time, but she claimed it later. Ashley claimed it later that he also poisoned her.
the state is reviewing that, Ashley. I'm going to pass to you defendants exhibits 19 and 20.
Work.
Tell us, if you would, what they depict.
Holes in the drywall of the house, our house in South Carolina.
Refer to them specifically. Exhibit number
19 has a
what does that
picture
show?
of a hole in the drywall with my hand next to it, kind of been like pushed back in.
Is it a true and accurate production of what existed at that time?
Yes.
All right, and the next one?
20 has a picture of a hole, like a fist hole through the drywall in our home.
Okay, is it a true and accurate photograph of that?
Yes.
On behalf of the defense, Your Honor, we move them into evidence.
State, any objection to defense 19 and 20?
Show them on screen.
You can put those on this exhibit.
This should be put up on screen. I've seen the pictures. Yes, there was holes and damaged drywall. All of it on the Discords. Maybe he did. Well, he was a crossfitter, so maybe that's why he chose the. I'm going to use my hands, not a sledgehammer. It is if she was in fear of her life at the time she did it. And that's what this case is all about, figuring out if she had the right to defend herself that hard, he stopped shooting.
Ashley, did Doug admit to placing an illegal tracker on your vehicle?
Yes, in a message to me.
Did you report that to the police?
Yes,
What was the result?
no charges.
Were there incidents, Ashley, where Doug would appear unexpectedly?
Yes, a lot.
And how would that come about? Can you give us an example?
I'd be driving down the road and I'd see him in the rearview mirror, a couple cars behind me, or he'd be right behind me. Or sometimes he would show up at places that I was just unexpected. I'd see him, or like in the parking lot.
And was this while you were living here in Manatee?
Yes, I was living here
And where was Doug living at the time?
in South Carolina.
How could he do that?
He was driving here.
Was this also during the time that the South Carolina injunction was in place?
Both then and after as well.
Did you report those incidents to the police?
Yes,
What was the result?
no charges.
Was there an incident with a neighbor, Ashley?
Yes.
What happened? Ashley,
She,
were you present
yes,
for the incident?
yes, he was outside in the yard at night looking in the windows of my house.
What is the neighbor's name?
Marianne Croft?
And was this reported to the police?
Yes.
Did they respond?
Yes, they came out.
Was it daytime or nighttime?
It was nighttime.
In your presence, was an identification made that it was Doug?
Yes.
What was the result?
No charges.
Was there an incident, Ashley, where you and your mother came home to find someone in the driveway of your home?
Yes.
Who was it?
It was Doug.
What did he do when he saw you?
He was on foot in front of the house, and when he saw us, he took off running.
Did you call the police?
Yes, I had to call several times before they sent someone out.
Did they take a report?
They did, but by the time they finally got there, he was long gone.
What was the result?
No charges.
I want to introduce what we've marked as Defendant's Exhibit 23 and 24. Can you identify that?
Yes.
What does 23 show?
23 is a picture of Doug with his shirt off. He's like taking a selfie.
And is that how Doug looked at or about the time of the shooting on the 27th?
Yes.
All right, and what does the next exhibit show?
It's also a picture of Doug with his shirt off. He's working out. He's like doing like a push-up, I guess.
Does that too accurately represent what Doug looked like on the day of the homicide?
Yes.
Your Honor, on behalf of the defense, we move those two exhibits into evidence.
Any objection? Received.
Just one or two more questions, Ashley. Was there a time back around May of 2020 where you wanted to learn about co-parenting with an abuser?
Yes.
Objection. Previous ruling.
Sustained.
To the question, Your Honor, or to the line of inquiry?
To the question.
Okay. Did you take any steps, Ashley, to try to determine how to co-parent?
Yes.
All right, and what was that?
I did some like Googling and reading to try to find helpful articles on what to do to make things
I'm going
good.
to pass to you what we've had marked as Defense Composite Exhibit 4, A, B, C, and D.
Objection, the previous room to these emails.
Can you approach?
Jesus. True or not, it is a good story. First, the state failed to protect the woman in need, and now they want to put her away from life. Yes, that is a way you could read it. Especially if it's true that, and there are text messages where he admits something about the tracker, I believe. But show it to the jury. Come on now, put it up on screen and say, is this the hole he punched in the wall? People are visual beings. They need it when they get the information, not in a big pile of photos after. I don't know if it's because he's not that good with tech, but he has his paralegal sitting behind him to do all of that stuff. All of that should have been shown on the big screen so people could see it, in my opinion. Well, they're not putting them on the big screen. I think that's why we waited for an hour not that long ago, because they were going through some text messages. They should do like the state did when we had that boring text message thread yesterday. Put it up there.
Actually, I'm going to
Defendants, oh, go ahead. It's heavy.
Thank you. We pass you defendant's exhibit number 4.
No, I already ruled on authenticity in the past. So over the state's objection, admitted.
Thank you. Take a look at Exhibit 4A, Ashley. What's the date?
5/11/2020.
And did you do an internet search on 5/11/23?
2020, yes.
2020, rather?
Yes.
And will you tell us what the subject you researched was?
Domestic co-parenting with an abuser.
All right, and would you go to Exhibit 4B? What's the date of 4B?
5/11/2020.
Did you do an internet search then?
Yes.
What was the subject you researched?
Ask Amanda. How do I co-parent with an abuser?
All right, and 4C?
Yes.
What's the date of 4C?
5/11/2020.
And did you do an internet search then as well?
Yes.
What was the subject?
Co-parenting versus parallel parenting with an abusive ex, the Good Men Project.
All right, and lastly, 4D. What's the date of 4D?
5/11/2020.
Did you do an internet search?
Yes.
What was the subject?
6 tips to help you co-parent with an abusive ex.
All right, Your Honor, I think I'm finished if you just give me one moment.
That was fast. Well, you married a Sweet, so you know what you got into. There are no evidence that being on the juice makes you more angry or more abusive. But if you were angry or abusive to begin with, the super creatine will help you be even more angry and abusive. Yeah, that's what I say.
Actually, I'm going to pass you what's been previously admitted as
I'm
defense
doing it for
exhibit number
research.
6.
Okay.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a whole chain of emails that were forwarded to me by my attorney.
And what is the date it was forwarded to you on?
It says Wednesday, September 23rd of 2020.
Did you read it?
Yes. I mean, do you want me to reread it now or?
Did you read it when it was forwarded to you?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead. Can the attorneys approach, please?
Oh, and we're live. So now we are gonna get our mid-morning break, and then they will start with the cross. And the cross is gonna be the very interesting because seems like she has calmed down from her initial reactions. Me as a juror, I would really like to see how her demeanor is doing the cross-examination. In my evaluation of her trustfulness, I didn't find her unbelievable. I read some of the stuff that they claim they found. I read on the Discord, but again, that's what you shouldn't do because the jury don't have access to all of that. But I think
Miss Benefield, you can step down. You can take your water, you can step down.
Okay. Should I?
Just leave everything there.
Okay. Can I throw this out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Members of the jury, it's about 11:45, so I'm going to let you go on your lunch break at this point.
Oh.
If I could have you guys back downstairs in that jury assembly room by 1 o'clock. And when I say by 1 o'clock, maybe 5 till, because the goal will be to go ahead and get you on up here and get started right around 1 o'clock this afternoon. Please remember, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves in any way, shape, or form. Don't discuss it with anybody outside of this jury, and do not do any research, watch television, read articles, anything at all about the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about. All right, leave your notes just right there on your chair, and we'll see you back right at 1 o'clock.
so. We didn't get a morning break. No, they said they had a DV expert.
All right, you all can have a seat. Ms. Benefield, when we had taken that break earlier, I had instructed you that you're in the middle of your testimony. You still are, because now the state's going to have the opportunity to do its cross-examination. The rule of sequestration applies to you. You may not discuss your testimony, any questions that have been asked with you, anything about the case, including with your own attorneys and defense team. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Otherwise, you guys are free to go, and we'll see you back here. Just maybe a couple of minutes, as I said, state and defense, maybe just a couple of minutes before 1 o'clock, with the goal of getting everybody up here and started right at 1.
Okay.
All right? Exhibits, the clerk's checking right now. Parties, stay still until the clerk tells me that she has all of the exhibits that have been entered or proffered. Wait, 4A through D, you had proffered, but then you took them back?
I believe she.
Okay. Those are the same ones?
Yes, sir.
You didn't remark new ones?
No.
All right. 13A and B. Oh, you know what? Those weren't admitted.
Right. Not admitted.
Right. No, so they weren't admitted. It was referenced and then that was it. Okay, all right, you guys are all set. Have a good lunch.
Thank you.
It's,
Well, interesting morning. Interesting they brought her on this early, and then allegedly they will bring in some DP experts afterwards. Normally you end with her, so you get all of her emotions. And talking about emotions, tonight at 9 p.m., if you want to go on an emotional roller coaster, most of it will be why? What am I doing? How? You should all watch the expert Friday night extravaganza expertise. He has a panel of weirdos out of Tennessee, Wallstrom, Diva, Valhalla, and sometimes he has out of towners on too to talk about absolutely everything or nothing. Where is it working again today? Only Sue is trying. Is word cracking out again today? Looks like it's crap again today. I'm going to take it off while I talk about the expert and how you should all, if you don't have anything to do, and who has anything to do on a Friday night, you should sign up for the expert channel. Go watch him tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, where he has lovely people on. Sometimes I join him. I don't know if I can make it tomorrow because I have a little bit of a problem with my. I have my VA's union. I have to bartend in tomorrow. So that will. I don't know. I'll have to see how late we end today. But the expert does have a Friday night show that is funny, entertaining, all over the place, and a joy to watch and be a part of, because you don't know where it starts, you don't know where it leads, but the only thing is that's true is you never know where it's going to end. So you should all sign up for the expert tonight and go watch him at 9 p.m. Please work this time so I don't have to turn it down. The expert doesn't play games. Hey, Ralphie. Ralphie sometimes is on the experts too. Isn't it working again today? Come on now, words on stream. Come on. Please work. Nope. Jesus Christ. Why is it always annoying? I'll take it off again and try put it on again. Why must it always be like this when we try to have fun? Because then I just have a whole lot of nothing while I'm going to make some food. What time back? 1900 hour. No, your time 8 o'clock. Apparently he started already when she had to go away on some trip with her mom. Yes, we are on lunch break. Well, looks like it's Crabiola today. So I will go back and put on her testimony while I go on El Breco del Luncho. So you have something if you want to hang out and watch. Then let's do this. And if you don't want to hang out, join the Discord or follow me on Twitter, and we will remind you all that we're back at roughly 12:50 p.m. But before you leave, remember to swing by The Expert on the YouTubes and follow him for the best Friday night show you can get anywhere on the YouTubes, because sometimes he allows me to come on.
6.
Benefield.
15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left to right. And if you speak in a loud, clear voice, the electronics will pick up everything.
Okay.
Mr. Taylor.
Good morning. Will you tell us your full name and spell your last name, please?
Ashley Christina Benefield, Benefield.
How are you feeling this morning, Ashley?
Nervous.
All right. Try best you can to relax, and we'll get through this.
Okay.
Tell us a little bit, Ashley, about where you were born and raised.
I was born in Corpus Christi,
Marissa,
Texas,
could you share the
and I
expert
grew up
link?
in Annapolis, Maryland.
What type
put it
of
all
family
like that, I didn't see
values were instilled in you?
Objection, relevant.
Oh,
I believe in the importance of kindness and compassion, empathy, honesty, hard work, accountability.
What type of work did your father do?
My
Objection, relevant.
I'll allow it.
Allow it.
my dad was a Naval Academy graduate who was a Navy pilot, and then started flying privately for the airlines, which is what he still does.
And how about your mom?
When I was born, my parents decided that my mom would stay home to take care of me full time since my dad traveled so much.
I want to ask you a few questions about your childhood. Did you have any siblings?
I grew up an only child.
Were your parents active in your development as a child?
Yes, they were very active in my schooling and supportive of my pursuit of the arts.
Hold on one second. I'm sorry. We need some. Get some headsets. Headsets. How many? Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I misunderstood. All right, Ms. Benefield, yeah, if you could scoot a little bit closer and speak up so the jury can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Do the best.
I apologize. Go ahead, sir.
Sure, do the best you can, Ashley.
Okay.
Do you have any hobbies?
I love art. I like drawing,
I love
painting,
them.
sculpting, ballet. I enjoy gardening, baking, cooking. Most importantly, I'm a mom.
What type of high school did you attend?
Objection, can you move on?
I'm going to sustain at this point.
Um,
I'm trying to establish her ballet, Your Honor.
All right. If it's related to something specific, then yes.
Sir. Thank you. Tell us about your high school, Ashley.
I went to a small private Christian school.
And did you study anything in
I'm
particular?
gonna
in
walk
high school?
Molly and get some food. See you
I
later.
was focused on pursuing ballet.
And was ballet a large part of your curriculum when you were in high school?
Yes, I danced full time. I actually finished my last few credits my senior year with an accredited homeschool program for athletes, so I could dance during the day.
Do you still dance professionally?
No.
Why not?
I retired after I tore my hamstring.
I want to ask you about Doug. When did the two of you meet?
We met August 25th of 2016.
And tell us what your impression of him was when you met.
He was very confident in who he was, passionate about what he was doing for work. He was fascinating to talk to.
What was it, if you recall in particular, that attracted you to him, Ashley?
He was funny, very smart, charming. We just instantly clicked.
Was Doug in the military?
Yes, just like my dad, he was in naval aviation.
Did he turn out to be who you thought he was?
No, not at all.
I want to direct your attention, Ashley, now, if I can, to the day of the homicide, September 27, 2020.
Okay.
Specifically, late in the afternoon. Would you tell us why Doug was at your home?
He came over to help load some of the larger items that my mom and I had kind of pre-staged in the garage into the U-Haul truck.
And were there any discussions between the two of you about the order that these things should be placed in the back of the truck?
Yes, we had discussed that my things would be going in last, right at the front, so they would be easy to get out first. At one point, he had me help him load one of the larger pieces into the back of the U-Haul truck. And when I was up in the truck with him, I realized that everything had been all like mixed together and it was no longer separated. And I pointed that out to him, and he got really offended and upset. He said, "It shouldn't be your stuff, my stuff, your house, my house."
Was there a particular demand he made at that time?
He said I needed to start acting like a wife.
Tell us at that point how you chose to deal with him.
I tried to change the subject. I could see how upset he was getting. So I wanted to kind of alleviate that.
And how was Doug reacting to your efforts to do that?
He was getting more upset and aggressive and threatening.
Do you attempt to avoid confrontation with him?
Yes.
What do you do?
I was trying to get him to leave. I kept suggesting that maybe we should be done, saying I was tired. We should just wrap it up for the day.
And what was Doug's reaction to that effort?
He heard me, but he completely disregarded what I was saying.
Ashley, would you tell us if there came a time shortly thereafter where there was physical contact between the two of you?
Yes.
Tell us about it.
We were in the living room, and as he came up to me, instead of walking past me, he walked like right into me, like a body check. He like bumped me.
His shoulder to your shoulder?
Yes.
And describe for us, if you can, the force of the bump.
It caught me off guard. I almost fell. I like stumbled.
How was he acting at that point?
He was clearly hostile. He was mumbling under his breath and was glaring at me.
What was your concern?
I could see that it was escalating, and I didn't want him to blow up at me.
Was there a second instance of physical contact?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
We were in the garage, and it was very much like the living room. I had just suggested strongly that I wanted to be done for the day. And he, as he came up to me, he walked right into me. Again, body checked me.
Finally, was there a third instance of contact?
Yes.
What happened?
We were in the hallway, and we were coming opposite directions towards each other, and he had a box. And as he walked up to me, he looked me in the eye, and he drove the corner of the box up into me.
Where?
My side.
Indicating on your right side?
Yes, sir.
In the hip area?
Yes, sir.
What was the result of that?
Scratching. It burned.
Yes, sir.
Ashley, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as defense exhibit numbers 8, 9, and 10. Backward.
Yeah, just do me a favor, whenever you're holding them up, they were facing the jury until they're admitted.
Sorry.
Yes, sir, thank you very much. 8, 9, and 10?
Yes, sir. Will you tell us what exhibit 8 represents, Ashley?
It's a scratch, right here.
And was that scratch caused by the cardboard box that you just related?
Yes, sir.
When was that photograph taken?
The night of September 27th, 2020 at the sheriff's office.
Okay, and how about exhibit number 9?
Also scratches, on my side.
From the same incident?
Yes, sir.
Also taken that evening at the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and exhibit 10?
The same scratches as in 9. They're just, it's a close-up.
Do these photographs actually truly and accurately reflect the scratches and bruises you received on late that afternoon on September 27, 2020?
Yes.
Do they accurately reflect how the scratches looked when they were fresh?
Yes.
Thank you. I move respectfully, Your Honor, defense exhibits 8, 9, and 10 into evidence.
Any objection? No. They'll be received.
What was your response, Ashley, after being struck by the cardboard box?
I apologized.
Why would you have apologized?
Because I could see how upset he was, and I didn't want him to get more mad at me.
Where does Doug go after that incident?
He continued to the garage with a box.
And what happens at that point?
We started getting into a back and forth about being done for the day and what still needed to be packed and that I wanted to be done. And we ended up in our daughter's bedroom, and he started screaming at me. He said, "Shut the fuck up." He started calling me names. And he said, "I can see what you're doing. You're trying to get me to leave." He said, "I don't have to leave. I can stay and spend the night if I want to because I'm your husband."
At that point, Ashley, how did you feel with respect to your own personal safety?
I was scared.
Did you take any steps to try to avoid anything further?
Yes, I ran to try to leave the house.
And where did you run to?
To the front door.
Did you make it?
No.
Tell us what happened.
He stopped me. He grabbed me by the hand and he yanked me back. I'm not really sure how he did it, but he spun around so he was in front of me, between me and the door.
So
He said,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
he said, "Where the fuck do you think you're going?"
What was your response? Do you specifically recall? Tell us.
I just blurted it out. I said, "I'm done and you need to leave now."
What was Doug's reaction to that command to leave now?
He said, "You can't fucking leave me."
Then what happens?
He hit me on the side of the head.
Ashley, I'm going to ask you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 7. Tell us what that represents.
It's a picture of my face.
Is it an accurate picture of what your face looked like on that night?
Yes, sir.
Who took that photograph?
I don't remember her name. She was at the sheriff's office.
At the sheriff's office? Okay. Now, what is it about that photograph that shows or reflects the slap or the hit that you got to the side of your head on that day by Doug?
That side of my face is swollen and puffy and discolored around my eye.
And is your eyelid drooping?
Yes.
On the side where you were hit?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move defense exhibit number 7 into evidence.
Received.
What was different at that moment, Ashley, than at any time in your prior relationship with Doug?
He had never actually hit me before.
What did you do?
I ran
Where?
to my room.
Why?
So I was scared.
Ashley, did you have anything in your room that could protect you?
I had my gun.
Did you grab the gun?
Yes.
As you're grabbing the gun, what, if anything, did you hear?
I heard the door hitting the doorstop.
As if it is flung open?
Yes.
And what do you see, Ashley, when you look up?
Doug was standing in the doorway. His face was red. Like the veins were bulging in his neck. The way he was looking at me, it didn't even look like Doug. His eyes were black.
Does he yell anything at you?
He said, "You're fucking done."
And what does he do at that point?
I held the gun like in front of me and I said, "Stop." And he like turned and he got into this like, it was like a fighting stance. I got low and he started like moving his arms and his hands around. He was making these like jerking motions.
What were you expecting when you were holding the gun out in front of you and you told him to stop?
I thought when he saw it, he would leave.
Did he?
No.
At that point, Ashley, what are you thinking?
I thought he was gonna kill me.
Tell us what happens next.
He started coming towards me and then he lunged at me. And I started pulling the trigger. And he just kept coming. And I remember trying to move to get away from him, but he kept coming at me.
Ashley, would you tell us why, if you're holding a loaded firearm, you were attempting to move away?
I was trying to get away from him. I was terrified.
All right, so you're firing. He keeps advancing. What happens next?
It was like his feet slipped out from under him and his legs went up in the air.
When Doug hits the floor, what's your immediate reaction?
I ran to get home.
Can you tell us how many shots you fired?
I have no idea. I was in a panic.
Do you remember anything about the shooting beyond what you've told us here?
It was a blur.
Where did you run for help, Ashley?
To my neighbor's house.
What's your neighbor's name?
John Sant.
Ashley, I have to ask you a couple of very difficult questions. You okay?
Yeah, sorry.
Ashley, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you shot Doug.
I was scared to death. I thought he was gonna kill me. I didn't know where to go. I was trapped in my own house. He wouldn't let me leave.
As you sit here today, Ashley, how do you feel about what happened?
Horrible. He's the father of my child. Somebody got to explain it all to her.
Judge, I wonder, could we have a minute, maybe a brief recess, to have her compose herself?
All right. Members of the jury, if you can step out for a couple of minutes, we'll bring you right back. Just leave your notes where they are. You put them face down. Please don't begin your deliberations. You can use your phones, but don't talk with anybody outside the jury about the case. Don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we're going to talk anything about. Thank you. All right, you all can have a seat. Ms. Benefield, you can have a seat. Need to take a moment to compose yourself?
Yeah, would it be all right if she stepped out?
No, sir.
May I approach her? With no conversation?
as long as you don't say anything. Yeah,
Not say a word.
yes.
You okay?
I'm sorry.
Ma'am, there's Kleenexes here next to you. Those.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
All right, Judge, I think you can bring him back in.
Okay, great.
Yes.
All right, let's go and bring the jury back in. Yes, sir. They might have stepped into the facility, so we'll wait a minute. All right, let's bring him in. Luscious. Luscious. All right, it'll be a couple of more minutes till the jurors are finished with their break. So let's 9:56. Let's say at 10:05 we'll reconvene. Ms. Benefield, I'm going to allow you to leave the stand. However, if you are in the middle of your testimony, you may not communicate with anyone at all during your testimony. Do you understand? So you can step down and use the facilities, that's just fine, but you cannot communicate even with your attorney while you're testifying, all right? Okay, you can step out and do so. So we'll be in recess until about 10:05 or so. Thank you, seated. All right, I checked. The jury is all back. They're ready to go.
Ready?
Come on back. Ready?
Yep.
State.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring him in. All right, you all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. Did anybody begin deliberations or talk about the case amongst yourselves? Did anybody communicate with anybody outside the jury about the case? Or did anybody do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about?
No, sir.
Everybody says no. Mr. Taylor, you can resume your direct examination.
Thank you, Judge White. Ashley, would you tell us where the pistol was in your bedroom?
It was in a storage bin. It was on top of my laundry basket.
Will you describe the storage bin?
It was like a square bin with hard sides and cloth covering the sides.
Do you remember how old Emerson, your child, was at the time of this incident?
About 2.
Was Emerson able to access that storage bin?
No,
Whose firearm was
mine.
it? Did you have a license?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you, Ashley, what's previously been marked as Defendant's Exhibit Number 2. And Your Honor, I'd like to, if I could, put that up on the screen, could we?
Are you from the Elmo?
For lines.
Oh, sure. One more set of lines.
Thank you, Deputy. Ashley, take a look at the picture on your concealed firearm license. And in particular, are we able to zoom in on the portrait, the picture? Yeah. Ashley, do your eyelids look the same in that picture?
Yes, sir.
Do they look different in the picture that we admitted after you were slapped?
Yes, sir.
Let's put the, you see now. Let's put Defendant's Exhibit Number 7 up on the screen. Ashley, what side of your face did he hit you on?
The left side.
The left side.
Left side.
And as we're looking at this picture, it would be to the right.
Correct.
Is your eyelid on the right side the same as your eyelid on the left side?
No, sir.
And how about your eyebrow? The space between your eyebrow and your eyelid on the right side, is that the same as the space between your eyebrow and your eyelid on the other side?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, Judge. I think we can lift the blinds. Was the firearm registered to you, Ashley?
Yes.
All right, I'd like to now direct your attention back to your initial introduction to Doug. How long was it before Doug expressed his devotion to you?
It was about 4 days after we met that he told me he loved me.
Did any significant event follow after he expressed his love for you?
He flew me to South Carolina, where he was living at the time, and asked me to marry him, and I said yes.
You remember the date?
September 7th, 2016.
How old was he at the time on September 7th, 2016?
54,
And how old were you?
24.
When you finally moved in together, what was it like?
It was challenging. Doug hadn't told his daughter Eva that we had gotten married, and so when she found out, she was really upset. Just understandable. Our mom had suddenly passed 8 or 9 months before, and I was a complete stranger to her. Now I'm moving into her house.
At that point in your relationship, Ashley, describe for us the man you thought you'd marry.
He was very loving and attentive. He was always with me. We did everything together. We laughed a lot. And he made me feel very special and loved. He always was looking for ways to be with me and to do things for me.
Was there a short time after that you were separated?
Oh, yes, sir.
And what was the reason?
Before I had met him, I had planned a trip. And so I went on my trip. It was a cruise with my mom and one of my girlfriends.
Were you able to communicate with Doug while you were on the cruise?
Yes, sir.
How?
We mostly messaged each other.
I'm going to pass to you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 3, I believe, for identification.
Yes. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Oh, the ones that we did, sorry.
Yes, sir.
I'll take a minute and go through those, and I'm going to ask you about them.
Okay. Do you want me to read all of them, or?
Yeah, go
Okay.
through all of them. And then I'm going to ask you some questions about it.
Okay.
Are those text messages actually a true and accurate copy of the messages you received from Doug Benefield while you were on the cruise?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move defense exhibit number 3 into evidence.
Objection?
Can you approach this?
Yes.
to introduce defense exhibit number 3.
Any additional objections?
Oh, I'm sorry, not other than what we discussed.
Okay. Admitted, subject to what we discussed at the bench.
Ashley, in this exhibit number 3, who's represented in blue and who's represented in green?
I take a look again. I'm blue and Doug is green.
You're blue and Doug is green.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I want to ask you what you thought and how you felt after this series of text messages where he said the following to you. And I'll go through them and you can respond.
Okay.
Like always being armed. And understanding them and how to conduct warfare in them for the kingdom. If I dwelt on it, I would go into a rage to remove them from the earth. I desire to exterminate them, and holding back is a challenge. They are rats that should be removed. Last night, just the jerks arguing near you about put me in sheer murderous mood, but I was stuck. I couldn't defend you. But could have been a fight, etc. Only you being with me will over time remove the images in my head. It is same, and knowing you were taken advantage of still in my mind makes me explode with anger to take them out. God made you for me. You haven't seen the warrior side and never want to. We went from joy and passion to now I'm in a testosterone rage inside. But kill the bad people. How long had you been married when you received these texts from Doug?
I believe it was about like a month or so. Probably thereabout.
Do you recall approximately how long you had been married?
Well, we got married in the beginning of September, and this would have been the end of November.
Okay.
So more than that, I'm sorry.
What did you think? Was there anything about those texts that caused you to pause?
You know, at the time, I kind of tried to write it off that he was my new husband and he was just trying to be kind of manly and, you know, be protective and, you know, was trying to show that he really loved me. I think that was kind of what I
Did you
thought
think
at
it
the
was
time.
flattering?
Yeah.
Ashley, how long did this facade that you've described of Doug's last?
Probably about 3 months.
And what signs did you begin to see that he was not who you thought he was?
When I got back from the cruise, he started becoming very like controlling and possessive. He started criticizing everything about me, like the way I would wear my hair or did my makeup or the way I dressed. I found myself trying to change everything about me to make him happy.
If you had to pinpoint a specific incident, Ashley, early on that stands out to you, what would that be?
A friend of his had come to town to visit, and we went out to dinner with him. And when we went to leave, Doug had had a little too much to drink, and so I said that I would drive home. And he instantly got really mad at me. He was offended. He started screaming at me, and it continued all the way home. And when we got inside, I told him that he was drunk and he just needed to go to bed. And that really set him off. And he tried to flip over the dining room table He threw a chair at me. He kept screaming at me until he stopped, and then he apologized. And he said it would never happen again. He said he's really sorry.
And Ashley, did it happen again?
Yes.
Explain what happened.
We had gone to church one Sunday, and after service, after everyone was leaving, we talked to the pastor in like the lobby area in front. And at one point, Doug stormed off, and by the time I caught up with him, it was in the parking lot, and he started cussing at me, calling me names. And when we got in the truck, he accused me of having a thing for the pastor, and he said I was a slut and a whore, and he screamed at me all the way home.
Ashley, was he aggressive and threatening like that in other instances?
It started happening more and more with me and with our animals. He would hurt our pets.
On approximately how many occasions was he cruel to your pets?
A handful.
How would Doug react following a dark episode?
Well, he was either really up or really down. And after, he'd be very sweet and apologetic, and he'd be kind, and things would be good. And it was kind of like a flip of a switch, and something would set him off again.
Did you find anything one day, Ashley, that gave you insight into Doug's marriage to his previous wife, Renee?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what it was.
I had been going through and kind of cleaning and organizing, and I was going through a bunch of old devices like phones and iPads, and I found a texting conversation between Doug and Renee, his previous wife.
Let me pass to you, Ashley, what we've marked as defendant's exhibit number 11. Can you identify that, Ashley?
This is part of the texting conversation. This is a text from Renee Benefield to Doug.
Is that a true and accurate copy of what you came across that day that you just related to us?
Yes, sir.
At this point, I'd like to move that into evidence as defense exhibit number 11.
No objection.
Received.
I'm going to read this to you. Let me know if it's accurate.
Okay.
I was deeply disappointed that you distorted the truth about who you really were when I married you. I loved you, though finding out you weren't really what you pretended to be. You kicking me so hard on New Year's Eve on our honeymoon because you were having trouble functioning in certain areas. You holding a gun to your head twice in my home that I opened to you with my children that still love you. Having to sell everything down to my wedding ring. Finding out you were on Viagra, which all of you had to do was tell me, you know I wouldn't care. Trying to film us making love on our honeymoon. Finding out that you wore eye pencil on and on. I loved you so much I didn't care. That's why I was shocked to think you would take pictures of me without asking. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Tell us, Ashley, how Doug would act when he would go off.
He would call it a fit of rage. Sometimes it was as simple as him just yelling and screaming at me or cussing at me, calling me names. Other times he would throw things or break things or smash things. He would come at me like he was going to hit me. He told me I was lucky that he punched walls instead of me.
Are there any incidences in particular, Ashley, that stand out to you?
Yes.
Tell us, please.
We were having an argument, and he came at me like he was going to hit me.
and our dog Sully jumped up in between us and he punched him in the face so hard that he knocked him out. I just remember screaming because I thought he had killed him.
Were there other times that Doug hurt the animals?
Yes, he had hit, kicked, punched Sully. He threw our cat multiple times. Sometimes he threw Snuffy down the stairs.
What kind of impact did this behavior have on you?
I was always walking on eggshells, trying to do the right things. Because if I said the wrong thing, he would get mad at me. And so I always tried to do it right. If I wore the wrong thing, he would call me a whore or a slut. I feel like I couldn't do anything right.
Was there an incident, Ashley, in June of 2017 that you vividly recall?
Yes.
Please explain it.
We were having an argument and it started getting really out of hand. He pulled a gun out and he was like waving it around. And then he threw it at me. And it hit the wall behind me, punched a hole in the wall. And I went to run to try to leave. He pulled the gun out and held it to his head. He said that he's gonna blow his fucking brains out, and that's gonna have to watch him. And he pulled the trigger and he shot a hole in the ceiling in the kitchen.
Ashley, at that point, what were you thinking about your marriage?
He wasn't anything like I thought he was. I feel like I had made a really big mistake marrying him. It was like I was just living in this nightmare. I never knew what I was gonna get.
Did there come a time in July or August of 2017 when you found yourself with child?
Yes.
So let's be clear here chronologically. You became pregnant after this incident where you related that he shot the gun in the ceiling of the kitchen?
Yes, it would have been like right after that, I guess.
Was it planned?
No, it's the last thing on my mind at that point.
How would you deal with Doug?
I tried to do all the right things and keep him happy. Kind of just go with the flow. I didn't want to rock the boat ever.
Did you have a difficult pregnancy?
Yes, I was really sick.
Did you go home from South Carolina to stay with your mom here in Bradenton at the end of August 2017?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a time when you returned to South Carolina?
Yes.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Ashley, why you returned to South Carolina?
I had decided that I was going to leave him. And so I went back to get my things. When he brought me down, I didn't even have like a suitcase or anything. So I went back to get my stuff. And I wrote him a note and left him a letter saying why I was leaving.
I'm gonna have an objection.
You approach.
statement for the record. I'd like to make a statement for the record. All right, Ashley, can you identify what we marked for identification of defendant's exhibit
Judge,
number?
I can't object.
Sustained.
She can't even identify it.
No, sir. I need number one.
You told us you left him a letter?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. Let me pass this to you. You can.
Judge, I'm gonna object.
Sustained.
Do you remember independently everything that you said in the letter?
Not everything, no.
Would it help refresh your recollection if you were able to see the letter?
Yes.
Judge, objection.
Sustained.
At the time that you wrote the letter, Ashley, were the contents fresh in your mind?
At the time, yes.
The letter was written in September 2017.
Yes, that's correct.
It's now 2024,
Yes, sir.
so 7 years ago.
Yes.
All right. Do your best
Okay.
to try to respond to a series of questions I'm going to ask you.
Okay.
What did you tell Doug?
Objection, hands down.
Sustained. Sir, can we approach, please?
Hello, everybody, and hopefully you had a good resting times. And I can see we are still arguing about how should you look on the stand. That's the age-old question, because I'm sure a lot of lawyers would love to know why is it in Barbara Russell. so they could teach their clients exactly how to look, because then they would win all the cases. Again, I don't find her. Maybe I should do a before the What are you eating? Stop. No, and again, some people can turn it off. Some people can turn it off. Some people, I don't know. I don't do horoscopes and I don't do body language. It's both bunk science in my book. Unless you can predict this week's lotto numbers, then I will start believing horoscopes. Fedorowski thinks she's acting. Yeah, my biker, my only goal every day is to make you mad. What is Jade Wood asking? Can you get the Discord link? You can. Try to reach out to Irish or Marissa, and they can help you get it. No, my horoscopes is 100% truth. Because you are a Sagittarius, you will meet a dark, handsome stranger. And again, yes, what I think doesn't matter. I didn't think the state proved that she wasn't in fear of her life, that she had that she had planned this attack. Their story about it being because of that that report coming out, I don't buy that. Them claiming it was because she wanted to be a single mom. She literally have Google searches saying how to co-parent. So I don't feel they prove their case. But I almost never feel the state proves anything. No, your mom lied to you about when you were born. My horoscope told me that. You are a Sagittarius. She just wanted to save. So she gave you a birthday really close to when the shops had sales. Fellow Aquarius, we're going to have it the day we're having good luck and have fun. Yeah, I am an Aquarius, or as known in Denmark, a jellyfish. Well, you could. You shouldn't, but you could. Christine, he was controlling her and forcing her to share the U-Haul. I can make up the just as many counter arguments. The problem is none of that have been mentioned in court. We are sitting here making up our own, we're filling in the blanks in our puzzle. Try looking at what has been presented in court, and nothing has been presented in court that in any way backs up the story that they said in opening statements. She wanted to be a single mom. Whatever that means. Sole custody, no guy around. They never really got back to that point. So closing argument's going to be interesting, but I actually think they are going to take off the glove doing cross-examination, and I think that would be a mistake. Her stares tells me she's lying. Well, I don't read body language. That's why I'm single. I don't know what that is. Hey! See you later, squirrel. Yeah, the mods are back. Don't mind me. It's the mod you have to be afraid of. Or Jamie. If Jamie come back, everyone be on your best behavior. Jamie's mean. And if you want to see what Jamie looks like, you could check in tomorrow. I'll have my Stab Your Days Saturday show. It has nothing to do, well, it ends up being something stupid with courts anyway. It's just a fun morning show, 9 Eastern, where we just have fun, hang around, talk for a couple of hours, and start the Sunday with a smile. No, probably it would be the Saturday, you idiot. Oh yeah, it's Saturday tomorrow. So why would you start the Sunday with a smile when it's on a Saturday? Well, it's because it's so fun, so you'll smile all the way through Sunday. Oh, that's a good explanation. No, it's not. She claims she's not mean, but I have her constantly in the Discord telling me, why know that? Why know this? Your new puppy's birthday is the same as yours. And remember, you will meet a tall, dark stranger. Oh, and we have movie nights on the Discord on Sunday at 6 p.m., I believe it is. Will Smile Lady make an appearance? I have to find the 1 hour break video. I don't know what it will be. Yeah, but I don't have enough money for that, Golfsum. She might be. I don't. I got married to a woman I made pregnant in 14 days. I'm not the best judge of character because I got divorced within a year and a half. So I don't understand women. They don't understand me. I found that out. What got me into watching trials? That I am at juror in Denmark. We have a different system. We call them laymen's, and I've been doing this 13 years this year. So it's kind of like an occupational habit because I love to see how different the American justice system is. So I started watching on Recounting, and then I jumped over to Dave's, and then Dave said, hey, come on, talk about the Danish justice system. And then he said, should we do a dual stream trial? You can speak a passable English. And then he said, well, I'm bored. I'm out of here. You and Jamie can do the rest. And since then, Jamie and I have done the rest. And Dave has retired 25 times. Yeah. More papers next to the microphone, please. Come on. Oh, I have to say. Hey, Jamie. Guys, what I said was just a joke.
I heard you the whole time. Talking so much crap.
So I'm going to pay for that one too.
Yeah. So I missed like the little bit of the last half. Are they going to cross after this, or are they staying back?
Yeah, we're starting cross when they come back.
Okay. Hi, Boosh.
I heard over on Melanie that one of her friends was standing sobbing outside in the stairwell. So emotions. State is gonna make this go on like a snail party on purpose. I think there will be. I actually think they will go hard on her. I don't think it's a good idea, but I think these two ladies seem aggressive. Hola, Alec. Boom, 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 boom. Why is that the song I always go to when I'm thinking?
Why do they have so many papers to go through? Why don't they have
Yeah, and why don't they have them ready? Because they had an extra long lunch break.
Yeah.
Oh, no one updated the Discord that we were live today. You could have done that. I could have done that. I know.
Son of a beast.
They are all ogres, Baker, not ladies, so it's in their nature.
Yeah, let me know if you find everybody.
Okay.
Who's there? I just heard 2 seconds of it. Hey, Jamie.
Come on.
Yes. That's, I don't know if it's ignorant. It's just, we believe we can read people, but in reality, that's why con men can con people. Because we want to believe we are smart enough to always know what another person is thinking. We're not. You need a very, very long baseline to establish when a person is lying, when a person is anxious. And none of these experts who will go on court TV or have their own channels talking about, well, you can clearly see the way she was looking down and to the left. She was in her memory banks. This is real. She was looking down and to the right. That's the creative center of the mind. Generally, yes, there are some to put in there, but you would have to have
Good
watched
afternoon. We're
her
back on the record in State versus Ashley Benefield. We've
for
had our
days
lunch
to
break.
understand that.
It's about 1 in the afternoon. I have
Exactly.
both prosecutors and Mr. Taylor here along with Miss Benefield.
I hate the
Before we get
papers.
started, Miss Benefield, when we took our lunch break, I gave you the full warning that I give to all the witnesses that you've heard multiple times regarding sequestration. I was erroneous, however, because my instruction to the criminal defendant has to be modified slightly. You are allowed to meet and speak with your attorney over the break.
Oh.
I no sooner got upstairs and realized I gave you the full sequestration instruction. Now, there was no objection to it. Case law talks about if there's an objection to it or a deprivation of the right to counsel. But I want to make sure if there was any error, or even arguable error, that I correct that now.
I appreciate it, Judge. We'll be able to get it all worked out.
Okay, so I'm happy if you want to take time to speak because you're allowed to. I'm happy to take a recess and give you that time if you need.
Thank you. We're fine.
All right, sir.
I think there will be a pre-objection to something I intend to introduce.
Okay, yeah, if you know about him now, let's talk about him before we bring the jury in.
She must be sorry I'm using these words. Pooping bricks.
But I don't know which ones it is.
Because she doesn't know. This is the most important conversation she'll have in her life.
Oh, yeah. This is where it makes or breaks it.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, you don't have to approach. Or unless you want to. Is it something we want to keep?
No.
Okay.
It's her fault if she walked first.
I did.
So I have States Exhibit 103 and States Exhibit 104.
Yes. It's their objection, so.
Okay, yes, objection.
Relevance is to the modeling photo, and mugshot, we submitted a memorandum to the court. It's pretty clear case law, mugshots are not admissible.
I disagree that the case law is clear and the mugshot is not admissible. But the relevance of both of those is to show her face before and after this incident, so the jury can make their own determination if there's swelling on her face. And I did say when we had a pre-trial discussion about the mugshot that I would not intend to enter it unless the defendant made it relevant by testifying that she had swelling on her face. So I do believe now that she said there was swelling on her face, I can introduce the mugshot that occurred weeks later to show.
I apologize.
I was done, I'm sorry.
Objecting party, rebuttal.
I know I wasn't able to introduce in the state's case in chief. I don't think they should be entitled to introduce at ours either.
Well, I think there was some evidence that was introduced. It all depended on what it was. Thank you both very much. 103, what did you refer that to? A modeling picture? Is a modeling picture showing the defendant's front face down to the chest area. And 104 is, I've not compared it, but you say that's the booking photo that was taken when she was arrested.
But she wasn't arrested till 6 months later, 3 months later.
I was just checking because there's
Yeah.
like a speck on it. I was checking to see if that was a paper speck or in the picture.
But a modeling photo, Jamie, I don't know how you, but when I do my more risque modeling, I normally use filters and, of course, use shadows to make everything look bigger. And you introducing a modeling photo of this is how she looked before. No, this is how a makeup artist made her look.
And Photoshop. Hello.
Yeah. And I'll bet you they just want to put it in there because it's one of those. Maybe it's the picture where you can see it's, well, in my opinion, it's nothing, but it might to some look a little risque. Again, I grew up in the 90s. I've seen worse. No, but back then it was normal to see Pamela Anderson or even your former first lady. We weren't as afraid of bodies back then as you are today. You young kids on your TikToks don't know what it is. But producing a modeling photo, that to me is absolutely crapalicious.
Yeah, like, I don't know. That's dumb.
Yeah.
So yes, what we originally talked about, I don't think there's, I don't agree that there's a blanket prohibition on the entry of a booking photo. However, it is a bit of a more unique situation if there was an erroneous decision not to allow one party or the other to introduce evidence during the other side's case in chief. It's a fairly simple remedy that the other party can just call them, in their case in chief or in rebuttal, lay the proper predicate and introduce the evidence if it's admissible. In this situation, it's a little bit different, obviously. These would need to be authenticated by the defendant, so I don't think it's improper. I'll allow it. The only thing I'm going to require, however, is the 104 is just to be referred to by the date. On such and such a date was your photo taken.
And Judge, I respectfully disagree. There's no case law that says a jury cannot know that a person was arrested. The only case law is that a person cannot be made to sit at a trial in jail clothes. But there was no prohibition. They know she was arrested.
Mhm.
So I believe that helps substantiate the date that it was taken and the time that it was taken. But,
And I think you can ask her the date and time. So, yeah, no, overruled.
Can I see the exhibits?
Of course.
Judge, just for the record, the state has still not received the ordered defense exhibit list that we instructed them to get.
Are there any other defense exhibits?
Yeah,
Well,
those when I was young.
Let's finish, let's close this issue out.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I believe she was arrested in 2 or 3 months is what the officer said yesterday.
Yeah, it was a couple months later.
Yeah. Because they had to figure out if it was an illegal viewing. I never
All right,
wore
so
subies.
defense has handed state 103 and 104 back. The question was asked regarding defense exhibits. I don't know what's left. I don't know what witnesses are being called or when. But do you have an exhibit list that complies with Rule 3.220?
I think we gave them all.
No?
Judge, they gave us 360 something items, file folders with multiple pages in each one. That is
Just
not,
again?
that does not comport with the rule. They need to tell us what they are going to introduce specifically.
Well, the rule calls for what do you intend to introduce?
We have them, we'll share them with the prosecution today.
Prior to any other witnesses being called.
Yes.
Okay. Are you ready? State.
Judge, I just still would ask for a list because it's hard for us to, when showing us them, I don't have the ability to recopy them and do all those things like I would have if I'd gotten a proper list. And so it's just hard for me to be able to then go find the things to be able to figure out if they're complete.
So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have a mid-trial exhibit exchange. And we'll take a break. Maybe it'll be the mid-afternoon break. I have no idea.
We'll give them a list.
And you're gonna get a list. And if not, you can go through them and you can write on a piece of paper exactly what they are. And if you say, I want a copy, they're gonna give you a copy.
Yes, sir, thank you so much.
Okay. Problem solved. You ready? You ready to go?
Yes.
All right. When we finish, Ms. Benefield, you were on the stand, so if you could reposition yourself, please.
And if
Yeah,
we could
it's the
put
worst
screen
tag
down
team in history. It's worse
And
than
shut the blinds, thank you.
Yeah.
the Nasty Boys.
The clerk is gonna leave the lights. The clerk's gonna leave the lights as is. When you need the lights lowered, then let us know.
Okay. I don't know what you're talking about. 52. I don't need that. Oh.
All right, bring in the jury.
Gwennon, when you have watched as many trials as I have, these are one of the least bad chirons. Normally, it's something like it's very prejudicial, but it's like this all the time. If it bleeds, it leads. You are a ladies' man, McFadden. I made Jamie laugh the other day.
Or you all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. Over the lunch break, did anybody talk amongst yourselves or discuss the case in any way? Did anybody talk with anybody outside of the jury about the case? Or did anybody do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about? Everybody says no. So State, you may begin your cross-examination.
I would like to just start with a couple of issues. So first, Doug Benefield never punched you ever, correct?
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Doug Benefield never choked you ever.
No,
He never kicked you.
no.
He never pointed a gun at you,
He waved a gun in my direction.
but it was not pointed at you,
It
correct?
was pointed at me while he was waving it at me.
He never came at you with a knife.
No.
Or a club.
No.
Or a baseball bat.
No.
So there are 30 years difference between you and Doug, correct?
Yes,
And you got married after 13 days.
yes,
And you spoke with him about, or organized with him about starting this ballet.
yes.
And all of the money for the ballet came from him or investors, right?
My mom also funded a part of the ballet.
You didn't put anything into it. Money.
Not from my account, no.
In fact, during this time in South Carolina, you never worked, did you?
He wouldn't let me work.
Okay. When you said in the very beginning he flew you to South Carolina to visit before you were married, he paid for that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the cruise you talked about going on, he paid for that?
No,
He didn't.
he did not pay for the cruise. No.
Okay.
Yeah, he paid for my friend to go, but I had already paid for my mom and I to go. So
Okay. So he paid for your friend to go,
yes.
and he did not go with you.
Oh no. Mm-mm.
I want to ask you about the text messages that the defense talked to you about. It's going to be Defense Exhibit 3. I'm going to hand it to you. And I have the entirety of it on a spreadsheet that I'm going to put up, which is State's Exhibit 99. If we could dim the lights, please. And Judge, based on the rule of completeness, State would enter into evidence State's 99.
Did you want to be heard in addition to what we said earlier?
I haven't actually seen the specific message.
Any objection to State's 99?
I'm Baker. This is Jamie. You know us, yeah? Are you beginning to get a little dementia?
See,
So I'm going to put this up on the board
And
behind you.
please chat. Calmale, calmale.
We're trying to get it to come up on the screen.
Yeah, don't do that. that's when they normally do it. But he did ask during the state's case to have the case thrown out because of some evidence.
Okay. So I would like to orient you to what we're looking at. So on the top line, it gives whether the messages are outgoing or incoming. That would be the third, fourth column that we're looking at. And what I would like you to do is read the body of these as we go through. I'm going to expand it so you can see it. And if you could just read these for the jury.
Okay. One part is just looking at Renee.
Who is that from you or from Doug?
It's from Doug to me.
So from Doug, one part is just looking at Renee. Okay, go ahead.
I'll tell that part to start. The day I met her, I felt her before I saw her. Oh. My ex-husband lived to argue. Renee and I maybe argued 5 times in 15 years, and even then ended up laughing. Smiley face. I'm a clown at heart and love people being happy. That seems like a hard act to follow. Baby. Like always being armed. Yes, my love.
And the outgoing messages are you or Doug?
It looks like outgoing is Doug. Yeah, outgoing would be from Doug.
Judge, can we see the date for reference of the messages?
It's up on the screen.
It says delivered. By the time it says delivered.
So yes, my love, I think was the last thing you said. And then what's the next thing?
Are you doing things that are dangerous?
And you're going to have to speak up just a little bit.
I'm sorry.
Here.
Are you doing things that are dangerous? To think of all the time that you were not with me and understanding them and how to conduct warfare in them for the kingdom.
Where was he when he was sending you these messages? While you were on the cruise?
I believe he would have been in Charleston.
Okay. He wasn't on a business trip?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Continue reading. All the other people.
All the other people. Then a rectangle. It makes me so sad. And then another rectangle. If I dwelled on it, I would go into rage to remove them from the earth.
And your response to that?
Yes, baby, I hate it. It hurts. He said I could defend myself, and you were easy prey for predators. You're sweet and want to please people, and they used that.
And you said? I'm sorry, and then he said?
I desire to exterminate them, and holding back is a challenge. They are rats that should be removed.
And you said?
Oh, baby, my love. Yes. Like that night, like last night, just the jerks arguing near you about put me in a sheer murderous mood that I was stuck and I couldn't defend.
This is to read in the full context of the messages the defense read in the beginning.
Yeah.
But I don't, who are the people he want to kill?
Yeah.
I still haven't figured that one out.
You. I said, thank you, baby, but I was okay. He said, but could have been a fight, etc. Only you being with me will over time remove images in my head. It is same, and knowing you were taken advantage of in my mind makes me explode with anger to take them out. God made you for me. And I said, yes, baby.
He said to enjoy the beauty he did craft on earth. I see Renee as Eva's mom, not my wife. It is strange, but
Can you pull that back up?
he said it is strange,
Sorry
but there
for
is no
he
emotional
wanted to
connection.
take them out. Could just be
I said,
to
well,
dinner.
I'm glad. I just wish I could see it that way.
And you said, I'm glad, I wish I could see it that way. Were you talking about being jealous of his relationship with Renee?
I guess you could put it that way.
You can continue to read.
I know we both have a battle to fight in our minds. He was sitting on the mantle in the background. I'm crazy, I know. But it just killed my heart. I know I see you in my mind with a bad person with your legs spread and a shitty person choking you out. That haunts me. I love you and I never want to hurt you. I'm sorry. Rectangle. Now all I see is some douchebag on top of you, fucking you with your legs spread and him choking you out and fucking you more. Right now, I literally...
Sorry for the language. I didn't know this would come in.
Well, what are they talking about?
Apparently, she had an either some guy who had a kink or
Yeah.
yeah. I never got that choking part.
literally want to kill him or them. I said, baby, don't even think like that. He said, you haven't seen the warrior side and you never want to. I said, no one will ever touch me. I am yours. I don't. You are right. I want to see you only as my sweet and loving husband who is gentle to me and kind. He said, we went from joy and passion to now I'm in a testosterone rage inside. And who is always there and safe? That's what I said. And I said, let's not ruin the day. He said, but kill the bad people. Okay. And I said, tell me that you love me.
So this conversation was about things that you had told him that people had done to you, correct? When he's talking about, I'm imagining this, I'm imagining people choke you, he's talking about a conversation that you had had with him explaining that this had happened.
I think he was referring to on the cruise one night I was talking to him on the phone and I was sitting out in the hallway up at the top deck and I was just trying to get somewhere where it'd be quiet so I could talk to him. And it was near, there was some like a bar or something up there, I think, I'm not sure, but people were coming in and out, like maybe a restaurant. And while we were talking, he heard.
Is the answer yes or no?
She's saying, you need to allow her to finish her answer, Your Honor. Let me finish your answer.
He had heard a couple of guys that were talking loudly and he got upset because he thought these guys were going to hurt me. And so he had talked about then that he imagined that, you know, I was out in the world without him and that people were going to take advantage of me and that he didn't know it was going to happen to me.
And he was afraid for your safety.
Yeah.
And he was saying that if anybody hurts you or he thinks about anybody hurting you, it sends him into a rage.
Yes.
And that scared you.
I'm sorry.
And that scared you.
Well, as I said earlier, at the time, I kind of, you know, played it off in my head that he was just my new husband who was trying to be protective and like show that he loved me by kind of being, you know, manly.
Okay. So I want to talk about you having a baby. So Doug had a vasectomy removal in April of 2017, right?
Yes.
And you paid for that?
Part of it went on my debit card or my credit card.
And your intention was to get pregnant?
Yes, we had talked about that, yeah.
And this was how many months after you were married?
We got married in September, so October, November, December, January, February, March, April. 7.
And was this, during this time, you said he had started criticizing you, right? about the way you looked, your clothes, the way you acted. He was, according to you, he flipped a table, tried to flip a table, threw a chair, right?
Yes,
He would scream at you.
yes,
He would call you slut and whore,
yes.
and you want a baby.
Ma'am, you know how many people are in terrible relationships have babies
Yeah,
with these
we
people?
were married. We wanted a family.
Okay. So the vasectomy reversal happens, and I believe you said that this baby was a surprise. Is that what you said?
Well, we weren't like planning on it right then. Yeah.
Were you having unprotected sex?
I suppose so.
You're supposed to.
Okay. So
don't
you
get
knew that unprotected sex would result potentially in a pregnancy.
The doctor had told us that it probably wouldn't work for a while. So it wasn't something that we thought would happen that fast.
Okay. But it did.
Yes.
How quickly? When did you get pregnant?
I guess July.
And right around this time is when you say the incident happened where Doug threw a gun at a wall.
He threw it at me.
Shot a gun at the ceiling. I think you made several allegations, correct?
Yeah, he admitted to it, but yes.
What were you arguing about?
I think Eva was part of it. I don't specifically remember.
And wasn't it true that you had a problem with Eva and you thought she was disrespecting you at that time?
I wouldn't say I had a problem with Eva. There was a lot of tension in the house, but yeah, there's a lot of things going on that
Okay.
were not ideal.
You knew she was 15.
Yeah.
And you knew she had just lost her mother tragically to death.
Yeah.
And you were how much older than her?
10 years, 9 years, 10 years.
And this tension surprised you?
No. I mean, at first he had told me that she was really going to love me and that she was ready to have a woman in her life and that he wanted me to move in quickly because she needed a mom. So he made it sound like she also felt that way.
And you had no feelings of your own?
Oh, I was excited to get to be her stepmom.
And you gave her a shadow box right around this time, correct?
For Christmas, so it would have been in December.
All right. And what was the shadow box?
You want me to describe it?
Yes.
It was like a small picture. It had like deep sides and like the glass was at the front of it. And there was a sand dollar that I had painted and decorated. And I put it on like a black cardstock. And I wrote a saying on it that said something about how like you can be strong through the storms and that, you know, seashells are beautiful things that come out of storms.
And that shadow box is the reason you were arguing that day with Doug, correct?
I know it came up at one point. I don't know if that was the reason.
And what was the problem with the shadow box?
Eva had taken it apart and I guess had thrown out the thing that I made and was using the picture frame for something else.
What was she using the picture frame for?
She had put a rose from her mom's funeral in it.
And that upset you pretty badly, didn't it?
It made me really sad. I had taken a lot of time to make it for her and I thought it was special. And yeah.
You began crying.
Yes.
And you dropped to the floor and sobbed hysterically.
Probably.
You were so upset that she put her dead mother's rose in the shadow box.
Right. It wasn't that. It was that she took it apart. I mean, I would have bought her another shadow box.
You went to Doug and said it was disrespectful that she took this apart.
According to Doug?
No, according to you. You went to
Okay.
Doug and said, she's acting disrespectfully. You need to handle her. She upset me. I'm crying.
I don't remember saying that about that.
Isn't it, in fact, what you were arguing about? before this whole incident with the gun and the ceiling?
Is this relevant as it relates to the daughter?
Can you approach, please?
Jamie, you are just as young as this lady. This is how you protect from baby flowers. Guys in chat, remember, always wrap the stinger if you don't want babies.
Jesus.
What? I'm teaching you about the
Baker
birds and
and
the
his
bees.
baby talk. Well, yeah, go ahead. I'm unaware of
But
all of these things.
I'm just showing that if you put a dimmy on the stinger, it won't
So the
make
day
baby
that this
flowers.
argument happened, you actually, at one point, were in the car with Doug, right?
Yes,
Okay, you were going to the bank and going to do some other errands.
I believe so.
And the entire time, you're upset about this shadow box.
I don't distinctly remember that, but the argument kind of came from there, I guess.
And in fact, it wasn't an argument, right? It was you being upset.
Well, he said that like life was out of control and he couldn't deal with the people at home and he couldn't deal with the people at the ballet. And he felt like everything was just too stressful and he was upset with everybody.
And didn't he ask you to stop?
I'm sure at some point.
And you didn't stop
I guess not.
for the car ride? No? Yes or no?
I don't remember.
And you kept telling him you need to discipline Eva.
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. And he said, let's just stop talking about this for a while. I need to think.
He was yelling at me.
So he's yelling at you, but you weren't sitting there like you are now, were you? You weren't sitting there like this.
I guess I was buckled into the car, so I probably would have been sitting further back.
And you didn't stop. And then you get home, you're still arguing, correct?
He was still yelling at me, yes.
And you're not yelling at all. And the fact that he had a gun with him when you continued to argue in the house was because he grabbed the gun from inside the car to bring his items from the car into the house, correct?
I'm not sure why he had it, I guess.
Okay. And it was in a holster.
I believe so.
And you both used to carry guns.
Mm-hmm.
You carried guns on a regular basis.
Yes,
you
ma'am.
have had at the time more than one gun.
Yes, ma'am.
And you actually bragged, as well as Doug, about having guns, correct?
Yes.
And you would go shoot them on a regular basis.
I haven't been to their range since before the presidential election.
Okay. But during the time that you met Doug at a political event, you had one of the guns in your bra.
Yes, that's where I concealed carried.
Okay. So having a firearm in a car or in the house is not that unusual to you.
That's not the problem. It's the waving
Yeah.
and throwing of the pew pew.
Exactly.
I said this lady would go hard. I don't think this is working.
No, ma'am.
All right. So after you get back inside, there's this argument that continues on and on and on and on. And you're still asking Doug to discipline Eva.
I don't recall that.
Okay. And you say he was waving a gun around and threw a gun at you. Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
So he has a gun in his hand, could point it at you,
He did point
but
it
he
at me.
throws a gun at the wall.
No, he threw it at me. He missed me.
Okay. And it hit the wall.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And you think that's okay? Okay.
Yeah,
When was
because she had a
this?
concealed carry permit.
What was the date
yeah.
of this argument?
I believe it was the end of June.
2017.
Yes, ma'am.
When was your wedding reception?
It was shortly after that, maybe like a week or two later. I don't remember specifically.
Okay. So even though you'd been married before, you were now having a wedding reception.
Yes, when we got married, it was just the two of us.
And at this wedding reception, you had a lot of guests come.
I'd say maybe a dozen. My friends and family came.
And they're dressed up.
Yes,
You're in your wedding dress.
yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 10. I want you to tell me what this is, or I'm sorry, it's 100. I want you to tell me what this is. It's going to come up behind you. What is this a picture of?
That's a picture of Kevin, Christy, me, and then Doug.
Okay. And is that a picture from the wedding reception that we just talked about?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 101. What is that?
That's a picture of me and my friend Christy.
And is it at the same wedding reception?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 102. What is that?
It's a picture of my friend Laura and me, and then my friend Christy.
And this is also at the same reception?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State will move into evidence States 100 through 102.
So she's going to argue she don't have enough pictures of her husband at a wedding reception.
No, look at how, it's probably how happy she looks. Look at how happy you are. I don't
But
know.
you see, does she know that every single day in thousands of homes, a man or a wife has had the shittiest day ever? But going outside, meeting the neighbor, they will still put on a big smile and said, "Oh, everything's fine." No, 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 we weren't yelling. No, 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 the wife is fine. No, 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 she wasn't angry. No,
Yeah.
no, no, my husband. No, 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 it was the TV you heard. Have she ever been in a fight with someone and then 2 days later you go to your wedding reception and you put it behind you because you just want to make this work? And again, what's wrong with having a later wedding reception? My sister got civilly married at a courthouse, and then later we went to Rome and had a church wedding. So we had 2 wedding receptions.
Mhm.
My brother-in-law is still alive, but I'll have to check her emails now. Yeah, it's such a stupid thing that because how many women or men, because this happens to just as much to men as to women. Let's never forget that. Live with someone who treats them like absolutely dog crap, and they put on a smile and said, "She's the best, he's the best in the world."
Mhm.
No,
Or
everything
continue
is
to have
fine.
children with these people. I mean, it
Yeah,
happens every day.
it happens every day. But this lady is gonna make it out that, well, you smiled in pictures, so you loved him. You didn't do a
Yeah.
yeah, and that's the thing. Mhm. And what do you believe you would do in the pictures you kept? You don't show the pictures of the black eye.
Any objection?
I'm sorry, I missed it.
Any objection to states 100, 101, 102?
No.
Received.
Thank you. And in States 100, are you scared here of Doug?
No, I would not say no.
You said on direct examination that around this time you were living the nightmare. Those were your words, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you living the nightmare here?
Oh, no, not at that
Oh,
moment.
I knew
no.
it.
That was a very
Jesus.
nice day.
Does it rain every day where you live, lady?
Yeah.
Or
I knew she was going there. Jeez, that sounded so
let,
stupid.
let me put up a scenario. Jamie, I'm so sorry for what I did last night. I didn't mean it to go that far, but it's just because I love you so much, and you won't see it. And I just got angry. I promise you, it'll never happen again. Don't you love me still, Jamie? Please tell me you love me. I could never live without you. It's because I love you so much that I couldn't help myself. I'm so sorry that I punched the wall. I'm so sorry that I told you if you go away, I will find you and I will end you. But Jamie, do you know what could settle all of this? How
What?
about we hold a big, I didn't give you a big wedding reception. And I know I have been bad to you for the last year. What about we invite all of your friends and family and and I promise you, I'll change. I will change. This time, I will change for good, Jamie. And when that doesn't work, and I go and say, but honey, do you know what could really make this a real relationship? If we had a kid. Jamie, shouldn't you and I have a kid together? This could fix. And she leaves when I'm proposing to her. This
I mean, come on. Oh,
this is a crap argument. Sorry.
yeah.
I don't like that because again, how many go back and how many women go out and say, well, when he's not drinking, he doesn't punch me. How many men says, well, when she's not tearing down the kitchen, she's nice. She even makes me a sandwich now and again. It's you can't do you can't do a snapshot on a 4-year relationship.
How about at this moment?
Oh, it was a
I'm younger than Doc was.
good day.
And states 102 at this moment.
Same. It was a good day.
She was smiling for pictures. What is she supposed to be doing? I don't understand where you're coming from, ma'am.
So you get pregnant and you decide to move in with your mother. So when do you decide to move in with your mother in Florida?
It was the end of August, I believe. I was really sick, and he brought me down to my mom's house and dropped me off.
Okay, but going to your mom's house was your choice, right?
We decided together. He said he couldn't take care of me. He was too busy, and that my mom could take care of me better. So I was happy to go.
And you needed someone to take care of you while you were pregnant.
I was really sick, yes.
Okay. So you moved down with your mother at maybe August of 2017, you said?
The end of August, I believe.
Okay. But there's still this issue of the injunction in South Carolina while this is going on, this South Carolina-Florida thing, correct?
I'm not sure I understand the
Well,
question.
you said you applied for the South Carolina injunction, or you received the South Carolina injunction right around that time in 2017. Actually, I think you said November 2017.
Yes, a few months later.
So shortly
November.
after you move in with your mother, a couple of months, you file for an injunction in South Carolina.
Yes, ma'am.
And we talked about the fact that, or you talked with the defense about the fact that it was a mutual injunction.
Yes, ma'am.
So both parties agreed to stay away from each other, correct?
Yeah, I believe that it was for both parties to stay away.
No evidence was presented at this hearing.
I don't believe so.
None of your complaints were heard at this hearing.
There was like a written, like a filing.
But the judge, other than that, did not hear any evidence at the hearing.
That's correct.
All of that was forestalled because the two of you agreed, okay, fine, we will have this voluntary stay away order.
It was decided through the attorneys, but I believe that was, yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So the judge never found that Doug Benefield was dangerous and ordered this injunction.
I'm not sure what the judge found. I don't know what you mean by that.
There was never a court finding giving you an injunction other than you stipulated to it.
The judge ordered it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this injunction actually, part of it says that neither party shall harass or threaten or do those types of things to each other.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. So then after you're in Florida, you get a package that you say was in violation of this injunction. And it's a birthday present, right?
Yes,
It's a tea set,
among other things. Yes, ma'am.
and you liked tea.
I like drinking tea. Yes, ma'am.
You drank tea all the time with Doug.
Yes.
Okay. And you opened this tea and you claim that it smelled so strongly that you automatically rushed it to the sheriff's office.
I didn't specifically sniff the tea. It was when I opened the box. The whole contents had a very strong chemical smell.
So you immediately rushed it over to the sheriff's office.
No, ma'am. I immediately sealed it up and I left it in my garage.
For how long?
I don't remember specifically. It was maybe a day or two. I don't remember.
It was a little bit longer than a day or two, was it not?
I don't remember.
So after this time goes by, you take it to the sheriff's office and you claim that this was a violation of injunction. Right?
It was. Yes, ma'am.
And you also claim that this was all part of Doug's poisoning scheme to poison you and your unborn child.
Hazmat informed me that there was toxic
I don't want to hear what
chemicals
someone else told you. I want to hear what you claimed, that this was part of his poisoning of you, plan to poison you.
Well, based off of what I was told, that was the
Yes
conclusion
or
I came
no,
to.
ma'am? Yes or no? What, according to the way you felt, this gift was a part of his plan to poison you.
It concerned me. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So no charges were filed for that, correct?
Correct.
So you filed for an injunction based on the same allegations, right?
When my injunction in South Carolina was getting ready to expire, yes, I filed for one in Florida.
Okay. So when you filed in Florida, about what time was this? What date?
I could give you a ballpark. It was in the spring. I don't remember exactly
Spring of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you had left Doug in South Carolina August of 2017,
Yes, ma'am.
and you filed for an injunction in the spring of 2018,
That sounds right.
but you hadn't been living with him, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't even had any contact with him for a very long time when you filed for that injunction, right?
Well, other than him sending the box and, yeah.
Okay. So what violence were you trying to prohibit by filing this injunction? Everything that happened in South Carolina.
Well, I was just hoping that wouldn't happen again.
Okay. And at the same time you did this motion for an injunction, you also did a motion to terminate Doug's parental rights, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So during this time that you haven't been with him in almost a year, at least half a year, there hasn't been any violence other than you say the T said. You're filing for an injunction all at the same time that you're trying to terminate his parental rights. This is all correct, right?
Sounds correct, I
Okay.
believe.
And you hadn't even had the baby yet.
As of when?
As of the time that you were trying to terminate his parental rights.
I don't remember what the date was, but it would have all been around that time.
And then there's the hearing that goes on for this injunction, right? And this is in front of Judge Moreland, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had a 2-day hearing on this.
Yes, ma'am.
Partially, it was a motion for your injunction based on these issues, and it was also Doug's motion to be able to see his child, right?
I believe at some point things got consolidated, but I don't recall specifically.
So at this point, Doug had not seen his daughter.
Correct.
And your daughter was how old?
As of the date, like the last court date,
Yes.
about 6 months old.
And had there been any violence towards you between the time that you filed for this and the time when you had the hearing and she was 6 months old?
He had showed up at night in my driveway, but I mean, there's no physical contact if that's what you're asking.
Okay. And was this a time when the baby had been born?
I don't remember the date of when he was in the driveway.
How about, since we're talking about this, let's talk about the incident you talked about where the neighbor said that that Doug was there. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, ma'am. He was outside standing in the yard at night, I guess trying to look in the windows of my house.
And where's this neighbor's house?
She is directly across the street.
Okay. And isn't it true, in fact, that this was very dark? It was very dark out.
Yes, ma'am, it was at night.
Okay. And your neighbor told you that she saw someone in her backyard walking, correct?
I think she said that when she confronted him, he kind of ran away.
Okay. She never told you he was at your window.
What she said was that he was trying to look in the windows.
In her yard?
The way the houses are situated, where he was standing, he was looking across into the windows of our house. Yes, ma'am.
And she couldn't see who this person was.
Object.
She told you.
She's asking Ms. Benefield about what the neighbor knew.
She told you she could not identify this person.
She said by just looking, as dark as it was, she had a hard time identifying him by his face, but that she identified his voice.
That's interesting. So let's talk about that. So when she tells you that there's somebody in her backyard, you
At that time, she would have been roughly 26 or 27.
go to her house, right? You end up together with her.
Yes.
All right.
Not at her house, but yes.
And you play a recording that you've recorded, like a voicemail from Doug for her, right?
She believed it was Doug, and she said that she could probably identify his voice because he had a unique voice. And so I played a voicemail I had from him, and she identified him
The fact
from
is, she
that.
didn't tell you she thought it was Doug. You just asked her if it was Doug.
I believe she
So call her to the witness stand and say, I never identified him as Doug.
contacted
Right.
us
Simple
and
as
said that there was a strange man looking across into our windows, and she was freaked out, and she wasn't sure if it was him.
Okay.
I don't remember specifically. I'm sorry. This is a long time ago.
And you play a recording of Doug's voice for her.
Yes, ma'am.
And she goes, oh, that's him.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
the one that was there.
Yes, ma'am.
So that is the ID that Doug was in her backyard.
I believe she also described his body type, his stature. She said he was wearing a baseball cap, which he often did. So I think that was probably
Don't a
part
lot
of
of
it.
people wear baseball caps?
But she needs to allow Ms.
I'm
Benefield
sure.
to give her answer before she cuts her off.
I've been able to follow along, so I'll overrule at this point.
There's a lot of people that are 5'9", right?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
A lot of people that weigh 160 pounds.
Yes,
Not
ma'am.
really.
A lot of people that wear baseball hats.
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that this person in the backyard said to her, I live around here. I live here.
Hmm.
Okay.
I believe so. I wasn't there for that part, but that's what I believe she told me.
Well,
Thank
what he could have been lying too. Good God.
No, Jamie, only she's lying.
Now I want to move forward to 2019. Around this time, Judge Moreland had already ruled that you could not have your injunction, right?
She denied it. Yes, ma'am.
And that Doug could have immediate visitation with his daughter.
She ordered time sharing. Yes.
Did you start visitation with Doug and Emerson very shortly after that hearing?
Yes, according to the court order. Yes, ma'am.
And you decided you were going to go with him on this visitation?
I offered, and he said he would be glad for me to come. So yes, I went.
This person that you lived in a nightmare with, you decided to go with him on this visitation?
Yes.
Now, the Judge Moreland hearing, when she ruled, she made it very clear that she did not see your side.
Sustained.
You had no faith that Judge Moreland was going to help you from that day forward.
Overruled.
You had no faith that Judge Moreland was going to help you from that day forward.
I don't know, they'd say I thought she would never help me, but I mean, she denied the injunction, yes.
So you go for this visitation with Doug, along with him and Emerson, and that begins sort of I think Stephanie Murphy called it like a honeymoon period or a happy period piece. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So during this time, you spent a lot of time with Doug
Yes,
and a lot of time with Emerson,
yes.
and you weren't scared of Doug at that time.
He was being very kind.
Okay. So you weren't scared of him at that time?
No.
Oh my God,
I
ma'am,
mean,
shut up.
I had things at the back of my mind, but he was being very kind.
So then around summer of 2019, you actually make arrangements with Doug. He's going to move into your mom's house.
He wanted to move in, yes.
You actually agreed to that.
Not specifically. He didn't really ask my opinion. He told me.
Okay. And then the date that he was supposed to move in, you made plans with him,
Hold on a
correct?
second. Sir, who's crinkling the paper? Is that Mr. O'Keefe?
I was drawn.
Sir, can you please stop? Thank you. Go ahead.
So during this time,
No.
you're speaking with Doug,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And you're talking with him about moving into your home.
He was insistent that we needed to
The
move in
answer is
together.
yes or no, please. You were talking with him.
She interrupting the answer.
If the question calls for yes or no, the questioner has the right to expect a yes or no, or I don't know, or I don't recall,
So
as opposed to a narrative.
You were speaking with Doug about him moving into the house
Yes,
and about his things being moved and when they were going to be moved.
yes, I'm sure.
And at any time during this, did you say to Doug, no, you're not moving in?
Yes.
You said no.
I'm sorry.
You told him, no, he cannot move in?
Yes, that's why he ultimately didn't move in, as I said,
Okay.
I can't do this.
Isn't it true that in fact, you didn't tell him no, you just weren't available the day he was supposed to move in?
No, that's not correct.
Okay, so you're saying the day he was supposed to move in, he knew he wasn't supposed to move in? Is that what you're saying?
We had a conversation that day and I told him that I didn't want him moving in.
Okay, and then you did not take his phone calls, you would not speak with him. I think the word was ghosting, you ghosted him.
I don't know whose word that is, but that's fine. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but visitation continued.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And you continued to exchange custody of Emerson where? The sheriff's office or?
I believe at that time we were doing the sheriff's office.
And sometime around this time, you show up to this visitation with an engagement ring on, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Who is Dennis Beatty?
Dennis Beatty.
Beatty. Who is that?
He was a gentleman I dated at one point.
And it was during this time that you were dating him, right?
After I told him not to move in, and then we started just doing time sharing with Emerson. Yes, after that, there was a period of time where we dated. Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it a fact that Doug filed for a divorce after one of these visitations?
I'm not sure when he filed for divorce specifically.
He filed for divorce after he knew that you were dating this other man, right?
Once again, I'm not sure when he filed.
How did he find out? Did you tell him you were dating him?
No, ma'am.
Right. How did he find out?
I think he was stalking me.
It wasn't the ring on your finger?
It was not an engagement ring. Yeah.
Well, it was a ring. Did you see the ring on your finger?
I'm not sure what he wore all the time.
What?
Is this working
For who?
for the state?
I mean, in my opinion, she's just making me mad. But I mean, people in chat, what do you think?
Yeah, I really have a hard time with this. I get annoyed because was it the ring? It wasn't an engagement ring. Was it the ring? How should I know? Maybe
Yeah,
he
and
finally figured out I'm not coming back, so he filed for divorce.
well,
That could have been
yeah.
the answer. Maybe he finally figured out I had moved on.
Yeah, she's just annoying me all around. Like these pictures. Like
Yeah,
you're so happy. Okay. Well, it
you're
was a fine
happy and you
day.
had a boyfriend. I I believe this was more than 6 months after she had her baby, which would have been more than a year after she left South Carolina. My
Yeah.
ex-wife, I think my ex-wife was living with a boyfriend after a year. And so what? We in Denmark back then we had to be separated for a year before we could finalize the divorce.
hmm
So what?
Well, yeah, and a lot of people live separate and they're like separated and they just don't, they move on and then they'll just get the paperwork signed
Yeah,
eventually.
Jojo is going back to not guilty. That's the thing. Uh, yeah, she dinged her sometimes, and she's not the same quivering mess she was in the morning. But these personal, we are 5 hours in, bitchy attacks about her smiling and wearing a ring and having a new boyfriend. When are you coming to the part that, oh, so you unalived him because this and that? I
That's what I
don't.
mean. Like, get to that kind of stuff. Get to the day of, like, all this stuff leading up to is so petty. It's not even, to me, it's like, okay, and it still doesn't show me that she wasn't in fear of her life in that moment in time because, you know, because that's really what it is.
Yeah.
Was she in fear at the time that she pulled the trigger on him?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
So Doug files for divorce. And all of a sudden you file for, well, you start a bunch of complaints, correct? About his treatment of Emerson. What you say, his bad treatment of Emerson.
Oh, she started coming home hurt.
It's a yes or no question. Did you file complaints about his treatment of Emerson?
Then stop asking complaints.
Yes.
Okay.
Questions.
And you eventually filed for another petition to get an injunction based on those incidences that you claim happened with Emerson.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you complained about the first time and nothing was done. Is that correct? With the police, no charges were filed, nothing was done?
I'm not sure specifically what you're referring to.
The first complaint that was made
About
Emerson and Doug, you agree that you made allegations.
Object. Can we?
Yes.
The thing that's working for the state is no judge ruled in favor of her injunctions.
I mean, yeah, that's all they got.
Yeah. But I still don't, I don't like the cattiness. And again, I can't see a ring or a new boyfriend as being something of a problem. I really, and again, if there's a divorce on the table, both of them could just say, because a dog is the one saying, well, I'm going to take that back if you take back your injunction, and we can do it at this court meeting. And then she, a couple of days later, think, no, I'm going to aberrate him instead.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it.
Yeah, the new
I'm
boyfriend.
trying, but no girl want to
being
hang with me.
separated.
Yeah.
It's just a stupid argument.
Yeah.
You're divorcing. So if they want to date other people, they date other people. It's fine.
Ja, if you can find me a girlfriend who likes old guy who streams way too much and don't understand feelings and don't care for Bridget Jones movies, give her my number. And please, no one who throws pew-pews or cats at you.
Yeah, don't throw Snuffy down the stairs, please.
During this time, did you speak with members of the sheriff's office?
I'm not sure specifically what time you're referring to.
During the time that there were allegations that Doug was abusing Emerson, did you speak to the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am.
On numerous occasions?
I would say so, yes.
At least 5?
Probably yes, ma'am.
And during those conversations, you were making allegations that Doug was abusing Emerson, right?
Well, I was explaining the injury she'd come home with. I mean, I wasn't there. I don't know what happened.
Okay, but you were alleging that Doug was abusing the child.
I was concerned after her pediatrician called CPS and said that she thought she was being abused.
Are you aware that pediatricians are required to call CPS when a mother alleges that?
I didn't allege anything. I brought a video to show her at the appointment, and she called
So you
CPS.
Objection. That's your answer, ma'am.
Well, after showing her a video of some behavior, she called CPS and she informed me that I was also a mandatory reporter and that it would be negligent if I didn't also call and make a report.
You brought Emerson to the pediatrician specifically for this reason, correct?
No, ma'am, she had her checkup.
But you brought this up to the pediatrician.
At the end, she asked.
Oh my God.
I would bring it up to my pediatrician saying, could you please
Exactly.
check, because I have some concerns when she comes home for her dad. I have this photograph. I think everyone who's been in a divorce, if there's anything going on, if there's any marks when you pick them up from school, if their clothes are not looking too good, you take pictures in case it comes back to hurt you at some point. I have pictures I've taken where I've said, well, better ask about this. I would ask my pediatrician saying, is there something I should be worried about? Is this behavior okay? So talking to the police, talking to a professional who knows about kids is wrong.
Asked if either of us had any questions.
And that's when you bring up, oh, she must be being abused.
No, I described to her the behavior that I was seeing, and I showed her a video when she came to her own conclusions.
Okay. So you spoke to the sheriff's office about that investigation and other investigations, and about the investigations that Doug was abusing Emerson.
A sheriff usually comes out with the CPI from Child Protection.
And you spoke to them?
I mean, they were there when I was talking, I guess, yes.
And you were talking, making allegations against Doug, assuming that he caused injuries to Emerson.
I'm not sure of my exact words. I was trying to describe to them what I was seeing and my understanding of the situation at the time.
You filed a petition for an injunction based on those things, correct?
At the advice of my attorney, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Whether your attorney advised it or not, you chose to do that, correct?
Yes, I followed the advice of my attorney.
And you were aware that if you went forward on this injunction, that it was going to be in front of Judge Moreland?
Yes, ma'am.
And this injunction hearing was supposed to take place on September 30th of 2020. Yes, 2020.
Yeah, it got moved several times, but that was a date.
Okay. So it was supposed to take place on that day.
Yes, ma'am.
And there were other things pending. Do you know what the other pending items were?
Not specifically.
Okay.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
One of them was Doug's request for a divorce, correct?
Yes, we both filed for divorce at that point. Yes.
So Mr. Benefield filed for divorce. You file an injunction petition. Then you file for divorce.
I filed for divorce first.
Okay. And then you're scheduled to have this hearing on 9:30.
Yes, the hearing was scheduled for 9:30. Yes.
And you're speaking with Doug during this time, right? I mean, we just heard 200 and whatever text messages between you and Doug.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you at any time in that say to him, I'm going to go forward with this injunction on Wednesday, on the 30th?
No, ma'am.
In fact, based on those text messages, you were dropping the petition for an injunction.
Yes, we talked about dropping everything. Yes.
No, you talked about it, but you said you were going to.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is what the result of the mediation was, that there was not going to be any mediation really because you were reconciling.
Yeah, we agreed, I guess, in order to move to Maryland. My understanding, the attorneys were advising us to, if we close things down, that it would make it easier, like legal wise, for us to relocate.
So you were telling Doug that's what you were going to do.
Yes, we were trying to work things out so we could all go to Maryland, yes.
And drop the injunction.
That was one of the things.
And you wanted him to drop everything, right? The motion to release the report, the dissolution of marriage, you wanted him to drop everything.
No, we filed a joint stipulation so we could get the report.
But then you asked him to drop that, didn't you?
I know we kind of went back and forth with so many things.
Okay. You never had any intention of not going forward on your injunction.
Honestly, it was kind of one of those things that some days I thought that maybe I should, and some days I thought that I shouldn't.
So during this 1 week before you shot Doug, you're talking and you're saying to him things like, oh, we're packing boxes, we're getting everything together. This whole time, you knew you weren't going to stop that injunction hearing.
I hadn't decided yet.
Okay. Your attorney testified that you were going forward on an injunction hearing.
She was advising me to keep it.
Okay. So during this time when you're telling Doug to bring different boxes, bring tape.
She's not saying, hey, Doc, bring me boxes so we can move in and be mom and dad again. She was, if we learned anything from that boring, long text string yesterday, was Doc really was into her. This lady was not really participating. She was just sending back emojis and say, oh, that's nice, lol.
Yep.
No, oh, you were planning, oh, you're moving. They were not moving together. Jesus Christ, is this state.
You asked him to go to Selby Gardens, right?
Yes, we all went. I think we got lunch. We brought Emerson so she could play.
Okay. And you are having conflicted emotions about.
What's wrong with having a good time and showing your daughter mom and dad can be happy even though they are not together? I hate it. Maybe it's because of my divorce. I just hate this line of questioning.
Whether to go forward on an injunction.
Yes, ma'am.
While you're out having these types of experiences with them.
Yeah, sometimes things are really good and other times they weren't.
Okay. And so how about, let's see.
Right.
This is part of State's Exhibit 98.
I didn't know what it's doing. I think it's giving you clues that I gotta guess.
And again, they are playing a game. They are out in public. What is this proving? And chat, please remember, be kind to each other. Disagree, but you don't have to convince people. If someone has a different opinion, it doesn't hurt you. Calmly. Let's all enjoy the nice Friday.
Yeah.
Instead of getting all angry at each other, because that's not what we're here for. Be respectful, be nice, disagree all you want, but don't call other people stupid or claim they don't understand anything. And never play this game in a restaurant where I am, or I will go Ashley Benefield on you. In Minecraft.
Get real. Real.
Working mother, not a working mother.
Working mother, not a working mother. Oh, no, it's running out of time. House. Real house. White. Oh, housewives. Oh.
And this video was taken the week before you shot him, right?
The week before.
I don't know the exact date.
When was? I mean, in your mind, it was very close to the time, correct?
So
Yeah, I'm sure it
what?
was right around that. I don't remember when it was.
And during this time that you were having these text messages with Doug and you're planning to move to Maryland, there's no violence going on.
No,
No,
I guess not. No,
he's not hitting you.
no, ma'am.
He's not choking you.
No, ma'am.
He's not shoving you around.
No, ma'am.
So this entire time, there is no violence going on.
Well, I don't know specifically what time frame you're talking about. I'm sorry.
But during this, let's say from 2018 to 2019, when you're not living with him,
I mean, if you classify violence as him like
I'm asking
punching
if
me or
there's
choking me,
physical violence
I mean,
during this time.
he could be rough sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did he ever punch you?
Not during that time, no.
Did he ever hit you?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever use a weapon against you during that time?
Not during that time, no.
So in between the time of 2019 to 2020, where you shot him, was there any physical violence?
Like I said, sometimes he'd be a little rough, you know.
But other than that, he never was physically violent.
He didn't like punch holes in the walls or anything like that, no.
So when I asked you if has he been violent, you said, well, he didn't punch holes in the walls. Is that what you just said?
That's what I just said, yes, ma'am.
So punching a hole in a wall to you is a definition. When I ask, was he violent? Your definition of that is punching a hole in a wall.
I think that is violent.
Okay.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
So
Is that not violent to people? I mean, I don't really understand.
just a second. So I want to get to the day that all of this happened. This happened on a Sunday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're moving on, or you have a hearing on Wednesday,
I believe that's correct.
and
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
moving right after that.
I think the actual day of move was kind of in flux. It seemed like it changed 1,000 times.
You're all getting in the car together, not together, but you're driving cars together
Um,
to go to Maryland.
yeah, I believe he was going to be driving the U-Haul and pulling his truck. And I think that my mom was driving her car and I was driving mine.
And you were telling him during that time that you were going to move to Maryland and attempt to reconcile.
No, ma'am.
You weren't telling him that.
No, not in those words. No.
Did you hear Dr. Broder testify about that? That he said that when you were with Doug,
Objection here. Sustained.
No, she absolutely didn't say that to Dr. Broder. Doug kept talking about it and she kept stringing him along, never confirming what he was saying. Lady, you just lied to the jury.
so you're denying that you ever told Doug that you were wanting to reconcile with him.
I said I wanted to find a way that we could do things together as a family for Emerson's sake, you know, and that's why we started doing things differently. He wanted to move back in, you know, together. And I told him that I didn't want to do that. I didn't feel comfortable with that.
Did you say that in Dr. Broder's office in front of Doug?
No, not in front of him.
So when you're with a safe person, a psychologist, you're not telling Doug this.
What? I'm sorry.
You're saying that you told Doug when it was just the two of you that you didn't want to move in together.
Yes, ma'am.
And you felt safe telling him, I don't want to move in with you. Right? That's what you're saying.
Yes, we had that conversation many times. Yes.
But you're in front of this psychologist who one would think is a safe environment with Doug sitting next to you. You hear Doug say to Dr. Broder, we are going to Maryland and we are going to try and reconcile. And you don't feel safe enough to say to Dr. Broder, no, that's not what I want to do.
I would want to make him look bad in front of somebody else.
Okay.
I wasn't going to disagree with him in front of anybody.
Okay. So the plan was to load up the truck, get everything done, and then move very shortly after the court hearing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had no intention of dropping that injunction. So you knew on the day of that hearing, he was going to know, right?
I'm sorry.
You knew that Doug was going to know that you had no intention of reconciling with him.
We had the conversation many times. I think he understood where I was
Okay. You saw the text messages between you and him, right?
at. Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree that those text messages do not indicate that?
It doesn't say we're getting back together, moving in together.
It doesn't say we're not going to reconcile.
It doesn't say
If-
either.
Lady, I'm not saying I'm not marrying you, but I'm absolutely not going to marry you. But I'm not saying that either. Will I marry you? Jesus, this is an idiot.
I mean, not specifically, no, I wasn't going to argue with him.
If you got your injunction on that day, September 30th, how would you have moved together?
Speculative.
What was your plan if that injunction was
Speculative.
granted?
Different question.
Objection. Speculative.
No. You can approach.
So, what were your plans if that injunction has come through? Well, go to Maryland and use their court system to get out of the crapper.
Right.
Okay, so now you took away her reason to shoot him. Are you thinking this through when you're asking? What did she gain by not going and just keeping her?
So if the injunction
divorce
were
going.
granted on that day,
Yeah.
what was your plan about moving to Maryland with them?
I don't know that I really had a plan. I wasn't even sure whether or not I was going to go through the injunction at that point.
So there's something funny.
She was not moving to Maryland with Doc. Her and her mom was moving there, and he found a job up there.
And who's to say that he wasn't just assuming
Yeah.
that, oh yeah, you know, like, oh, she
Okay, so I wanna
basically
get
invited
to
me.
The night that all this happened. So you knew Doug was coming over.
Yes,
You invited him over
yes.
to help you move stuff in the house,
Well, specifically stuff in the garage, but yes.
stuff in the garage to the truck.
Mhm.
Right? And he came to your house a couple of times. He came and then left and then came back again.
Yeah, I believe he came twice that day.
And there is a gate
In his age.
to your community.
Mhm.
And when he's at the gate, you had to let him in.
Sometimes, because he was frequent in and out, sometimes the gate remembers license plates and sometimes it opens and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes he would just follow people in. The gate kind of stays open for a while. But yeah, sorry.
But on this day, you weren't concerned about him coming over.
No, I knew he was coming.
Okay. And when he came over, your mother and Emerson went to the park.
I believe they were headed there. I'm not sure. I think they were down the driveway or on the sidewalk, something like that. They were on their way there.
You weren't so afraid that you wanted your mother to stay there and watch.
No, we were just packing to move.
Okay, so you weren't afraid.
I definitely didn't expect this to happen.
So it was okay with you that your mother left.
Yeah, that time.
Okay. So if I heard you right during your direct, you said he bumped your shoulder twice. Body check, I don't know if that's what you called it. He walked into you with a box, right?
Yes.
And then at the end, you say he slapped you?
He hit me. I wouldn't know how to classify it. He struck me. He hit me.
Was his hand open or closed?
I don't remember.
Okay. And because of those things, you claim that you thought he was going to kill you.
He had never hit me before.
Okay. And you thought he was going to kill you.
He wouldn't let me leave. I tried to leave. He stopped me.
The question is, you thought he was going to kill you.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you were in the bedroom, you decided to get your firearm. And it was where?
It was in a storage bin on top of the laundry basket.
Okay. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 52. If you could turn around and look at that. Where was your firearm?
It was in the bin on top of the basket.
Here?
That's the basket.
Most cases I have where people are getting punched, slapped in the face, they don't remember how, because the surprise takes it out of them.
basket. The laundry
Where was the
basket.
bin?
It's that right on top.
Okay, so it was in here.
Yes, ma'am.
Why would you have a firearm in there?
I had just emptied all the furniture and everything out of my room, and it was kind of like what was left from my drawers, and so it got put into a bin.
Okay, and that was not your only firearm in that room, correct?
Correct.
You had a firearm in the closet.
My carry gun was in my backpack, which was my purse at the time.
So in this room, with a mattress and a broom and a hamper, you had 2 firearms.
Yes.
I hate this argument. Too many firearms in a little room. You can only
Yeah.
have 1.25 firearms in a room this size. No,
Half a pew pew.
you live in America. You have the Second Amendment. As long as you're not a convicted felon and you follow the laws, you can decorate your room with every possible legal pew-pew you want. No restrictions of how many you can have in one room. I don't think there's a Florida statute that says bedrooms must only hold 145, 138, and 122. I'm pretty sure that's not in the statutes.
So you go into the room and you grab your firearm. Is it in a holster?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you claim that Doug does what?
He came and slammed the door open. He was standing in the doorway. He said, "You're fucking done."
He said, "You're fucking done." And that made you fear for your life.
Yeah.
Can we turn the lights up, please? Thank you. Man. So he says, "You're fucking done," and you point the gun and you shoot.
I held it out in front of me first so he could see it. And I said, "Stop."
Judge, if I could have her step down so she can demonstrate.
You may.
If you could just come down. So Doug opens the door and does what?
Standing in the doorway. Here, like this. He said, "You're fucking done." And I held the gun out in front of me and said, "Stop." He got into this like fighting pose, literally like turned sideways. And he was like moving around with his like arms in his hands. And he started like inching forward towards me.
So he why do you call it a fighting stance?
He was like a fighter. Like I don't know, like a ninja or something, I don't know.
Okay, so he's standing there, he turns to like this and starts moving his arms around.
Oh my God.
Well, show me, what was he doing?
And like I got like this, and he was like making like fighting motions. I don't know, I'm not a fighter, I don't know.
Okay.
It was scary.
Did he have his hands in fists?
Not at that point, they were like, I don't know.
Was he coming at you like this?
And he lunged at me, he came really quickly.
Okay, so he lunged. Was his fist up when he
I
lunged?
don't remember.
Okay. So you start shooting, and he does what?
He kept coming at me.
Okay, so then you keep shooting again. And he falls down on his back.
His legs went up in the air.
Okay, where do his legs go?
In the air.
How high in the air?
I don't know.
Did they go over his head?
I don't know, it's like his feet slipped out.
Okay.
And his feet and his legs went up in the air.
And were you still shooting at the time?
I don't remember.
You can have a seat. So after this incident, you claim that you had swelling to your face, right?
It's going to take a minute. All right, here's the jury. Please close up your notes. Put them on your chairs. I'm going to ask you to step out for a minute. You can use the facilities. It's not quite our mid-afternoon break, but we'll treat it as such. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't discuss it with anybody outside the jury. Don't do any research like we talked about. All right, the jury's out. You can have a seat.
I'm sorry.
All right, we'll take 5 minutes. Yes.
The heck? They just took a break because she was getting super emotional.
I guess they took a break.
Yeah, where'd you go?
Well, they mentioned
she
ninja,
was-
and then
Oh,
Molly came running in with a ball in her mouth, so I just threw a few
you
balls
had
so
to
she
go
got.
through. Aw. No, she started crying really hard again, and so they excused everybody.
That was about the worst thing I've seen. So she forced her to do it again and just made fun of her and said, "Why do you call it a fighting stance?"
Yeah,
And she
pretty
said
much.
he was like a ninja.
Yeah,
There's always a ninja lurking.
there's always a ninja.
But why would you make her do that in front of the jury? So well, she's been a ballet dancer. She's not been an actor. I don't think I think that was stupid in the eyes of the jury. Molly just ran into the couch trying to chase a ball. Probably because this was uncalled for. Yes, always agree to disagree.
Before y'all can have a seat, welcome back, everybody. Usual questions. Did anybody discuss the case or anything about the case amongst yourselves? Did anybody outside the jury or do any research? Everybody says no. You may resume your cross-examination.
Thank you. Can we dim the lights again, please? Thank you. So after this incident, you said you had swelling,
Yes, ma'am.
and that would be to the left side of your face?
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be where? Show me where.
Like in this area.
Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 103. I'm going to put it up on the big screen. Can you tell me what this is?
It's a picture of me.
And when was it taken?
I have no idea.
Was this taken before you met Doug?
I believe so.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 104. And I'll move it up a little bit. When was this picture taken?
I believe in October of 2020.
Wasn't it taken on November 4th of 2020?
I believe that's correct. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Ooh, burn.
Redirect.
Yeah. How does Tommy know when her modeling pictures was taken?
Well, they're trying to prove the eye, like the droopy eye.
Yeah, by using a modeling photo, but he was shaking his head violently.
Yeah.
All right, man, you can retake your seat. Just leave that exhibit there. No, you can take your water. I meant the paper. There you go. Yeah, thank you. All right, defense, call your next witness.
I believe it's Samara Sweet, Your Honor. We're just checking to make sure she's here.
Judge, I think we need out on this.
Okay.
No redirect. I think she didn't, in my opinion, get into any hot water, deep water, whatever you say.
No, I didn't think so. To be honest.
And don't get her back. And if she's maybe playing a bit, don't get her to do that again and make it look fake. End it by the prosecutor making her cry. That's a good way to end it.
Mm-hmm.
Where the hell did she go?
Yeah, they're calling. Who are they calling? I don't know who they said.
Yes, I believe they have like they talked about 4 out-of-state witnesses,
Yeah.
some DV experts and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
But again, they don't know what went on in that relationship. They can only talk about generalities like, yeah, we see this in people. I don't know if I would. I don't know if it helps. And I think it was pretty. Her taking the stand, I would have ended by that, especially if you could have made. If he knew the prosecutor would make her cry like that, I probably would have ended it right there. Imagine sending them back right now. No, they couldn't. That's closing. But letting them end the testimony with her like that, yeah. Talk about dogs sitting on a bee. What are you eating? Skal du op og kigge? Men vi skal ikke nogen sted hen. Nej. Jeg snakker bare til dig. So I guess you paid extra for, you know what?
I'm sorry. So I'm going to let you step in the back so we can have our legal conversations. I'll get you back out as soon as I can. Don't forget your deliberations. You're free to use your phones, but don't communicate about the case with anybody outside the jury. Don't do any research on those things.
It's almost 3 o'clock. Give them an early week and then come back Monday. Yeah, I know I'm fat. I'm squishy more than I'm soft.
Just before you start on that, Can the clerk just confirm she got all those exhibits back? I just,
Right, you can all have a seat.
okay,
She
thank
count-
you.
She counts them on a regular basis.
Thank you. I just didn't want to have any over here.
No, I don't think so.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so we got a proponent, we've got an objection. Is the witness in here?
She's right outside.
Okay, good. I want to make sure she stepped out. Okay, so the defense has called a Miss Sweet, who apparently is a former prosecutor in the 12th Circuit.
Yes.
And she, if I understand correctly, she was assigned in the misdemeanor division, the domestic violence division, and the case, the alleged violation of domestic injunction regarding the T-set was assigned to her.
Correct.
And you expect her testimony to be that she intended to file the charge, she was waiting on some receipt,
Receipt of the package.
like a mailing receipt,
Yes.
that would have shown what, the return receipt?
That Stephanie Murphy gave to Detective Gillen.
And then you believe her testimony would be that she intended to file the charge, but then she was transferred out of that division.
She left the office.
They left the office, okay. Because that's one of the temporary assignments that they give to misdemeanor folks. So she left the office, and that's it?
Well, and her training based on domestic violence training, she believed Ashley to be a victim of domestic abuse, and that Ashley exhibited all the symptoms of domestic abuse, in particular, remaining quiet as a result of intimidation and going, for example, the state's case is predicated on Miss Benefield going along with Douglas Benefield, for example, on the first parent sharing exchange. And the week leading up to the shooting, they put in those 263 text messages and the video at the restaurant, all showing Miss Benefield in Mr. Benefield's company as apparently happy and not afraid. And abused, those are the classic symptoms exhibited by abused women. They are afraid to reject the abuser for fear of reprisal. And what happens is after a while, they reach a state of compliance where physical threats are no longer necessary because they know what potential is. So they become compliant. That's also what Bruce Ferris is going to enlighten the jury on. And I remind the court that this is the state's theory. They have put into play, they injected it, they raised it, initiated it, that because Miss Benefield didn't look scared in the company of Douglas Benefield, and that she was exchanging these text messages with him for the week leading up to the shooting with smiling faces and basically compliant behavior, that shows that her claim to fear of Douglas Benefield on the 27th is a fraud. And we now need to explain to the jurors why an abused woman would act like that and would, for example, not agree to be present at the first parent sharing exchange. When a child is involved, it magnifies the situation so that the mom, if she's afraid of, in this case, Mr. Benefield, because of prior acts of domestic violence, she's even more afraid for her child. So the mother's going to make it a point to accompany the abuser in an effort to protect her child. That's what we are now obligated to show to properly defend this case. And we can do that through the training and expertise of Samara Sweet, as well as Bruce Ferris.
Judge, first of all, this witness was not listed as an expert, because if she had been listed as an expert, I would challenge the qualifications to be an expert. Just for your honor's knowledge, we did not have a domestic violence unit at the time. I know our office has in the past. We did not have a domestic violence unit, so she was not in any domestic violence unit. Even if she were an expert, there is absolutely no way that she could testify that she felt that Ms. Benefield was exhibiting behaviors of an abused person. I think it's completely improper. And the issue of the decline of the injunction, or the fact that Ms. Sweet intended to file, is irrelevant. I can tell your honor, and for the court's knowledge, it's because when we got the receipt of when that package was sent, that receipt showed a date that was a problem for us. And that is why that case was declined. So the decision was made after Ms. Sweet left the office and we received the receipt. So the fact that she would be testifying, I believed her and I wanted to file it, is completely and totally irrelevant.
But isn't that what their guy did?
Yeah.
So what's the difference?
Yes, sir. Rebuttal?
Yeah, so the court may recall that Deputy Weber had issued a capias for the arrest of Douglas Benefield for the delivery of this package. Detective Gillum came into court and told us that he suspended Deputy Weber's request for a capias, and we have a communication from Deputy Gillum that we got by way of a public records request, where he acknowledges plain as day that it was a violation, that it was during the time that the South Carolina injunction was in effect. But he nonetheless refers it to the state attorney's office. This is the assistant state attorney that was working that case. She would testify, we'd like to put her up for a proffer, that she fully intended to file. She believed it was clearly a violation based on the fact that the court.
Well, I'm just saying, if you want to proffer, let's get her in and proffer, because then all these arguments would happen after the proffer.
Okay.
I mean, but I haven't made a ruling, so I'm just, you can make your argument, I can make a preliminary ruling, and then you can proffer.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Mr. Taylor, you didn't go outside. So listen, how about I do this? The jury's out. It's about 3:00. I'm thinking maybe give them a 20-minute, a longer afternoon break. When I do that in the afternoons, I will typically have a deputy escort them down to the jury assembly room where they can kind of spread out. The machines are there, the restrooms, but deputies are with them. Okay? All right, deputy, can you excuse them till about 3:20? We'll get them back up as soon as we can.
Why not just send them home?
Thank you.
Maybe they want to finish this guy. I don't know.
Just make a ruling, and either she's in, either she's out.
Did he say he wanted to talk to her first?
Yeah, it's a profit.
You solemnly swear affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
Why is everyone looking fine?
Cool, man. My name is Judge White, I'm presiding over this case. As the deputy said, just make yourself, go ahead and sit down, make yourself comfortable in this seat. Pull yourself up so you're about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. There you go, to adjust up, down, left, right, however you need it. Speak in a loud, clear voice, you'll hear everything. As you can see, I'll tell you, you're a former prosecutor and attorney. Jury's not here. At this point, the defense is going to proffer your testimony.
Okay.
She's really pretty.
Afternoon, Ms. Sweet. Will you tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Yes, Samara Sweet, Sweet.
Are you currently employed?
I am.
What's your title and where are you employed?
I am the trial lead of counsel at Lidecker, which is a civil litigation firm.
All right, and you're Florida Bar licensed attorney.
Yes, sir.
At one point, were you a staff attorney for the Manatee County State Attorney's Office?
Yes, I was.
How long did you serve in that capacity?
I was there from 2018 to 2022. It's about 4.5 years, I believe.
All right, and during that 4.5 year stint, was there any special assignment that you held?
I began with the misdemeanor division here in Manatee County. After 6 months, I moved to Arcadia. So I was in DeSoto County, where I started in misdemeanors and moved up into felonies, where I would have dealt with anything from possessions of controlled substances all the way up to child sex crimes and murders.
Specifically, did you have any training in domestic violence?
We did. Every attorney at the state attorney's office does go through CLE's trainings on how to deal with domestic violence victims, because especially when you're working in the misdemeanor portion, a lot of your crimes are batteries and a lot of them are domestic violence victims.
Can you give us an idea of how many cases you handled involving domestic violence?
Oh, I think at one point my caseload was 700 when I was in Arcadia. And at least a third of those were probably something domestic violence related.
Did you deal with not only abusers, but the abused?
Yes, most of the cases I had as a prosecutor, my victims were abused individuals.
Were the majority of your victims in domestic violence cases females?
I would say a large amount were females, yes.
Were you assigned, while in your capacity as an assistant state attorney for the 12th Judicial Circuit, were you assigned to a matter involving Ashley Benefield?
I was, yes.
How did that come to pass?
So when I was in Manatee, I had the caseloads with all defendants that had the last names with B, D, or I. So Ashley Benefield's case came to me and she was the victim in the case that had been assigned to me for a violation of an injunction.
Do you recall specifically the nature of the violation?
It was a package that had been delivered to her allegedly from her ex-husband.
All right, and the domestic violence injunction that was violated, do you recall from where it had been issued?
It was from out of state. I believe it was South Carolina.
And did you meet with Miss Benefield?
I did.
Do you remember on how many occasions?
I believe it was twice, because when the case first came, there's elements to a violation of injunction that have to be met. We had not yet had all the information, so I did meet with Miss Benefield, got some more information, and then had to follow up on the investigation. I had to meet with her again after that.
Did there come a point in time when you made a filing decision?
I did not. I have left the office before a filing decision was made. I had been moved to Arcadia at that point.
I should have articulated that question better. Had you, as part of your investigation, individually reached a conclusion as to whether or not you felt it justified going forward and charging?
I did. I think I was still waiting on some information to prove if the package had actually been sent by Mr. Benefield. And that was the last information that I had left to my predecessor before I left. But I did think that if that information was given, there was enough to file.
And would it help refresh your recollection if I suggested that you were waiting on a copy of the receipt for the package?
Yes, I was waiting on to see who had sent that. And I know I had been in contact with the officers involved.
Do you recall whether or not you were dealing with Detective Gillum?
That I'm very bad with names, so I do not want to say yes or no, sir, if it was Detective Gillum or not. That does sound familiar, but I might have worked with him on other cases as well.
All right. How was Ashley Benefield when you first met her? Can you describe her demeanor?
Yes, she was very upset. She seemed scared, worried. She had come to my office and she was crying when she was sitting in my office with me. I did think that she was worried about the package that had been received.
Now, was it your practice generally to always meet with the victims in the cases that you were prosecuting?
Yes, it's office policy.
Had you formed an opinion about the genuineness of the fear that Ms. Benefield expressed?
I did believe that she was in fear and worried about that.
And from the investigation that you conducted, did it vindicate, other than the actual label for the package, the factual representations that Ms. Benefield had made to you? Want me to restate
Yeah,
that?
that was
Yes,
such
please.
a
Yeah,
convoluted
that
way
didn't
of
come out
asking
too
that
good.
question.
Did your investigation corroborate the facts that Ms. Benefield related to you?
It did, yes. There had been a package received. The package, I know she believed had some weird smell coming from it. And my recollection was that had been investigated, but the package had been delivered to her. I think she said it was close to her birthday around that date. I can't remember exactly, but it did. The facts that I had investigated did lead up. South Carolina, when I reached out to them, had said they had given an injunction for her.
All right. And do you recall contacting the toxicologist with respect to the contents of that package?
I did. She had brought me a toxicology report on that meeting, and I did call the doctor. Now, in all candor, I can't confirm if that's exactly the doctor, but I did speak to someone on the phone who said that Ashley did have weird things in her blood system at the time that did not correlate to someone's normal toxicology. But she couldn't say from where that had come from, but that there were abnormalities in that report.
And you say you have considerable experience with women who have been victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
Is there a certain pattern in your training and experience that you see in these women?
Yes. So a lot of times we'll have a lot of these meetings involve an abuser. We have the abuser who has abused someone. By the time they're coming to us, a lot of time has passed. So we always want to explain to them that normally we see a cycle. You have an abuser, he does something wrong. Then it's, I'm sorry, I'm very, very nice. They come back and then we end up again in this situation with more abuse.
Kind of like a hamster wheel.
Yes.
Did you form an opinion as to whether or not in your discussions with Ms. Benefield that she fit the profile of an abused woman?
I did. When we discussed, she did seem that she had been isolated at that time. She was very scared. The way she had spoken to me did give rise. She had mentioned some minor physical issues that had been occurring, but abuse doesn't always have to be physical. Sometimes it's psychological, mental, emotional. And she was in my office when she was sitting, she did seem to be presenting like that.
Is it a pattern and practice of abusers to employ psychological intimidation?
I mean, normally a lot of the times in the reports I would have, we would have something of threats or some sort of information leading up, text messages, Facebook messages, things of that sort.
And let me ask you this. Are these abused women, despite their fear, often in the company of the abuser?
A lot of times I've seen them return back to their abusers, yes.
And have you experienced abused women when in the company of the abuser acting as if everything is fine?
I wouldn't be able to say I've seen them with their abusers, but a lot of times if we were in court trying to present, I would see them come in to defend the defendant that we had or to withdraw claims and that kind of thing.
I guess the point of my questioning is merely because the woman appears content, is that an indication that she's happy in the company of the abuser?
No.
Why is that?
Just, I mean, I have more facts by the time I've seen the investigations, I've seen interviews, things of that sort in our caseload. They might be presenting, telling the judge something, but clearly we've seen, photos of abuse. They've sat and given us recollections of abuse, that kind of thing.
You left the office before you were able to actually conclude and file a charging document.
That's correct.
And as you sit here today, do you know what the disposition was?
I believe it was decided to not move forward, so it was dismissed.
That's all, Your Honor.
Close.
When you were in the misdemeanor division in Manatee, I think you said 6 months.
Yes.
So what was the time frame then?
I know I had started, I want to say April of 2018. So it would have been 6 months from there because I think I got out to Arcadia around October, November-ish.
Okay. And was the misdemeanor job in Manatee your first job out of law school?
No.
No. Okay. Did you work, where did you work before that?
Before I worked with Eric Reisinger, I actually did criminal defense.
Okay. All right. So
She
when you
just
talked
tried
about the
to,
criminal,
you don't know
I'm
anything.
sorry, the domestic violence training, were you referring to the domestic violence training at the state attorney's office?
Yes.
Okay. And was that the normal domestic violence that everyone is sent to, the class?
Yes.
And how long is that class?
I think it's 4 days.
Okay. And is there any other domestic training?
I know the office does some pretty good domestic training. They'll do PowerPoints, luncheons, things of that sort. I think there's some, I don't know if they still do it because now I'm aging myself, some field trips to like the TILA and some of those organizations that work with abused women.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
No, I think that's got it.
All right, man, could you step back onto the hallway, please?
Yes, sir.
Well, it's longer than to become a crash expert. She's a slumper.
All right. She's out. Proponent, you can start with your, there you go. She's waiting in the ante room. Now we got her in the hallway. Proponent of the evidence, argument.
Yes. So, Your Honor may remember that Detective Gillum made the allegations 2.5 years later, despite the fact that there was no earlier report documenting what he alleged 2.5 years later in any of his 2 or 3 prior supplements, that Miss Benefield acted completely inappropriately, that he did not believe that the South Carolina domestic violence injunction was in effect because even though the hearing was on November 3rd, the judge hadn't signed the order till the end of the month. And therefore, he countermanded Deputy Weber's request for a capias. This witness impeaches the statement by Detective Gillum because she was the assistant assigned to the case at the time, and she had made a decision that, in fact, she was going to file, but for the fact that she left the office beforehand. She had conducted the investigation, completed it. All she was waiting on was the label of the package, which interestingly enough, the court may recall, Detective Gillum recovered from Stephanie Murphy. But it apparently didn't make its way to Samara Sweet until after she left the office.
All right. And the objecting party?
She's not testifying as an abuse victim. She's testifying in her role as the prosecutor who was handling the case, who said she would have pressed charges if she had been there. But she was waiting for the receipt, and then she transferred out of the office, left to go to get a job in the private sector. So she's not an expert.
Judge, I would object. I don't think she can testify as to anything. She just testified to. I think most of it is opinion, and she is not an expert. And even if she was an expert, she wasn't listed as an expert. So she cannot give opinions. And any opinion about whether someone, as a prosecutor, whether someone violated the law or not is inappropriate testimony for court. A lot goes into filing decisions. The prosecutor has discretion the same way police officers have discretion. To add any significance to that, I think would be completely improper. And so I would object to anything to do with her decision-making with the state attorney's office. And also, as I said, I think there was some information that was gained after she left that played into that decision. But additionally, I think she would not qualify as an expert of domestic violence, and I think even if she could, a lot of those things would be inadmissible anyway, what she would say.
All right. Mr. Taylor, do you have any final thoughts you wanted to put on the record? Any final thoughts? Rebuttal?
That's good.
All right, thank you. So one of the very interesting things about this case as we have gone along is there's been some very interesting, and I think I said the other day, unique legal arguments that have been made. Certainly, I would like to think it's in honor of the Olympics starting tonight that you guys have put me through my mental gymnastics for the last couple of months.
Is he sponsored by the Olympics?
Another judge that's here in Manatee County, I hear him say this a lot, and I think it rings true. There are some very difficult decisions that we make as judges, emotionally difficult, legally difficult, factually difficult. This is not one of them. This is a very, very clear and easy decision. I'm going to put the part about Ms. Sweet offering any sorts of opinion as an expert kind of to the side, because I resolved this matter well before I consider that she wasn't listed as an expert and the Richardson aspects of that. And what I want to focus on is the purpose of allowing these other incidents of violence or threats is, as we all know, it's one of the carve-outs of obviously case law provides an exception in stand your ground and self-defense cases for battered spouse syndrome. Normally, any peculiarities for a particular defendant, PTSD, low IQ, mental health, are the ones that come to mind quickly, are not relevant and not admissible in a self-defense case because it's a reasonable person standard. So battered spouse syndrome is the carve-out, and the idea by once the defendant has laid the predicate of the overt act, allowing either reputation, and if it's reputation in a relevant community, we've all agreed, well, should agree, the case law says that the defendant doesn't have to know about that. It's just reputation evidence. On the flip side, whenever you want to get into specific acts of violence, threats, intimidation, and I know our net that we've casted here is beyond just prior acts of violence. There's also been issues of threats and intimidation. It's come in, it's in. The case law talks specifically about why that evidence is allowed and why all of that is not hearsay, because it's not offered for the truth. It's offered to show the jury what did the defendant know at the time that the self-defense was used. And unlike the mental ailments I mentioned earlier or other peculiarities of the particular defendant, this is just to show why the defendant would have stayed, and even if there wasn't an imminent violence at the moment, why that person would feel terrified, and all the other bad spells. I won't go into the whole thing. So the issue is not, did this assistant state attorney believe the defendant? Did this police officer take a report and submit a capias, or not issue a capias and send it to the state as a non-arrest? Did this ASA...
No, it's in Paris. That's 3,000 kilometers away.
File it or not file it? Did this ASA believe that the defendant was the victim of domestic violence or not? All of those things are completely irrelevant, not to mention prohibited from the witness commenting on ultimate facts or invading the province of the jury. The issue is not the truth or falsity of the violation of injunction or the shooting into the ceiling or any of those issues. That's not the issue. The issue is, was the defendant aware of these prior acts? Example being that the evidence came in regarding domestic violence by Mr. Benefield against his first wife. The way the defendant learned about that was some sort of text message by or between Mr. Benefield and the former Mrs. Benefield. Clearly hearsay. But why does it come in? Because she was aware of it, and it shows some violent tendencies, so she can testify about it, she can talk about it, the jury hears about it to help understand what she knew, and this is in the jury instructions as the attorneys know, what she knew at the moment that this incident was happening. So Ms. Sweet's testimony about whether she believed the defendant or not, whether she was going to file or not, the conversation, that whether she thought that the defendant was genuine and legitimately a victim, the testimony that she had some report and she called someone and there were some sort of abnormalities, unspecified abnormalities in some lab test, that she, characteristics of domestic violence victims and so forth, is just of no moment. So it's irrelevant. It's commenting on the testimony of and the credibility and veracity of other witnesses. It's commenting on ultimate facts. If you want to talk about the expert portion of it, as the defense said, this is all the same things that Ferris is going to testify to. So in essence, I haven't heard his testimony, but what I understood was everything, I believe it was something along the lines of what she's going to testify to is the same as what Mr. Ferris is, and I only say Mr. because I don't know his professional designation. So Mr. Ferris is going to testify to. Finally, on the issue of 403, Ms. Sweet's testimony, the probative value of that is substantially outweighed by the danger of confusion of the issues and misleading of the jury, because it does not matter whether that particular person believes it was a violation of injunction or not. The point is, the testimony is out. It's been demonstrated that the defendant knew about that. She's alleged it was a violation of injunction. There's a dispute. That'll be a factual issue for the jury to determine. But she's alleged it was a violation, which she took as intimidating. And the smell that caused her headache was some sort of physical ailment that would have been caused by the presence that was provided. I understand that's her position. State may have a different argument on all that. But this is not even a difficult question. Ms. Sweet is not admissible as a witness. I am glad you proffered though, because now it's all on there. But no, she's not going to be allowed to testify to what I heard today. Do you have another witness we can call?
Yes.
All right.
Ferris.
We have an objection to him as well, Judge. We filed.
Oh, now, Mr. Ferris is the expert,
Yes.
and the state wanted to have a,
Judge, I'm sorry. We do have a lay witness that we want to get on. Amy Carlton. She's going to be quick. We need to get her back to work.
oh, hold on, Amy Carlton. And then I assume, I know that's bad, that Mr. Ferris, tell me, does he have a professional designation? Is he a doctor or?
He's a licensed mental health counselor.
So he's Mr. Ferris.
Former deputy sheriff. His practice and his law enforcement experience has been combined exclusively to domestic violence. He teaches batteries.
I just want to know if he was had he a professional designation that I should use. All right, so Mr. Ferris, looking at the time, I would think that after we finish with Ms. Carlton, the Daubert hearing is very likely going to take us to the end of the day. So I expect that we would probably start with Mr. Ferris on Monday. Mr. Taylor?
Well, Your Honor, actually, we have some case law.
Oh, Jesus Christ. This moves so slowly.
All right, well, do you want to handle Ms. Carlton first?
Please.
All right.
Mr. Donald just needed to go to the ladies' room, so.
Oh, all right.
I mean, if you want to bring him back in, that's fine. If you
Well,
want.
yeah, we can start working them back up.
Yeah.
See you,
I think
Sebastian.
that'll be good. So let me give you guys 5 minutes. If you need to step out, Mr. Taylor, Ms. Benefield, if you need to step out and use the facilities, that'll be.
Why not just send the jury home? Get that lay witness in, send the jury home, and then argue about another witness that probably won't be let in.
It's okay, Baker. Father time will get there.
Of course, I have a Yankee bar at the ready.
Better. Those things are yummy. I think Panilla should send me more of them.
Yeah, Penilla, why haven't you sent her more of them?
I want some more salty black licorice. I'm kind of sad.
That hated salty licorice that, oh, how can you eat it? And all of a sudden it's the
Yes.
best in the world.
It grew on me.
Why wasn't all this done before? Because he didn't disclose half his witnesses. The defense bullied every state with, oh, I love that Lawn and Crim puts those up now.
What?
The text from Lawn and Crim's
Oh,
chat.
what the actual what?
Yeah, we should take a micro nap. Should I put on the pause thing that everyone loved yesterday?
Mind your business. I don't know, Baker. Oh.
What?
Baker will have to you. Medita said, what was it called? I don't even remember. I just know they were like flat. They were like flat. Oh, licorice.
Was it the salty fish? No.
I don't.
Panilla is in Göteborg today, so she can't help.
They were like round and flat. They looked like quarters.
Yeah, we have some of those, but they are called piratas. They are Lawn and Crim rules the legal universe. The Shadow, I think you might be wrong, because they are just feeding it. Did the jury believe Ashley's cheers? How did they react? We don't know because no one's in the courtroom. No, they just let it run. It's not like me who just pulls up whatever makes me look good. She overshook on the stand. That's when she started losing me. Downhill from there.
Please just do this the whole time.
Yes, it's because they have seen people really like it on our channels when we interact with chat. So instead of just having court, I don't think defense proves self-defense.
Well, okay. Thank you.
Didn't spell losing right. I can't spell for crap, so I'll just read it. I think Special K is a little behind. They'll have to behave in chat or they get booted immediately. I don't know. I've gone in there sometimes and said some stuff. I don't think the defense proves self-defense either.
Oh. I feel like that's exactly what they sound like. Those two people talking to each other.
Gracias, Betsy. Yeah, imagine that. Law and crime audience saying she's guilty. I think Karen Reed and Nicholas Mew are the only two cases. How is guilt not proven beyond a reasonable doubt? No one is disputing she puked him. Because the evidence doesn't add up to what she said happened. Guilty. That's sassy mama. She does look sassy. She was holding her phone like this. Got timed on for Laura for saying a witness had a petted lip. I don't know what a petted lip is, but I agree. Oh, if it looks like, yeah, that's it's hell. Well, I should send you ours. They are even worse than the Swedish ones.
Well, they're like
Federal
super salty. So they like, I mean, obviously I was not used to that, but then I kept them around because I didn't throw them out.
And then you just had one more and one more.
Yeah, and then you have one more, and then all of a sudden I was like, I kind of like this.
A spoiled lip. The divorce lawyer earlier today, there was something, I don't know if she had too much Botox or something, but her chins and lips didn't move the same way. Yeah, I like this judge. He's been good.
Yeah.
Do. Oh, she wasn't in there. Yeah, she's been on Melanie too.
Who?
No, Cindy Lou Boo. Monday will probably be sent to jury because we haven't had closing arguments today. We just spent an hour arguing over a witness again.
Mm-hmm. So defense probably isn't going to finish till Monday.
Nope. I don't like salt licorice that much.
Okay, bring him in.
You're missing out.
Oh, does anybody need the screen?
No.
No, sir.
Oh, and can we get the site for the case? Mr. Taylor, can we get the site for the case that you sent that Daubert?
I can better than that.
Perfect, thank you.
You can't. I think I know exactly which one you're bringing me to bring me though.
One more, yes, one more for today. And then they're going to argue about another witness. Well, Jenny, my chat is split on everything I asked them to as well, because it is a hard case, because someone isn't here to take the stand. That's Doug. But I'm not even sure where I stand, because I believe her testimony. Also believe she might have overdone it some. That's why I don't have any opinions. I don't even vote in my own polls, so I can just let all you all argue in chat and tell you to calm down when it gets too heated. I think he's an old short guy. How is Queen Mary doing? Tell her I said hi. The next time I see her, she's in Paris right now. I'll swing by the castle and say, "Hey, Mary."
Hey,
People say
Mary.
hi.
All right, y'all can have a seat.
I actually never
I
met
see
her.
the
I think.
jackets and the sweaters have gone on. You know, you would think in the afternoon it would get warmer, but I told you, even with the southern exposure, somehow it just gets cooler and cooler and cooler. So, all right, while you were out, did anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves, talk about anything about the case, talk about anybody outside of the jury about the case, or do any research on people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about? All right, everybody says no. Mr. Taylor, call your next witness. Amy Call.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Hello, ma'am. My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over the case. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, or right if you need it. And just speak in a loud, clear voice and we'll hear everything. Can I just move you just a little bit forward?
Okay.
That's perfect. Thank you. Yes, sir, Mr. Taylor.
Good afternoon. Would you tell
Good
us your full
afternoon.
name and state your last name, please? Spell your last name.
Spell my last name. Carlton.
And your first name?
Okay.
Tell
I'm
us.
sorry.
What is your first name?
Amy with a Y.
Okay, Amy. Or Miss Carlton. Are you presently employed?
I'm presently employed, yes.
Yeah, where?
Where?
Where? For who?
Is she deaf?
No, I'm sorry. Is she deaf? Or is she just really nervous?
She's really looking at him intensely as he's trying to read her lips.
I'm
talks slow
at
enough.
one of the hotels in the area.
Okay. And what capacity do you serve in at the hotel?
I'm one of the managers.
How long you been doing that?
What was that?
How long you been doing that?
I've been with the ownership for 4 years now, going on 5.
Are you married?
Yes.
What's your husband's name?
Herbert.
Miss
I
Carlton,
thought
were
she
you and your husband
Never mind.
Herbert living in Bradenton, Manatee County on September 30th, 2020?
Yes.
September 27th, 2020.
Yes, we were.
Hi, Lefty. I absolutely don't. Thank you, Lefty.
Do you recall that afternoon if you were outside with your husband?
Yes, we were.
Do you recall the address you lived at back then?
It was on Newport News Street or Drive. We've been renting, so be honest with you, I don't recall the exact street, the number of the street, but it was Newport News.
Do you recall, Ms. Carlton, whether or not, what was the reason why you and your husband were out that afternoon?
I have a mini golden doodle, and we were taking a walk.
Did anything unusual occur while you were out with your husband and the dog?
Reason I'm here, you know it. I mean,
Would you share it with us? What happened?
we were taking a walk, and Newport News is a couple streets over from the incident area. And it was probably 3 houses down where we were. And at the time, my dog was probably just over 1. So I don't know. I'm a big dog lover, and she's my life outside of work with my husband. He and I both heard what I don't know. I didn't know what it to be, and he kind of grabbed my arm, and I kind of got startled because it did sound like gunshots. I don't know, at the time we didn't know what it was, and but we heard one right after the other. And me, because of where I work, I'm trained like the attack or panic mode. I am thinking of myself, sorry to be selfish, and my dog and my husband. And he's looking ahead too. And I just remember being a little bit terrified myself and thinking of myself, my family. And so I remember looking up and telling him, well, let's go, let's turn around, let's go back behind the house, because at the time we weren't sure what it was. And also being trained, you don't know what is to come next. First of all, you don't know what it is. So as I'm telling my husband, I told him, call 911. As I'm telling him that, I'm sorry, I'm backing back behind the house because you don't know what's coming next.
All right, let me ask you a couple of specific questions if I can.
Yes.
You say you heard some gunshots.
Why is she here?
It sounded like gunshots.
All right.
Like,
now,
we know she shot him.
After you heard the gunshots, did you observe anybody exit a house?
Quickly, as we were trying to make sure of our safety, we saw someone leave the house, a lady leave the house. It was, I mean, I don't know exactly like timing wise, because it's like I said, my mind was going through a lot of things.
Let me just keep you on the questions, okay? I'll help you. I'll lead you through it.
No, you won't.
You hear the gunshots. The next thing you see is what?
A lady came from the house, and
describe.
I remember screaming, and that's just the vivid recollection and memory that I have. Just the screaming, and I came from the house running to the neighbor's house. I don't remember too much other than the screaming and pounding on the neighbor's front door.
Is it a safe bet for us to say that this lady that you saw exit the house screaming was hysterical?
Yes, yes.
I want you to tell us, Miss Carlton, after the gunshots, approximately how long it took for that woman to come running out of the house.
Oh. So I'm not sure I recall. It was within seconds, though. It was, I don't know. It just, I mean, I didn't even have time, like I said, to pursue any hiding places. It was so quickly.
Do you remember speaking to the police about the incident?
We had an interview, yeah. It was probably 30 seconds, a minute. I don't know, 30 seconds.
Okay. So you hear the shots, and within 30 seconds, a screaming, hysterical woman comes running out of the house and goes to the neighbor's house.
Yes.
Did you hear banging on the door at the neighbor's house?
I don't I don't recall if I remember stating that or not, but I remember the hysteria of the screaming.
Okay, that's all I have, Your Honor.
Can the witness be released?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Carlton.
Ma'am, you've been released from your subpoena, so you're free to go. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
All right, go ahead and approach.
So she was just there to testify that she pew 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 and ran out the house. So it wasn't like she
Mm,
waited around to create a scene. Is my
yeah.
belief of what this was about.
And to, testify to her screaming and all that, making all that noise.
Yeah. This changes everything. Guilty.
She was so nervous. That poor thing.
Yeah. It's nice having one of those weird witnesses back on where we can sit and say, oh, she was weird.
Yeah, she was just so nervous. Poor thing.
I remember this haircut a lot from the 80s and the 90s.
What haircut?
The one I just showed you on screen.
I wasn't looking at the screen. Sorry.
No, you should watch the trial sometimes.
I do.
Mm-hmm. It was just that kind of fluffy, kind of curly. I don't know what hair down to here is in a woman's term, but
Is it like shoulder length?
yeah, in guy terms, it would be too long.
Too long? Shoulder length?
If it's past the ears, it's like you're a hippie.
Oh. Oh, it was a guy, not a girl.
No, it was a girl. That's why I don't know, because men don't have any words for that other than get a haircut, hippie.
What is happening?
It's close to 10. You know I'm getting a little loopy.
I know, and I'm starving.
Watch Our Trials as a way. Thanks for a fun week. See you on Monday. Well, Watch Our Trials. If you want something completely different, come back tomorrow at 2 p.m. British time, where we will have our Saturday show, where Jamie will yell at me for 2 hours while I say I'm sorry for everything I do. And we also have fun. I hope Mo can come on tomorrow. Maybe we'll have little D on as well.
Maybe. You'll have to wait and see.
I'm talking about a haircut I didn't like.
On a woman, though, or a man?
On a woman. I just said I don't know what it's called in women's terms, because no respectable man has his hair that long.
But you
That's why
said a woman,
I said
a shoulder length.
for 7 weeks I sat with Valhalla and hold in. I wanted to get my clippers and say, you know what's coming, hippie? Not in this man's army.
But you said a shoulder length hair on a woman is too long?
No, I said I don't know what you would call it in a woman, because men have no term for that, because hair that long shouldn't be allowed on a man. High and
Oh,
tight is the only accept, unless you play guitar in a glam band. Then you can have long poodle hair. You should, Cindy Lou. This is a really dumb hill to die on. Well, I'll move to Canton, Massachusetts, where no man has hair.
You're just more confusing every time you explain it, so it's fine.
Well, it's not like anything's going on in court, so let me just entertain with my. It's called a Karen cut. No, that's shorter. That's like that neighbor from Married with Children. I know that much.
What was her name?
Marcy.
Marcy.
There's the jury. So the attorneys and I need to talk about what's going to happen next week. We got to do some legal matters that are outside the province of the jury. So at this point, I'm going to let you go for the weekend. It's about 10 till 4, so you're free to go at this point. Remember the rules for the weekend. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't talk about it with anybody else outside of the jury. And certainly don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about. And that includes being very mindful of watching out for any media that may be on anywhere you go and wherever you might be to avoid all of that. Okay? Listen, do you still have your parking passes?
Yes.
Everybody's got that. If you've lost your sticker, is there somebody downstairs in the jury room? Okay. Oh, you got a bunch of them?
Yes. He got us a bunch.
It's like pads and everything. We got them everywhere. Okay,
Pat?
great. So make sure you keep that parking pass. If something happens and you lose it, you're gonna have to come in Monday, see the
Experts in
jury
TV.
coordinator to get another one and then go park, because they will
Or maybe
give
no
you a
one.
ticket or tow you, one or the other.
You're going to argue about every
So
witness.
thank you
from
very
now on.
much. It's been a great week. Yes, ma'am.
What time do you want us here Monday?
I always forget that part. We're gonna start at 9 o'clock on Monday. So if you can be downstairs, 8:30, 8:45 is just fine. Listen, I will say this though. Remember on this past Monday, how there was a whole bunch of people? That's how it's gonna be this coming Monday, because we're gonna be picking another round. Other judges are gonna be picking other rounds of juries. So you don't have to necessarily stick together, but you're probably gonna wanna be off a little bit. Unless you want to tell the other folks there how great jury duty is. That way they won't try and get out of it. All right. Great question. I'm sorry I forgot about that. Thank you very much. You are free to go for the weekend.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, y'all can have a seat. I will tell you, I don't think I need to hear a whole lot more about Mr. Ferris. I think we've talked about it quite a bit. I'm ready for the hearing. I will say this, it is a hearing, so if you want to make an opening, don't feel like you can't. You're absolutely free to make an opening if you want, Mr. Taylor. So please don't let me dissuade you. If you want to make an opening, make an opening.
Not necessarily.
State?
No, Judge.
Thank you.
I think we've talked about it.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that's going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I don't know.
Hello, sir. My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over the case. We're going to have a Daubert hearing. I'm sure you're familiar with that.
Yes, sir.
So just put yourself about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. Make yourself comfortable in that chair.
Okay.
And we'll get started with the hearing.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Tell us your full name, please, and spell your last name.
Bruce Eric Ferris. The last name's Ferris.
Mr. Ferris, what type of work do you do?
I'm a
We are doing a Daubert hearing. That's to check if he has the credentials that makes him into an expert, so he can testify as an expert.
licensed mental health counselor. I do individual therapy, and also I do consulting on domestic violence and expert witness testimony.
Let's discuss your education. Would you inform us, please?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in civil engineering. I also graduated the local police academy in Gainesville, Florida, and I have a master's degree in mental health counseling.
Do you have any specialized education or training in a specific field?
I do. If you look at my curriculum vitae, I think there's over 100 items listed where either classes or seminars or teachings and certificate training that I've attended.
And included in that, would domestic violence be a major part of it?
That was the definitely predominant theme of whether it be a specific class or a conference, et cetera, on domestic violence and intimate partner violence. And if you'd like, I can explain the difference.
Please.
Domestic violence has to do with what we might think of people have a child in common or family members. And that doesn't necessarily mean an intimate relationship. It could be two relatives living in the house together. Intimate partner means there's an intimate relationship, a spouse, a boyfriend, girlfriend. So there's a little difference there.
Try to make sure your voice in the microphone because it tails off.
Thank you.
Mr. Ferris, have you taught any courses or presentations in specialized field?
I have.
Please enlighten us.
If you look at my CV, I've given, I think, over 40 some presentations and teachings. For 8 years, I taught a batterers intervention program class to offenders, uniquely that. And for anyone that doesn't know, batterers intervention program is for offenders. It's usually court ordered, part of probation or part of a sentence or part of an injunction or a restraining order. It's a 6-month psychoeducational class. I've been training for that and teach that. I also I used to teach Gardner Lightham volunteers about domestic violence and effects on children. I've taught the 8th Circuit staff at the state attorney's office about domestic violence and impact to women and children and batterers intervention, how to interview people. From 2008 to 2020, I taught at the University of Florida Law Clinic on intimate partner violence to law students about the same type of subject, domestic violence and intimate partner violence and effects, and also enforcement of the law. I also trained police officers about domestic violence enforcement. Currently, since 2009, I've been teaching officers how to de-escalate confrontations as part of the crisis intervention training team. I teach the de-escalation part of that. There's a lot more I could talk about, but that's the nature, and you could see in my CV.
All right, let's talk about your work experience.
Okay, so I have an affiliation with Village Counseling Center, doing therapy, DCF cases, and domestic violence related cases. I used to also work with Creative Counseling in Gainesville, doing teaching batterers intervention program classes and doing individual therapy. I also have my own practice now, and I do individual counseling. Recently, I just looked up, since 2014, I've treated almost 1,000 individual clients or patients as an individual therapist. Work experience we're still talking about.
Yes, sir.
Okay, of course, I mentioned the doing consulting for attorneys on domestic violence and being an expert witness. Are we you're gonna want to know my current work or my past work?
Well, let's stay in the past. How about any experience with the Gainesville, Florida Police Department?
Yes. I went through the police academy in 1993. I was sworn in 1994. I retired from there in 2013. The last 10 years of my career there, I was the lead detective in the domestic violence unit, part of the Investigations Bureau, uniquely just looking at the domestic violence cases, enforcing the law, training officers, doing some public outreach, and being on various task forces.
Can you give us an idea over the course of that time, approximately how many cases you would have handled?
Yeah, I was a lead detective on close to at least 500 cases I looked up were resulting in arrest or charges being filed.
And what kind of professional credentials do you hold?
I'm a licensed mental health counselor in the state of Florida. I have certification to teach batterers intervention program classes through the state. I also received certificates to do threat assessments, domestic violence threat assessments through Jackie Campbell at Johns Hopkins University. Also trained in doing counseling and work with adoptions through Rutgers University.
Have you been the recipient of various awards and recognitions?
Yes, I have.
No, this is a Daubert hearing. It's to check if he is an expert with expertise in the field he's experting in.
Was chosen by the Alachua Board of Commissioners to be recommended to Governor DeSantis to be on the Alachua County Child Fund, tax fund, I guess they call it, trust fund, excuse me. I've also received various awards as the for my domestic violence work through the local shelter. I received a statewide award from Attorney General Pam Bondi and Governor Scott at the time for my work. In 2010, I was awarded and recognized for my work with victims of crimes in the state. There's several other ones. Without looking at my CV, I don't recall them all.
Sure.
I received some recognition of contributions for the work I did with that CIT team. The University of Florida also gave me recognition for training that I'd done with their officers. I was Big Brother of the Year, and for my work with my little brother for about 10 years, I worked with a little kid as my friend. And I was also the Law Enforcement Officer of the Year, as granted by the Domestic Violence Abuse Network in Gainesville.
Are you a member, Mr. Ferris, of any specialty boards, committees, or professional organizations?
Sure. Again, relying a little bit on my CV because of the nature of the question.
That's fine.
So in 2022 to 2024, I was a member of the Rape Crisis Center Advisory Council. I was a member of the American Mental Health Counselors Association, retired member of the Fraternal Order of Police. I was a member of the 8th Judicial Circuit, Florida Family Law Advisory Group, member of the Gainesville Domestic Violence Task Force. I was a member of the 8th Judicial Circuit of Florida Domestic Violence Fatality Review Team. I was a board member of the Gainesville Commission on the Status of Women, member of the Alachua County High Risk Domestic Violence Team. I got some recognition for my work as a volunteer with University of Florida College of Medicine. I was doing mobile outreach part-time as a volunteer. I was a member of the University of Florida Male Leadership Committee, again, dealing with domestic violence. I was also on the planning committee for the sexual battery conference in Gainesville for many years. I was a member of the Gainesville Mental Health Consortium, the United Way Community-Wide Strategic Planning Safety Committee. I was part of the working group for leader for domestic violence coordinated community response for local law enforcement and best practices procedure. And I was a member of the statewide domestic violence needs assessment group organized by the Office of State Courts Administrator, Office of Court Improvements.
Have you been recognized as an expert by courts in the state of Florida? An expert in domestic violence?
Yes. Just as a footnote, I've been recognized as an expert in domestic violence in Batterers Intervention Program class, effects of domestic violence on children, and generalized mental health work. I've been involved with about 60 cases, consulting or testifying. Not all of those did I testify. I did testify in over 50 of those cases.
Both civil and criminal?
Yes, both civil and criminal. Majority were in civil. The types of working both for the defense and the prosecutor, the state attorney's office, but the majority were civil.
All right. Would you be kind enough to educate us a little bit? What is domestic violence?
Okay, domestic violence. Excuse me. Domestic violence, according to Florida state criminal law, is acts of like battery and assault, ag battery, ag assault, false imprisonment, sexual battery, all these different person crimes from one family or household member to another family or household member. So that now the definition is what's a family or household member, and that's people that are married, living together, maybe had a child together, but have never lived together. People living together as a family in a house. It doesn't include, let's say, cousins that never lived together. So it's unique in that way.
And is there another definition of domestic violence?
Yes, and in my practice and in my training, this is a pretty accepted concept that domestic violence is actually a pattern of power and control. And the key word here is pattern, that's repetitive. And the criminal definitions, the physical things, those are used by perpetrators or abusers to control their victims. But along with that also is used control tactics. We often think about emotional abuse or those sorts of things, and they're defined in the Duluth Power and Control Wheel.
Would you explain to us what the Duluth Power and Control Wheel is?
Okay. So the Duluth Power and Control Wheel was developed up in Duluth, Minnesota by a group of researchers who deal with domestic violence. And what they did is they looked specifically at domestic violence cases that have been criminal cases, that victims who came through shelters, DV shelters, and they were looking for what were the tendencies or the tactics used by abusers against their victims. And they developed this power and control wheel. It's used around the country. It's the Duluth Power and Control Wheel is the basis for the Batterers Intervention Program class I mentioned. DCF, Department of Children and Families, has accepted that as a reality, a fact, and they that was the criteria or the curriculum for the BIP class used statewide and actually used around the country and internationally. So there's these 8 inner items, and on the outside of the depiction, I don't know if...
All right, yeah, let's see if, Judge, with the court's permission, we put the screen down.
Yeah, probably a little bit.
And they're going to repeat all of this in front of the jury. I wouldn't do that. This is boring.
That's perfect. Yeah, thank you.
question? Could Judge, may I ask you a question? Could I stand over here?
Sure.
And rather than try to do it for you.
Reposition as you need. It's just us.
Thank you. Just a little easier to see this way for me.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, you know what though? The only thing is you can't be so far that the court reporter can't hear you. And she's listening to these microphones.
Okay.
So why don't you turn that?
Okay.
And then if you just position so you're facing there.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Okay. There
Can
we
you
go.
hear me now?
I'm going to grab you a snack because this is taking forever.
Okay, so you can see that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let
Sure. Thank you, Judge. Thanks for reminding me. So this is the Duluth, as I said, if you look here, Domestic Abuse Intervention Project. And this was established some, I don't know, maybe 30 some years ago, 30, 40 years ago. And this is the standard used around the country and used for the Batter's Intervention Program class and a lot of counseling I do. This is part of the counseling along with cognitive behavioral therapy is one of the therapies I've been trained in graduate school and my work. So on the outside here of domestic violence is physical violence and sexual violence. And that's covered in the state statutes, the criminal law statutes. Then there's these 8 items that are part of the power and control. And remember, I said it's a pattern of power and control. So that means it's repetitive, a way to get your, it's a way for the abuser to get their victim to comply, to get into a compliance mode. I'll talk about that in a moment. So the first item is using intimidation, making her afraid by using looks, actions, gestures, smashing things, destroying her property, abusing pets, and displaying weapons. Those are I run into this all the time in terms of using intimidation. Using emotional abuse, putting her down, making her feel bad about herself, calling her names, making her think she's crazy. It's very common. Playing mind games, humiliating her, making her feel guilty, using isolation, controlling what she does, where she goes, who she sees, oftentimes spying on their victims, checking their phones, tracking them, etc. Minimizing, denying, and blaming. I find this in almost all the cases I work. They make light of the abuse, say it didn't happen. They shift responsibility. It didn't happen, it wasn't that bad. It was your fault. So minimizing, denying, blaming. Using children, sometimes put their victim, the mom, in fear of what he'll do to the child or that he'll report her, etc., that she might lose the child. Male privilege, this has to do with the role that he makes the decision or she should have an allowance, etc. And then the last item is using coercion and threats, making, or I'm just having problems reading the fuzz here a little bit, making and carrying out threats against her, threaten her, using coercion and threats. So I'm going to sit here, that can stay up, and I'm going to make a few comments about it. So the main issue here that, as we understand the power and control wheel, is these are techniques that the abuser uses to control their victim. And like we say, it's a pattern. So that means it's repetitive. And so what's the purpose of that? It's to get them to comply. And so the victim ends up trying to avoid the perceived danger that they'll experience if the abuser perceives that they're opposing them. That's particularly true for mothers that are, not only are they trying to protect themselves, but they're protecting their children. And I found that there's victims of domestic violence tend to get into what I call equilibrium sort of stasis experience. In other words, they avoid the perceived threat, so they the proverbial, the old phrase of walking on eggshells. So they end up being in this compliance, kind of like they don't want to poke the bear, so to speak. So they find this narrow way of coping by going along with the perpetrator and don't want to make him angry at them, because that's when the violence occurs, or the threats, or the emotional, the hardship. And that's exactly what the perpetrator, the abuser, wants to happen. He wants to keep her in line, so usually to manipulate, to get her to do what he wants to do, that they feel a sense of ownership, and they use these techniques to control. They also the victim wants to appear to be going along. They don't want to anger him. They'll actively hide that abuse from family and society, because if it gets out, he's going to be mad. I could speak certainly a lot more about that.
Are there, Mr. Ferris, common characteristics that abusers share?
Yes, they could be anyone from any socioeconomic group. I've been involved as a therapist and as a detective enforcing the law with all types of society and sexual orientation, from wealthy, well-known NASA scientists, doctors as a perpetrator, to the homeless person, and everyone in between. And in Gainesville, where I worked, we have a great population from all around the world there. And I didn't find a difference other than sometimes attitude, but every socioeconomic group, it's very, and also they tend to be males, but females also. Just yesterday, I took on a new client, spoke to him. His wife's in jail. He has 4 children with her, and he's a victim. So, he's a victim. So there's female abusers and male abusers. Males are predominant. I know when I was working, I ran some statistics on cases, and I found it was about over 2/3 of my cases were males, and less than 1/3 were females. Some of those, and that kind of reflected also when people would, kind of want to debate that issue about men or women. One thing that always struck me is when you look at fatalities, the statistics are about the same. There's usually the murderers are mostly men, by about 2/3 over the women. So the actual victimization cases and then the actual fatality cases, kind of the statistics I found ran together.
And what do they have in common?
Usually that they want to control their partners. There's kind of an ownership attitude. They use the power and control techniques I described to do that. I also find that they're in common, they're missing true empathy. I've kind of nicknamed it to myself as they're missing an empathy gene. And empathy has to do with the ability to feel someone else's feelings. And I find many of the perpetrators that I've counseled and also worked with in the BIP class, and certainly in my police career, they tend to be very selfish, a lot of narcissistic sort of ideas. I kind of image it as many of them, not 100%, but a majority. It's kind of like their point of view is I'm here and everyone and everything around me relates to me. I'm the center of the universe. As opposed to a healthy relationship, it's there's an equality. I'm being thoughtful and considerate of my wife as she is for me, and there's some balance. They don't necessarily adhere to that. They disguise how they treat their victims. Usually they don't want to let other people know about that, much like the isolation element. They want to keep it. And there's reasons for that. And some of it has to do, they don't want to go to jail if it gets out. And then they don't want, I found this a lot, that perpetrators don't want their victims to get the idea that they're not a good deal, that there's something they're doing that's wrong. So they isolate them from society as such. And they'll put on a real front. I have numerous cases like this, how they disguise, how they treat their victims. There can be, the victims, the perpetrators, can oftentimes be very appealing, and they're very good at convincing people of things. I found a certain finesse amongst those thousands of bit clients I had, that there were some very good talkers. I'll just leave it like that. But emotional and physical abuse is certainly what we think of. I've certainly worked a lot of cases where there was broken bones and bruises, etc., and emotional abuse and isolation and coercion threats, etc. But many of the cases I see, there isn't acute violence. It's emotional abuse. It's these techniques. The question is, can the abuser convince the victim that they're in, and put them in fear so they adhere to what they say? If they can create the fear, like this one lady told me, she was in fear of him so much, they would be in a public place and they're separated and they're across the room. And if he saw her talking to a male, he looked at her and she knew right away, end the conversation, move on. There was a fear, and there was no violence in that relationship, but she was scared of him. Also, as we know, as Judge knows, and Mr. Teller and the ASA knows, battery. In the state of Florida, there's assault and there's battery. Battery is the unwanted touching, that's the hitting, the punching, etc. But assault is also a crime. That's being in proximity to someone, showing a threat. I'm bowing up, have my fists up, and the victim has a perception that the violence is going to occur. That's a crime, though there's no marks, there's no scar, there's no hitting, but there's fear. And so sometimes there's assaults that are taking place that aren't reported. And if on top of that, if they can create that fear to go along, that's a common technique that I see happening. It's all about keeping control, their victim. And one real common thing that I've seen is obsessive jealousy. And when I worked with batterers, I was surprised, and I came to learn very quickly that they oftentimes equate jealousy with love. And we all know jealousy can be very detrimental to the object of the jealousy, and also to the person having the jealousy, being obsessed and worried, etc. Love.
The first thing he should learn was keep it short, keep it sweet, just like lovemaking. He's rambling.
We all know is something else, completely different, very kind, considerate, and very empathetic, very different, but they didn't understand that dynamic.
Let me ask you, Mr. Ferris, do they exhibit, with respect to these characteristics in common, what is their behavior relative to animals, pets in particular? Domestic pets.
Yeah, I understand.
Cats.
So cats, dogs, etc. So there's above average abuse of pets by domestic violence abusers. So I have two explanations for that. One is what I talked about, their missing empathy, that they they don't feel for a dog or a cat like I might feel. I'm very empathetic. I am in love with Rosie, my poodle. So is my wife, so that means a lot to me. But to an abuser who doesn't have empathy, it's not a big deal for them. They see it as an object. That's one thing. The more important item, especially in terms of power and control, has to do with that to get back to the controlling of their victim. If that victim is attached to that pet and I abuse that pet, now I'm putting you in fear for what I'm doing because I'm hurting your animal. So I'll attack that pet as a way to control you. You better not, oppose me again, or you better not leave, or you better not go out with your girlfriends when I say you shouldn't, or I'm going to hurt your pet. I'm going to kill your pet even. So it becomes part of the continuum of power and control. And the sad part is I've also found that many perpetrators have that same mentality they use against their females, children, in the sense that the women are highly protective of the children. And so he's using the child as a way to gain control over the female.
And what about the abused, Mr. Ferris? Do they have common characteristics as well?
Yes, the majority are female, though, like I say, I treat male victims of domestic violence also. I'm still kind of surprised at times when I meet a new victim for the first time. And remember, for 13 years, I've been getting clients from our local DV shelter as a consultant and a therapist working. So I get kind of a constant feed of them. And then I also have my other sources and attorneys, and just my people know who I am. So they come to me if they're victims. But I'm always amazed at how many don't truly.
I don't think he's there to give testimony about her. He's just there to educate what is DV.
Know what domestic violence is, and even I've had I've had clients who don't think they're a victim of domestic violence. They'll know there's a marriage problem, but they haven't been.
He's a DV expert.
I'm refraining from being too graphic because I've seen it all in terms of broken bones and types of violence in families. So they haven't been violently attacked and hit with the 2x4 or something. But I go over the power and control wheel, and they say, holy cow, this is my life. This is what's been going on with me. I remember one crime scene I was at, and the woman had been a victim of domestic violence, and she wouldn't talk to us. And I had a moment to speak to her, and I showed her the power control wheel and had a moment. There's a victim advocate there too. And we went over it, and all of a sudden it was like an aha moment. And she goes, darn. And I think it was a strangulation case. And she realized, and I've had some specialty training and some certification about being an expert in strangulation with the state, another subject. But she realized that she came within 4 minutes of dying for lack of oxygen to her brain. And once she realized the power and control wheel and how dangerous it was, she opened up and shared information, and that suspect who had left was eventually found. Also, statistics show that domestic violence victims will leave, on the average, about 8 times they'll leave their perpetrator before they finally leave. It often happens. And there's also socioeconomic and ethnic groups that have unique attitudes to domestic violence. This idea of protecting a child for the mother as a characteristic is very, very significant. I guess I'll take a short moment. There was a particular case that comes to mind. This mother was very abused by her husband, and he made her stay
I'm gonna object, we've just gotten into a narrative, I think he's established this fact.
Sustained. To the narrative.
Okay.
Okay, so you want me to skip the story?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
All
get
right.
to the point.
Describe what coercive control in a
wanna go to
relationship
bed.
means.
Coercive control or acts of assault, threats, humiliation, you're trying to create harm.
I want to know, what is he reading off of? He keeps looking down and reading. He should not be allowed to do that.
Punishment to frighten the victim, much in the manner that we're talking about a pattern of power and control. By creating fear, it's all working towards controlling the victim. Of course, like I say, the power and control wheel is the tactics, along with physical violence and sexual violence. And then we get into that appeasement or compliance that I've talked about. They want to avoid the pain of the conflict. And pain can be emotional pain. I've had women tell me, I rather get slapped upside the head, excuse me for the phrase, but then be told I'm ugly or fat, or my self-esteem totally crumbled. And so don't underestimate how important emotional control is in that sense.
Do these offenders always behave violently, or does abusive behavior happen in cycles?
No, as I've explained, it's not always violence. It's perceived violence in terms of the threats are enough to create fear in a victim that because of some assaults or, like in using intimidation, making her afraid by looks, actions, gestures, smashing things, destroying property, displaying weapons. These are all acts of intimidation that affects them and can create a great fear, and because of the narrative they project, the reality that they're living as the victim, and they get into this compliance mode, and it's can be very dangerous. There is, in terms of cycles in the industry, I'll call it, we recognize there can be kind of this rain, sunshine sort of a model, that there's acute abuse, and that's kind of symbolic of it raining. And then the sun comes out and there's like a honeymoon phase with couples, and the sun, everything's nice. There's no violence or no emotional abuse. And then all that rain with the hot sun, clouds form again. And then the clouds are too heavy to carry the rain, and then it rains again. So there's some relation.
No, she seems perfectly fine. I think she loves that there's someone with her all at the time.
Relationships, not all, but there's this cycle of violence or emotional abuse, and then a honeymoon. There's also a generational cycle that I'm aware of, that you grow up in a family where roles are very defined. The male is the head of the household. The wife doesn't, oppose him. So sometimes that cycle goes, I see it in my clients, from generation to generation until it can get someone breaks free from that. And maybe that male realizes that's not the best role to have. And a female realizes, I don't deserve this, and they move on. So that's another cycle.
Does the victim, Mr. Ferris, always appear to be afraid or act like they are afraid of the offender?
Definitely not. This gets back to what I've already been talking about. They're hiding that fear from friends, families, and for good reason, in the sense of the consequences of laying it out. And they may not understand all what's going on with domestic violence, but sometimes I've had victims say that they deserved it, that they caused the violence, that they didn't keep the house clean enough. They've got almost a brainwashing going on about what's expected of them as a woman, and they found this, I'll call it a dissociation from the facts, mental health term, kind of an avoidance that allows them to comply because of their fear, and so it becomes no. They don't always appear to be afraid.
So let me ask you this. How common is it for the victims to smile and act happy?
I think we've got far afield from what needs to be established under Daubert. As far as domestic violence. I'll stipulate he has this knowledge as to domestic violence at this point, but I think we've got far afield of what has been.
Yeah, let's
Judge, I
stipulate.
might recall for the court that they played the video of them all in the
I'm
restaurant.
not sustaining. I mean, this is your proffer, so.
Yeah.
You
Thank you.
you tell me what you want me to know about your expert, and I'll decide what he can say and not. at
Thank
trial.
you. Would you elaborate on how common it is for the victim to smile and act happy?
Very common. And it speaks to what I've already been discussing, that they try to hide the abuse from others sometimes for personal reasons. They don't want him to get in trouble. I've had mothers that are financially dependent and they don't want him to go to jail or prison because how will they take care of their kids? So they sacrifice themselves. They are afraid of, what society is going to say, or they're afraid of the abuser. So especially the afraid of the abuser is a really big part, and that they stay in line. And again, it speaks to this idea of compliance or equilibrium, as I call it, finding the lowest resistance to survive. And so they get into survival mode and that walking on eggshells. And as a therapist, when victims come to me, we've got to kind of untangle this stress and trauma and come to terms with that, because they've gotten kind of in this lifestyle of compliance and all the hurt that comes with that, and how their self-esteem has been damaged. I could go on and on with that subject.
All right. So tell us a bit, if you would, Mr. Ferris, the role that appeasement plays in domestic violence.
It plays a huge role. We could say appeasement. We could call it compliance. We could call it walking on eggshells. We could call it don't poke the bear.
Go along, get along.
Go along, get along. It's all about avoiding pain, and that's the very technique. The fear. I'll use fear as equivalent to pain. That is a way to control. Hence, why this is called the power and control wheel. These are techniques, along with physical violence, that are used to control their victim and get them. And there's an ownership, I've already mentioned, a certain ownership, the jealousy, etc. And also I found some of my abusers become obsessed with their partner, that ownership quality at all costs. And they're just highly obsessed, and it can get very dangerous, actually. I've worked cases where there's been suicide, homicide, that if I can't have you, nobody can have you. And if a victim realizes that their perpetrator is capable of hurting them, they're going to go along, or they're going to, get on a jet and fly somewhere real far away.
All right. Tell us, if you would, what the impact of a child has on these dynamics.
So the impact to the child, or having a child in the scenario?
Having a child in the mix.
A huge impact. I found women who, certainly that want to protect themselves and do this compliance, but when there's a child involved, and if they have a strong maternal instinct, they're going to sacrifice themselves to stay in a relationship. I've worked many cases, to my surprise, where there was no reporting of the violence or domestic abuse occurring. And so the woman, the mother, wouldn't seek a divorce, because they knew, typically in our state, if there's no extreme reason, criminal history, drug history, violence, etc., it's going to be a 50-50 custody. So I've had women who have stayed in the relationship, taking the abuse, because she's so concerned that she wouldn't want her child to be alone with that perpetrator. She sees him as a brute or a bad role model, etc.
And might that type of a scenario play out with the woman acting happy in an effort to go along and be in the company of the abuser to protect her child?
Without a doubt, that's the whole scenario. And and there are women that are better at it and more sophisticated at it than others. I'm just finished working a case where her family, as I interviewed, I won't make this long, but there was abuse. He's in prison. She was pregnant. She gave birth while he's in prison. She stayed with him. A couple years later, she was running his business while he's in prison. She finds out he's getting out early in 3 months. She commits suicide. She hangs herself because she was so afraid of him coming back. The grandparents, the maternal grandparents, had the child. I'm working on that custody issue and the criminal cause. But the point I'm making is that when I interviewed the parents, the sister, the friends, all these people before the suicide occurred, they didn't know how bad the relationship was. She wouldn't show up to family gatherings, or she'd come and go, or they wouldn't see him. She was totally hiding all that extreme abuse that she was going through. The family didn't know about it till the end, before he was charged and went to jail. So she went to great lengths to hide because she was scared of him. And I believe her going along with him and running the business was all out of fear also. And then she couldn't face it and decided to leave us.
A few questions, if I can, as it relates to domestic violence abusers. What have you found in your experience and education as it relates to their ability to charm and deceive others?
Yes. I found this in a majority of the cases. They want to project an image, again, hide the abuse. Sometimes that's their strategy to deceive others because they don't want to be found out. Also, I might add that the recidivism rate, when I was running the BIP classes, I was always surprised. I'm getting the same guy back again, that there's a personality issue here that hasn't been solved per se with some men, and that there's a tendency to abuse over and over.
Is there a unique pattern of denying, rationalizing, minimizing, or blaming the victim that's typical?
It's not only typical, it's in a majority of the cases that I've ever worked. I see this almost in all the cases, I'll say. And if we look at the Duluth Power and Control wheel, there's actually at 5 o'clock, minimizing, denying, and blaming. It didn't happen. It wasn't that bad. It was her fault, which, as I've explained in the past. So that's very typical. It's also a form of gaslighting that's been in, I think, the news the last 10 years or something. So it's a form of control and gaslighting a victim.
Does it include suggesting that the problem stems from the victim's mental health problems?
Definitely. That's a very common a theme. It's also gaslighting, and also it's in the power and control wheel, using emotional abuse. If we, about the third line down, making her think she's crazy. So it's a destabilizing technique. If you've got so much influence over me that you convince me that I'm crazy, then maybe it didn't happen. Maybe I'm wrong. So it's a self-esteem killer.
Give us an idea, if you would, of the barriers that exist to these women leaving the abusers.
Fear of being harmed, certainly, but if they report to victims, barriers to leaving can be, as I mentioned, cultural upbringings or norms, roles. A lot of victims are financially dependent upon their perpetrators and don't know what else to do, and they don't necessarily have any other resources. Sometimes when I do trainings, I confront my audience, especially when I've got law enforcement or victim advocates, about their expectations of victims leaving that, perpetrator. You expect her to walk out on the street with 4 kids and she doesn't have a credit card and no family. And I kind of go into this a little deeper. I'll avoid doing that now. fear of losing their children. So sometimes victims have experience with DCF. They understand what can be consequences if it's reported to DCF. So they don't want to report because, and I've been party to this in a lot of cases and termination of parental rights cases I've been involved with, that if she's staying with the abuser and a child, and I like I mentioned, I taught a class for DCF to men and fathers and mothers, and also trained on this a lot, that exposure to a child to trauma is trauma to that children. Separate from the traditional child abuse that we think of hitting the child or not changing the child's diaper, not having food, but actually subjecting the child to the yelling, the screaming, the abuse is trauma to that child. So if a female doesn't report and she's found out, then that can be considered a failure to protect. Now all of a sudden, and she's still a bona fide victim. So now she's being held accountable. Her children might be removed. She's got to go see people like Bruce Ferris for counseling. She's got to do all these classes. So there's and many know this, so they don't want that to be out and about. Also, sometimes I've had women, they still love him. They see the good in him. They feel he didn't have a good childhood, or it doesn't happen often, or maybe I created the problem.
So you mean these aren't split-second decisions?
What specifically?
Do they vacillate sometimes when children are involved?
No.
Should I leave? Should I stay?
I like to think of it as an evolution to leaving, but what's the motivation? If you're in that isolated situation of just he's the one, he's your world, where's the education? Where's the involvement? That's what the role of a lot of our domestic violence shelters are, and outreach, and is to involve and educate. And yes, here's services you can have, here's someplace you can safely go. But that denial that violence will happen again is not uncommon. That feeling that it was her fault. Religious reasons. I'm always kind of surprised that, and I mean no ill towards any religious group. I don't mean to say that, but I found sometimes ministers or churches, very concerned about marriages and not getting divorced, and they actually recommend or counsel people to stay together that are hurting each other, and so that's an issue. This idea that he will hurt her if she leaves. In this quote, "I'd rather see you dead than with someone else," is not uncommon. And also the total power and control continuum and the use of that to control their partners.
Is there a particular time in these kinds of abusive relationships when violence is most likely?
Definitely. The most violent time is when she goes to leave and he knows about it, or he's there.
In other words, when he forms the perception that the realization sets in that this is the end.
When she eventually puts her foot down and makes that clear, and I know from my certifications doing fatality reviews with Johns Hopkins University, and then danger assessments, there's a high probability of fatalities or extreme body harm at that time. It's very dangerous. When we do many shelters and victim advocates that might be affiliated with the state attorney's office or wherever, they try to establish a safety plan with victims, and that plan will include, when you leave, it's when he's not home. Don't do it when he's home. And also have a safe, unknown location to go to. I have many stories I could tell of women being hunted down and actually killed because of he knew where they were. And that just the trauma of that, I don't, even though I work in this field and I've been doing it for 20 years, it's hard for me to conceive that cloud over me of being subjected to being violently hurt. And if I am, who's going to raise my child, and will he hurt my child also? It's overwhelming for those victims, and I certainly see that in my practice, my counseling practice.
So let me ask you this as we close. Given your education and experience as a law enforcement officer, tell me, is there a general bias against females by males?
I think there is. Some of it's different social, ethnic groups, different cultures. Like I think I mentioned earlier, ownership of women. I've had, without mentioning the countries, I've been in, like I say, Gainesville is a little stewing pot of people from all over the world. I've run into men who actually thought it was okay to abuse their wife because they thought she belonged to him. And I said, sir, this is America. That's not how it works. So this ownership can be cultural. It can be dictated by social norms, what their parents did. Certainly the media and entertainment plays a big part towards women and male roles in our society.
And where can this bias be found?
Everywhere.
Everywhere
in society.
Including our institutions?
Including institutions.
And would those institutions include law enforcement?
Law enforcement, and of course I worked in law enforcement, and I was always surprised at how I constantly had to, I actually became a little internal affairs detective for my officers who didn't understand domestic violence and had biases. And I was always surprised of the biases and found sometimes they were personal. An officer's going through a divorce. So all of a sudden he's at a crime scene and he treats the female badly because of his own world, not enforcing the law appropriately. But yes, it can be, not everyone reacts the same way as a victim to domestic violence, and especially with other people. Some people have developed a very fat affect. In other words, they don't show emotion. And that's their coping skill. They actually shut down. They do this dissociative sort of thing. Other people become hysterical and exaggerated in describing. So every person is different. Just because you...
I'm going to object to narrative and non-responsive to the question.
Sustained.
All right. Lastly, do uninformed professionals, in your experience, cops, judges, lawyers, counselors, often fail to recognize the signs of domestic violence?
They do. And sometimes it's because they're not obvious and they're hidden, or they don't understand the dynamic of domestic violence. And they don't necessarily understand that that victim was in fear. And though it may not show, they may be smiling in a photo, or their family or someone doesn't know about it. That doesn't necessarily speak to what was going on.
All right. Now, would you be able to relate these principles to the facts of a domestic violence case with any kind of reliability?
100%.
Have you done that before?
Routinely.
Is that what you in fact do as a professional?
It's one of the major things I do. I might put as a footnote, I'm a therapist. So sometimes clients come to me and I'm helping them with their anxiety and their depression and generalized mental health issues. But many of my clients, because I focus on domestic violence, I'm helping them understand, or the perpetrators, I'm helping them change their attitudes, usually through what I call cognitive behavioral therapy. And I could go on and on.
All right. Could you make that application and its reliability by studying the facts and documents relative to a particular case?
Actually, this is one of my professions.
All right.
I'm hired by the state for cases doing domestic violence assessments, and sometimes I never get to interview some of the parties. Maybe they're not available, they're in prison, et cetera. In private practice, and also, like I say, through DCF, I've been hired. So I look at the characteristics, what fits, what was there a display of a weapon? Was
Even
there
the defense lawyer is
all
getting
these
tired of
different
them now.
things? And
Would you be able to do the same application with the same reliability through a series of hypothetical questions?
certainly,
All right.
and if I can, I would admit that I can.
Yep. Finally, let's talk about battered spouse syndrome for a moment. Are there any characteristics in traditional battered spouse syndrome that might distinguish it from an otherwise domestic violence abusive situation?
Good question. So basically, the abuse is the same. I think what makes battered spouse syndrome or battered wife syndrome, different terms through the years, different is oftentimes the victim still lives with the abuser, and there can be a history of extreme violence or violence occurring and traumatizing the victim. But the techniques of power and control and compliance and fear and how they hide it and all those things are completely the same.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Cross.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Have you ever testified as an expert on battered spouse syndrome?
No, I have not.
Do you consider yourself an expert on battered spouse syndrome?
I consider myself an expert on domestic violence, not necessarily the BSS uniquely. I haven't been recognized by a judge in that, doing that. So I think that for me, there's really no difference other than that distinguishing fact, whether they live there or not, or whether there's been physical violence or not. It's still the same dynamic. The victims are the same.
But you can recognize the law might make a distinction between those two things, an expertise in those two things.
Well, I think I'm expert enough to understand that. I just haven't testified uniquely in VSS.
And how did you did you speak to Miss Benefield?
I did speak to her.
And for how long?
I spoke to her multiple times with a Zoom call.
Okay, my question was how long? How much time did you spend speaking to her?
It varied a little bit per hour. Most of the times it was 2 hours.
Okay, I need you to add it up. Did you speak to her 1 hour total, 3 hours total?
Oh, total time?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry if my question wasn't clear.
I'm going just by memory. I'd be guessing a little bit here, so I apologize. Could have been I'm just trying to could have been 15 to 20 hours easily.
So you spent 15 to 20 hours speaking to Miss Benefield?
I did.
Okay. And did you review paperwork in this case?
A lot. That's how I came to my conclusions uniquely from the paperwork.
When you say uniquely from the paperwork, are you telling this court that you spent 15 to 20 hours with Miss Benefield, but you didn't base the opinions that you gave previously in a depot on that time?
That's true. I did not get to do an assessment of her. I was not hired to do an assessment. I did not produce an assessment.
Well, what were you doing for 15 to 20 hours?
Some of it was being a counselor, and some of it was I have a reputation to keep, and I wanted to understand was this really a victim? So kind of got into a routine of understanding some timeline with her about what occurred and how did it fit the facts that I was reading about.
Well, wouldn't that say, if what you just said is you needed to determine if she was a real victim, then it must have come into your decision-making about this case, with that assessment you made. Is that correct?
Could you restate the question,
Well,
please?
you just testified that you spent 15 to 20 hours in this Benefield, and part of that was to make an assessment on whether or not she was a real victim. And
No.
so,
Not to make an assessment as I compared the facts that I knew from what I was reading. I wanted some validity, and then some of my time was being empathetic and listening to her. But my conclusions I've come to that I talk about in the deposition were 100% from the discovery. Those were the items, and I could list them for you if you'd like.
did they include the stand your ground motion filed by Mr. Taylor and the defendant?
At the time, that was one of the items. Certainly, if I subtract that from what the things he quotes in the stand your ground were other discovery items. Doug admitting to shooting the gun into the ceiling, him telling that to his priest, and phone calls and texts. So I didn't need the stand your ground paperwork document to find all those bits of information that I found through looking at discovery.
Well, so the portions of the stand your ground about what happened that night were not in discovery. That Mr. Benefield took a bladed stance and did this.
No, I didn't. Those items were not part of my conclusion. I can tell you I have 13 items I use uniquely in discovery that it came to my conclusion on. And it didn't include, and I never spoke to Ms. Benefield about what you just said about bladed stance. I never talked to her about that.
Well, you said you spoke to her to determine if she was a real, I guess to determine her veracity. Is that what you're trying to say?
That's one word, but I never spoke to her about the event of the shooting. Never.
Okay. Did you speak to her about the other things that were in the stand your ground hearing and the discovery from things that had occurred in the past?
I think some of the things did, yes. As I think about, as she's going, basically I did some timeline understanding, when they met up until before the event, and some of those items were in there.
And did you develop an opinion as to whether or not Ms. Benefield was a battered spouse? Like, as far as battered spouse syndrome, if you would say that she suffered from battered spouse syndrome?
Yeah, I did not determine that. I determined that she was a victim of domestic violence, and that Doug was the perpetrator of that.
Based on
all the discovery and how it fits in with the continuum of power and control, and her compliance, her fear, etc.
I don't have anything else, Judge. Thanks.
Thank
you, sir.
Tell us what you reviewed.
I reviewed a deposition that Doug gave, and I had a written version. He makes admissions. He talks about the gunshot. He talks about punching the dog, throwing the gun, punching holes in the wall. There was a letter to his pastor where Doug admits punching a hole in the wall and shooting the gun in the ceiling. There was a domestic violence injunction in South Carolina prohibiting mutual contact, and the text of that. The really important piece of evidence for me was Ashley wrote a letter on September 18th, 2017, when she separated, outlining domestic violence that Doug did to her. I have a copy of that if you want me to go through the items, but she outlines, without necessarily being a domestic violence counselor at all, it all fits very discreetly into what power and control and what abused women experience at the hands of their abusers. It was, and also for me, if I might say, that was a frozen moment in time. That wasn't something that she said after I met her or something like that. This was from, It's 2017.
And were you struck by the terms of basically art that she unwittingly included in that letter as it relates to domestic violence and the power and control continuum?
It was, it's a letter that I can use in training other people to counsel domestic violence victims, or if I was to work with a group of batterers, et cetera. It's classic.
Okay, what else did you review?
Deposition of a neighbor who caught Doug at night in the yard. A text of Doug admitting to putting a tracker on Ashley's car. I mean, these are all items that show ownership, that, you know, stalking sort of items. A text from his ex-wife documenting him physically abusing her on her honeymoon. So this gets into his character, and
The object is not responsive. The question was, what did you review, not his opinion about them.
That's fine. Go ahead. Overruled.
Thank you, Judge. Go ahead.
So here I have all this experience dealing with perpetrators, being a perpetrator to multiple victims. Sometimes when I was a detective, I would, besides my therapy work, and I see that as I interview victims, but quite often my routine, I work day shift. So I come into the department, I go to a detective briefing, I look at cases where the suspect got away. My job was to review probable cause, go make the arrest or get the warrant. That's what I did. So the first thing I do is I run that perpetrator's name, and I find out there's an injunction, and I'm looking at the charging document that the officer left, and there's no violation of injunction in there. But then I open it up in the court system and I found it's a different victim. So I found there's multiple victims. And also, to be fair, I'd open up her, the female, the victim's information, and I would find that there's an injunction, but it was with a different guy. So there's some serial victims, some serial offenders. So basically, the fact that he is very strong, and I know we talked about it in my deposition with the assistant state attorney. This text message from his ex-wife documenting how he abused her on a honeymoon was appalling to me, but it was not an unknown probability. And also it spoke to, who am I looking at here? So that was one item. If I could continue. Of course, there was an injunction in Manatee County and some narrative. Dr. Russell, a forensic psychosocial mental health evaluation I read, I think it was April 30th, 2020. She describes the abuse and domestic violence that Doug did against Ashley quite eloquently. It's quite clear the things she discovered in her she did interview and come to that conclusion. So I found that kind of enlightening. There were telephone calls and documentation between Doug and Ashley. I've got a date of August 16th, 2019, where he was, controlling, intimidating, amidst of being outside her house, following her. He was gaslighting her. He pulled a gun on his ex. There was a threat that he was going to kill himself with a gun, and there's more in that without pulling out the document. There was a very significant WhatsApp phone messages between Ashley and Doug, and in that there's statements about being armed, that he talks about warfare, rage, exterminating them, murderous mood, anger to take them out, a warrior side of the testosterone rage, talks about killing bad people. So let's say we could say, was this all true? Or was this techniques that to put her in fear of him? Both could be true, actually. I found that very, Dr. Broder, I read his testimony and that he gave, and it was clearly domestic violence was present. There was definitely power and control tactics reviewed by him. The mic blow up, the gun incident was, and I have a quote here, was certainly a frightening experience for Ashley. Doug's temper, yelling, screaming, punching holes in walls. and Mr. Taylor's cross was in that transcript I read. And as you spoke to Dr. Broder, angry temper, very controlling, highly manipulative, very intense. The holes punched in the wall, fired a gun in the ceiling. That, you know, there was an appeasement. That word was even used by Ashley, apparently by Dr. Broder, as a strategy with Doug to protect her child, keep him at bay. This is the very issues I've been talking about. And there was text about him kicking the dog and throwing the cat between Ashley and Doug. So all these elements right here, I got my conclusion from. I didn't need anything else. And this is clearly what I base my determination on.
And would you conclude, based on what you know, that
No, I'm arguing with a politician.
Ashley was
I'm fine.
an abused woman?
Definitely.
Would you?
And I'm going to interrupt you, Mr. Taylor. Abused woman is to say one thing, but abused woman who was in compliance mode, that didn't want to poke the bear, that was afraid of what might happen if she opposed him. That's what I get here.
And how, if at all, would that explain, for example, Ashley agreeing to go on a parental exchange between Doug Benefield and her daughter Emerson?
Lucas, I have to agree with you. He has now been rambling for, I believe, almost 2 hours about how, what, hey, who, hi. Let's cut to the chase. What presented in this case makes you believe she was a battered spouse or a DV victim? Not all of this. Yes, I like the lecturing the first 5 minutes, but now it's just he's a really bad witness. If he's going to ramble like this on Monday, the jury will hate him.
Ashley, in the week leading up to the shooting, exchanging
him once.
friendly, lovey-dovey text messages with emojis and things like that. And Ashley at a restaurant with her mother and her child Emerson in the company of Doug, acting happy.
Totally. It is not, doesn't oppose my theory at all, or what I believe was going on. It may be that there's one thing I can say. Ashley did show, from what I've read here and what you're presenting to me, a sophistication to, and maybe that's her performance side for being a ballerina or whatever, I don't know, but she could put up a good front. And this was to keep that warrior side of Doug at bay. She was concerned and afraid, and she was very afraid for her daughter. This is the mother factor, you know, her getting in that.
Yes, but all of this is a she said case, because he can't he can't testify because he's not breathing anymore. So if you found her believable when she was testifying, you believe he struck her once, either with a closed or an open fist?
I guess you referred to the first visitation.
Yes, at the sheriff's office.
Her going along. That's much like I talked about that wife that stays with the abuser to protect the child. The idea of letting him, have custody at that time without, and I don't think, if I remember from documents I read, they didn't have that. He didn't have a lot of exposure to Emerson. And so, yeah, that was definitely the mother, the maternal instinct, wanting to protect her daughter, and at her own expense. But that's nothing. I'm a parent. I take a bullet for my kid. It's not about me. It's about protecting them. I think that mothers do that. That's what mothers do.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ferris.
Mr. Ferris, it's always a little bit dangerous when the court has questions, because certainly
I didn't see that.
But in this kind of situation, in a Daubert hearing, I'm both the finder of fact and the decider of the law. So
Only if you don't believe her testimony. If you believe her testimony, he struck her before, because boxes, no, shoulder check, boxes, slap to the face, runaway, ninja, pew pew. That's her description. But that's if you believe her. If you don't believe her, then we don't know.
there are a couple of questions I have. I have said this multiple times. Mr. Taylor, I probably said it in hearings with you. I know you two have heard it. If you object to one of my questions, object. Please put your objection on the record. I have actually sustained objections against my own questions before. So I try to be intellectually honest, and if it's in retrospect, I realize that's not a good question.
You have been good about that, Judge.
First, I did not receive a copy of your CV in evidence. It may be in the file somewhere. Is it attached to something so I can find it?
I can give you a copy.
Any objection to me receiving a copy? I assume it's filed somewhere, but I don't know where.
Judge, may I make
I'm not here to change your mind. I don't know. You are free to have every opinion you want to have. I'm not here to change your mind. I'm just here to show you a trial and give you my opinion as I don't even know what I am. I'm a grifter, I believe I'm called. I don't understand why people come in here and say, I can't win all of this. Make it a discussion, make it fun. It's not life or death. You're not on trial. So just put in if you agree or if you don't agree. You don't have to be it's Friday night. I should be in bed. We don't have to be angry. Enjoy life. It's not your trial.
statement briefly? When in my past experience, when my CV is presented to the judge, oftentimes I'm shown a copy of it to verify that that's the complete version.
Sure, you want to see it?
Yes.
Absolutely. I'll say, Mr. Taylor, there's markings on it.
Yes, sir.
You don't need it back? Is it in the court file?
Come on.
Don't know if it's attached to the deposition. Let me take a look.
So here it is.
No, I'm informed we don't believe it's in the court file.
All right. And so, sir, this appears correct?
Yes, it does. Thank you for letting me look at it.
State, the copy that I've been given looks like there's highlighting where someone was making notes to highlight certain things to talk about. There's a couple of pages where there's some red pen markings where something has been circled or underlined. Any objection to me taking this and reviewing it?
Well, everyone can make up their own mind. Everyone has their personal experiences. And also, one of the most important things as a juror is to evaluate if you find exactly this woman credible. And you can have, you could see it most ways. I found her believable most of the way. I know people were swayed the other way. No one is in an echo chamber on this channel. Don't tell everyone else what they should believe. You can tell them that I worked in a battered spouse center for 5 years. I find her highly credible. And then Lucas can say, yeah, but she was twiddling her thumb and I didn't like her ninja stand. I don't find her believable. We don't have to agree. That's the beautiful thing about being grown-ups. We can share the toys, even if we don't like the red Lego bricks, all of us. Gracias.
If I may. It's the defense's burden. My only concern about your asking questions is that they have rested their witness. And I understand what I have a guess as to what your questions will likely be, but that is my only concern. I don't know what objection that would be. But,
I mean, don't forget, there's also the general and proper. So you object away.
yeah, I just,
You know me, I don't mind.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Toy, are you giving me a stroke again? What the hell? Toy.
All right, and then you had gone through a list of 13 things that you had reviewed.
Yes, sir.
And I was writing them down as we went, and I'm taking notes. I only got 12.
Okay. So do you want me to briefly?
I don't want the narrative portion.
No,
I just want you to tell me.
Or you tell me. Okay, I'll tell you.
It's got to be the other one. You have to say
Okay,
to me.
I'll give you the first 3 or 4 words of each. Number 1, deposition of Doug. Number 2, letter to pasture. Number 3.
A little slower.
Okay, sorry. Number 3, DV injunction from South Carolina. Number 4, 9/18/17 letter from Ashley. Number 5, deposition of neighbor. Number 6, text of Doug admitting. 7, text from ex-wife. 8, the DV injunction. That's Manatee County. Number 9 was Dr. Russell. 10 was the telephone calls between Doug and Ashley. Number 11 was the WhatsApp phone messages between Ashley and Doug. Number 12 was the Broder testimony. And number 13 was the text kick dog through cat and between Ashley and Doug.
Can I just ask to clarify, you said phone calls between Ashley and Doug, what did you say?
Yes, from 8/16/2019, I have a transcript of phone calls between them.
Transcript of phone calls?
I believe so.
No.
Did you, I think you're
All right, that's all
putting
the
me on the
questions I had,
smoke path again.
surprisingly. State, do you have any questions based on my questions?
No, sir, thank you.
Mr. Taylor, do you have any questions based on my questions?
No, you are.
Let's
All
get a
right,
ruling
then
that's
is he
out.
free to head on back to Gainesville?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Am I released from my subpoena?
No, this is just a proffer.
Okay.
We're doing a Daubert hearing, so I imagine Mr. Taylor still has you under subpoena.
We have high hopes you will be returning early next week.
Okay.
So stay in touch.
Okay. And so I'm still under my subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. I do
Yes.
appreciate your attention.
Absolutely. Have a great weekend. Don't forget you've also got your wheel over here. Or is that yours?
Of course we
That's
can.
theirs.
Okay.
I've got mine. Thank you.
Everyone,
Thank you.
Safe
agree
travels
to
back home.
disagree,
Yes, appreciate it.
We're
or
right at the
I'll
perfect
get
time,
Amy
huh?
back
Yeah.
in here.
I want to stop and have dinner.
Or pack up my hotel room and put my blue jeans back on, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, the witness has left the courtroom. Did you have any other witnesses, testimony, or evidence you wanted to put on for the Daubert hearing?
No, sir.
State? Did you have any evidence, testimony you want to put on?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, I'm ready for argument.
So 702 of the Florida Evidence Code, Your Honor, incorporates the new Daubert standard, as the court knows, provides if scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will assist the trier of fact in understanding the evidence or in determining a fact and issue. A witness qualified as an expert by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education may testify about it in the form of an opinion or otherwise if, and the court knows the 3 requirements, sufficient if the testimony is based upon sufficient facts or data, testimony is the product of reliable principles and methods, and 3, the witness has applied the principles and methods reliably under the facts of the case.
Hey, I am not an idiot. My IQ is 71.
The state's theory of prosecution, although it was changed this afternoon from the release of the Broder report to the injunction that was set for the 30th, has as its predicate the specific behavior of Ashley Benefield in the week leading up to the shooting. And included in those text messages, as was the video at the restaurant, as well as the state's focus on how Ashley Benefield behaved in the presence of Douglas Benefield, but behaved differently when she was by herself, and how she led Douglas Benefield to believe that she wanted to reconcile, but in private, she clearly disclosed that she did not want to do that and wanted the relationship over. And finally, the instances where Ashley Benefield, as a result of the parental time sharing, accompanied her daughter, Emerson, and went with Doug, that Stephanie Murphy testified to. They were the picture of tranquility, that Ashley was very pleasant, happy to be in Douglas's presence. So what we know and what the record reflects based upon Mr. Ferris's testimony and the Duluth Power Wheel and its model for the evaluation of domestic abuse is that this is a classic sign of an abused woman who is in compliance, who indulges in, as Dr. Broder used the term, appeasement. Go along, get along. It keeps the beast at bay. And now, that element having been injected by the state in their case in chief, we, on behalf of Ms. Benefield, are prepared to meet with expert testimony explaining to the trier of fact, the jury in this case, exactly why the state's evidence of Ms. Benefield's compliance can be dismissed, can be explained, because this is the MO of abused women, women suffering from domestic violence, especially when a child is involved. So here's what, as the court knows, the Oquendo decision said, and it's the second DCA decision,
Marks,
referring to battered woman syndrome. Again, the notice we filed was notice of battered woman syndrome, but I footnoted it because two elements are not present. Those two elements are that Ms. Benefield had left the home and that she had not been physically battered by Mr. Benefield until the day of the homicide. But as the court heard from Mr.
Thank you so much, Jar, for gifting 10 memberships to TLR, Boomer, Rachel K, Medina Finn, T-Shaw, that's a tough one, Melly Mac, Forever Not Me, Southern Red Sox Girl, Kimberly Ree. Welcome all. The only real benefits of being members are you get emojis, and I normally put my videos as members first. And you get the direct link to the Discord. The rest of you, if you want to join the Discord, reach out to one of the moderators. They will help you get on the Discord and join us. We have fun. We argue. We share pictures of dogs. We hang out. When I'm not spending 9 hours in front of the camera, I sometimes join live chats. I have a spot in there called Waiting for Wings, where I try and find people who will join my Saturday show to hang out and be on a show, have fun with the rest of us. But thank you so much, Jar.
Ferris, it's inconsequential. It is the same syndrome. It is the same abuse. It carries over And it explains under Duluth Power and Control Wheel why Miss Benefield would engage in those kind of text messages 1 week before the shooting, why she would appear happy at the restaurant, why she would accompany her child at the parental time sharing with Doug, why she would try,
I'm sorry.
why she would try to get along, go along. So here's what the Oquendo court said. Well, actually, before we go there, we should go first to the Supreme Court case of Kathleen Wyand versus the state of Florida. This is the case I cited to the court earlier in a memoranda, 732 Southern 2nd, 1044. It was an appeal from the second DCA.
Oquendo.
Yes. No, this is Wyand.
Wyand.
Kathleen Wyand, the Supreme Court of Florida. I'll get to Oquendo next. And the Wyand decision, Your Honor, was March of 1999. The Supreme Court rejected the second DCA's position in the Wyand case and instead embraced another circuit's decision, and it turned on the following question: whether or not there should be a duty to retreat as it applies to a spouse in the marital home. The Second Circuit had insisted on giving the instruction in a homicide case. The Supreme Court said, hey, look, we've learned quite a lot about domestic violence, and we're uncomfortable having a duty to retreat imposed upon a wife because of domestic violence. And it would render the wife's ability to defend herself in the face of battering and domestic violence ineffective. So we're going to reject that. We're going to retreat from our earlier decision that held there was a duty to retreat. And this is what they said about why. It starts on page 1052. And the topic is Section B, implications for victims of domestic violence. And they talk about how much of the public policy in this state has changed based upon increased knowledge about the plight of domestic violence victims. It is now widely recognized that domestic violence attacks are often repeated over time, and escape from the home is rarely possible without the threat of great personal violence or death. During repeated instances of past abuse, she has retreated only to be caught, dragged back inside, severely beaten again. If she managed to escape, other hurdles confront her.
While you're taking a breath, how is Wyand help me decide the Daubert question?
The issue is whether or not he has the credentials. I think we're past that. Unless I'm missing it, I think he's eminently qualified. I think the testimony is such that he's identified the syndrome of domestic violence, and he's explained that it is identical to battered spouse, the only difference being that the wife is not in the house and she has not sustained physical beatings. So this case in Wyand goes on for several pages talking about how domestic violence, the evolution of public policy, and the recognition of the plight of victims of domestic violence needs to be addressed and should be addressed by virtue of expert testimony. When you take that into account and you recognize what the Supreme Court is acknowledging, Judge White, about the timeliness of domestic violence, which is the overarching umbrella, battered spouse in those two components coming underneath it, you then go to what? You then go to Oquendo. And in Oquendo, they serve it up perfectly. Under Florida law, battered woman syndrome is not a legal defense, but rather is used to explain the woman's experiences and state of mind to the jury. In the context of self-defense, it is used to show that because of the prior conduct of the batterer, the woman reasonably believed that taking the batterer's life was a real necessity. And then they distinguish post-traumatic stress disorder. And they hold, as such, unlike PTSD, it is possible for battered spouse syndrome to be relevant in a way that is consistent with the objective, reasonable person standard for the justification of self-defense. So we know in a homicide case, based on the law and the jury instructions, Ms. Benefield is entitled to introduce specific instances of conduct of Douglas Benefield that are consistent with violence. We have endeavored to do just that throughout this trial thus far, with considerable resistance, but I think we finally started making some progress once the court felt the predicate had been laid. We cannot, this jury must understand, and both the case law that I cited to Your Honor clearly says that it is a proper subject for expert testimony, domestic violence. These jurors must understand why a woman would do what the state has alleged she did, and as a result, they should find her guilty. That is to say, getting along with Douglas Benefield and the text
We try to make
messages
it
that
as
they put into
easy
evidence.
to find stuff as possible, so it doesn't get
Given the
awkward.
credentials that he's established, given its reliability, given the tests that it's been vindicated with, and that DCF
only
employs
for another
the
15
Duluth
minutes,
Power Control Wheel throughout the state of Florida, given the fact that this is a domestic violence matter involving self-defense with specific instances of domestic violence, how can I successfully defend if I cannot explain to the jurors the essence of the state's case as to why Ms. Benefield is a malingerer in effect? That is to say, if she acted happy 1 week before the shooting, if she went ahead and got in a car with Doug when they were exchanging temporary time sharing, if she acts happy at the restaurant, then she obviously wasn't scared of Doug. And that's the whole issue. That's exactly what was at play on September 27, 2020, and why Ms. Benefield's perception of Douglas Benefield was so fraught with fear. Otherwise, I'm left with a case that there is, in fact, a substantial explanation to explain that conduct that the jury doesn't understand, as indicated by the case law in the Florida Supreme Court, and will have no idea why Ms. Benefield would have acted that way. And it's an element that the state introduced. We were trying to meet it. That's our position.
All right, thank you. State?
Thank you, Matt.
Judge, I'm going to try to bring it back to Daubert, but I do want to address Akendo because it frames my arguments. Sorry. Under the Okendo case, or Oquendo, however you say it, the court carves out, as we've discussed at length, and I know Your Honor knows, carves out an exception for battered spouse syndrome, where it's talking about that that it's an objective standard. Self-defense is an objective standard, not a subjective standard. And that the one exception for that, and under Okendo thus far, is battered spouse syndrome. They discuss the definition of battered spouse syndrome. And part of it says, the main part, mental state so that she could not be responsible for her actions. Rather, the testimony would be offered to show that because she suffered from the syndrome, battered spouse syndrome, it was reasonable for her to have remained in the home and at the pertinent time to have believed that her life and the lives of her children were in imminent danger. The Wheeling case also defines battered spouse syndrome. It says,
You want to spell it?
sorry, it's a case Mr.
Oh, Wyand,
Oh, I'm sorry, Wyand.
whatever, however you want to say it. I see
I
another
don't,
one.
WEIAND, 732 Southern 2nd, 1044. It says, I was looking for the page, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I think it's on 1054. It says, an expert,
That
as
would
the
be a
expert
10
evidence
pound baby
demonstrates,
for
there are many
sure.
reasons battered women do not feel free to leave the battering relationship. This woman might have been isolated from her family by the abuser. She may not be able to afford to go, and she may realize that leaving is more dangerous than staying. And the reason I cite that is because the state's argument is that despite Mr. Taylor's efforts to make this about battered spouse syndrome, despite his footnote, that is not what this is about. This is them trying to get an expert on domestic violence. This expert, Mr. Ferris, while very educated in domestic violence, is not a battered spouse syndrome expert. He does not say that this defendant, although I find it incredulous that he spent 15 to 20 hours with her and reviewed things that the state doesn't even know what they are, that he only based his opinions on those documents not meeting with her. But nonetheless, if he were evaluating, the reason that's important and the state asked it is because if he's evaluating her for battered spouse syndrome, which he clearly wasn't because he admits he does, that's not what he was doing. There's only two options for that, and your Honor's aware of that. That one, if she's evaluated, then they have to file notice and we are allowed to evaluate her. That's not what we're operating under here. So the other one is that their expert must not have evaluated her. And the state would argue that no matter what Mr. Ferris claims, that's an evaluation. The things he did were an evaluation. I believe the case actually, I think it's Hickson, but I could be misspeaking, even says that they're not supposed to be familiar with the facts of the case. He's clearly familiar and has formed opinions, personal opinions, and professional, apparently, about the facts of this case. And the reason that's important is because the state would argue that this defendant has failed to meet her burden under Daubert, that this expert is an expert in battered spouse syndrome, that the testimony is based on sufficient facts or data, and that it's I don't think he met any of the prongs as to battered spouse. As to domestic violence, I would admit he certainly has the skill and knowledge. But even then, I don't think that the methods were reliably, it says the witness has applied the principles and methods reliably to the facts of this case. The facts he got were incomplete and evidently biased because some of them include items that were never provided to the state, including transcripts of phone calls that the defense felt were appropriate. So the state's argument is that, one, the only option for them is battered spouse syndrome. They have certainly not met the burden for that. Under Okendo, the domestic violence should not be admitted. And two, that they did not meet their burden under Daubert because they did not satisfy the prongs of Daubert for domestic violence if it were admissible. And I don't know what they expect Mr. Ferris to actually testify to. I think 75 to 90% of what he said today is inadmissible. Stories about other people, those kind of things. The state is of the opinion that his opinions that this defendant is a victim of domestic violence are inadmissible. That's an inappropriate opinion for him to be making. And finally, the main prong that they have not met in the state's opinion is that it says if the scientific, and I'm citing Booker, but it's from Daubert, the scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will assist the trier of fact in understanding the evidence or determining a fact at issue. The state has put forth motive evidence and evidence of how she was acting in the weeks before this murder. And it certainly goes to her depraved mind. But the concept of domestic violence and even the concept of the Duluth power and control wheel are not foreign to the average citizen. That an average juror, and this expert, scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge would not be necessary to assist the trier of fact in understanding the evidence. The evidence is clear, and the jurors are people who are of normal knowledge, and it's a common domestic violence situations, and the idea of power and control, honeymoon phases, those kind of things are common knowledge. So I know I said a lot of ways in which we object, but I don't think, ultimately, I don't think they met their burden under Daubert for battered spouse syndrome, certainly. I don't think they've met it for domestic. But even if Your Honor finds that they have, the state would argue that Okendo would keep that testimony out of this trial, as it's an objective standard, not a subjective standard. Thank you.
Rebuttal?
Yeah. Mr. Ferris was asked directly if he evaluated Ashley Benefield, and his testimony, which is the only testimony that's been brought forth in this hearing, was that at no time did he conduct an evaluation. He was not hired to do an evaluation. With respect to the state's statement about motive evidence, motive is not an element of the offense. However, self-defense is certainly a material element to be considered. And there is, according to the information that is discussed in the Supreme Court opinion, Your Honor, it is not, and decidedly not, a subject for lay testimony. They could not make it more clear that there are many aspects about domestic violence. In fact, the words that they use in the Supreme Court opinion is that judges and juries do not understand and would benefit from expert testimony. I would suggest to the court drawing a distinction between Daubert and the case law on battered spouse syndrome. I would suggest that, given the facts of this case, an expert such as Bruce Ferris, who could educate the jurors on the impact of an abused relationship, domestic violence, in and of itself would be enough.
Come on now. I think it would have helped him. Well, the paralegal have done a good job, but he seems confused.
To provide expert testimony to counter the state's position and the issue that they raised about the go along, get along. I think it's clearly beyond the scope of lay people to understand that. And I think that expert testimony would help explain it. So Daubert, of course, doesn't apply any less under those circumstances. However, it would not be restricted to the extent the court wanted to draw such a narrow line and say, for example, okay, well, this is not battered spouse syndrome because for it to be battered spouse, you absolutely must have the abused party living with the abuser, having had physical beatings. If the court wanted to draw a line that narrow, rather than include it under the umbrella of domestic violence, I would still submit to Your Honor that the testimony from Bruce Ferris clearly met the Daubert standard for admissibility, and I would call him as
Please don't go.
expert witness on domestic violence. And if the court really wanted to narrow it even further, as it relates to a woman who would choose appeasement and go along, get along. Coincidentally, like I think we had 4 psychologists testify in this case so far, and every one of them have used the same terms to describe this phenomena. I think I need and I should be entitled
It's
to
been
be
a long
able
day,
to explain that
almost
to the
9 hours.
jurors. And I'm
No
not going to
reason
be
to
able
get
to do that
angry. Don't attack each
without
other.
expert
Or
testimony.
Marissa will have to sit down in the leather chair and have
So
her
I think
legs
the
glued
state
to them again.
combines Daubert with the case law, and
You know, I
Daubert
let you
is
go
the procedural vehicle
longer than
for
other chats, but
allowing
please no personal attacks and
expert
calling other people
testimony.
stupid. Then you'll get a
All right, I do have some
time out
questions.
break.
Yep.
I end the week, kind of as I mentioned at the hearing we had regarding Mr. Ferris before the trial started, whether it was last week or the week before. On July 11th, at a hearing, you said this was not a battered spouse case. On July 12th, you filed the notice of intent to rely on battered spouse syndrome. What is this? Are you arguing battered spouse syndrome or not?
Okay, Judge, once again, I filed that notice with a footnote in the title, Notice of Intent to Rely Upon Battered Spouse Syndrome, footnote.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why I told the court this is not a battered spouse case is because technically, Your Honor, battered spouse requires those 2 elements. I shouldn't even say it requires those 2 elements. Those 2 elements are generally present in the battered spouse cases that we've seen. So in my footnote, I said, as it relates to domestic violence. So I wanted to cover both scenarios. I wanted to cover expert testimony to explain this phenomena under battered spouse as it relates to domestic violence, because it's the same syndrome as you've heard. It's the same mentality. Everything about it's identical. But I also felt at the same time entitled, upon meeting the Daubert standard, to just call an expert on that particular issue. And this expert's eminently qualified to explain that kind of behavior. So Daubert is, again, the procedural vehicle that qualifies whether or not the expert is capable of meeting the standard. And that would apply whether it was to battered spouse or just as domestic violence.
All right.
Yeah, I think he gets in his own way a lot of times.
Got the case law that we've all been discussing for the last couple of weeks regarding battered spouse syndrome, the notice that's required, why it's a carve out, why it's allowed when Okendo doesn't allow PTSD, other cases don't allow, significantly impaired intelligence, mental health issues. When I say mental health issues, I'm not talking insanity and so forth. I'm talking about, diminished capacity, right? Essentially diminished capacity, because we're looking at a reasonable person. Do you have cases that do not use the word battered spouse syndrome? They use domestic violence victim of domestic violence, and that is allowed in self-defense cases.
Would it be any different, Your Honor, than a criminal case of culpable negligent homicide, the issue being the trigger pull and the weight that it would take in order for the weapon to fire? and you call an expert to testify that the trigger in that particular gun was set to a particular level to try to explain to the jurors why that gun might discharge, and you're not necessarily negligent because of the discharge. Other weapons, if you banged against the wall, might not discharge. This one has a hair trigger. The defendant turned, hit the banister, the weapon discharged, shot and killed somebody else. If that expert met the Daubert standard, why wouldn't that expert's testimony be admissible to explain that? To try and explain to the fact finder who would not have that knowledge that
Mama didn't
indeed
raise no quitter.
this could be nothing more than an accident that doesn't.
I actually think this is about to be in my top 3 of longest streams, and in 9 minutes, it's Saturday, my time.
Not rise to culpable negligence, and therefore the charged individual is not guilty. And what I'm saying to the court is that evidence of domestic violence, if it meets the Daubert level, I should be entitled to defend and explain to them why she would engage in this type of go along, get along.
So the answer is no, you don't have a case.
I do not have a specific case on that point, no.
No, he's not allowed in. Bye-bye. Get out. Let's get done before midnight. Yes, he didn't do his homework, so he just started talking, hoping the judge would forget his question. No, I think that'll make you understand it more.
And so the
because
court knows I instructed Mr. Ferris not to evaluate Ashley Benefield. I had planned, if it came in under battered spouse, to follow the Heenan option, whereby he would be given a series of hypotheticals based upon facts and evidence.
Excellent segue. That was my next question. I didn't keep track on the clock how long Mr. Ferris testified about the general properties of domestic violence, the Duluth wheel, the cycle of violence, his numerous anecdotes, personal anecdotes, and relatable anecdotes.
Reminding me that you are in Swedish occupied territory.
But if I'm understanding correctly, you are going to seek for him to offer an opinion that Ashley Benefield was an abused person and Doug Benefield was an abuser. Is that correct?
No, not necessarily. That was for purposes of the hearing that we had. It would be my plan, if he comes in under the Heenan approach to battered spouse, Your Honor, to just have him educate the jurors about domestic violence and specifically ask him about the compliance aspect that would allow a woman to engage in the type of behaviors that the state has raised the issue about and injected the evidence that they have.
Wake up, but get some rest.
I could then give him hypotheticals based on facts that were in evidence under the battered spouse syndrome exception. Or alternatively, were he to come in just as an expert on domestic violence, I had him review the discovery materials. As the court knows, he submitted to a deposition by the state under the Heenan approach or under just domestic violence expert, the state, as it says in the case law, would have had the option to get their own domestic violence expert. They haven't done that.
My ultimate question was, at one point you asked, can you relate these concepts to a domestic violence situation? Yes. He can study facts and documents. Can you relate these concepts to a situation where you study the facts and documents of a particular case? Yes. But you're saying you're not doing that way. You're doing hypotheticals. He's not going to render any opinions in this case.
Correct.
Specific to this case.
If it comes in, yeah, under battered spouse syndrome. That's correct, Judge. I would follow the Heenum approach.
I think it's Hickson. Are we talking about Hickson?
No, I don't think it's Hickson. I'll get it for you.
I know it's not.
It's,
I was like, I heard us when they don't allow it. Let's split up.
Yeah, it is in Hickson, but the case is Heenum.
My question is this. He spent so much time on these Hornbook issues, and the question was asked, can you apply these principles to hypotheticals? But I didn't hear a single hypothetical that's going to be presented, so I could even hear him and consider them and listen and see if he applied the principles, reliably to the scenario. So I have no idea, how am I going to make a ruling
She
when I didn't
is
even hear
out
the
on bail,
hypotheticals?
$100,000, I believe.
Well, the hypotheticals would be based on evidence in the record.
I understand.
I took him up to that threshold and I asked him, could you reliably apply these principles to a series of hypothetical questions if asked? He said yes.
So why didn't you ask the hypotheticals so I could hear them and make a ruling?
Well, I would ask the hypotheticals, Your Honor, based on what we know is record evidence. For example.
Exactly. What's in the record, what's been admitted.
Correct. But
is it your position that all 13 of those items have been admitted into evidence?
No.
No.
So I would need to hear the hypotheticals to know what you're going to ask about.
Okay, so I would ask the hypotheticals, Your Honor, based upon shooting the gun in the ceiling. Actually, I would ask the hypotheticals based upon the evidence that the state has presented to create the issue. For example, I would ask, in a week's worth of text messages were to be exchanged leading up to a shooting that show emojis and friendly banter back and forth, would that be inconsistent with battered spouse syndrome? I would then ask, would a woman who shares a child and the husband has a right to joint custody, and the woman agrees to go along with the husband when he is with the child, would that be inconsistent with battered spouse syndrome? And he would explain in response to those types of hypotheticals why it wouldn't be, why this issue of compliance exists and is so prominent in domestic violence cases or in battered spouse syndrome cases. I mean, the hypotheticals, I think, are readily available based on what we have record evidence. Now, I might also add, Judge, we've only called, I think, 2 witnesses. So there may be more that's in the record. But to the extent that I'm interested in it, it will relate to this issue that the state is teed up.
Good Saturday morning.
Acting friendly and not being
Why am I
fearful,
not drinking?
being in the company of the individual. It doesn't mean that they're not fearful.
Come on.
Once again, Your Honor, I had him review the discovery documents in the event he came in as an expert on domestic violence and was going to speak to that issue.
No, Betsy, he thinks if I just say more weird words, the judge will absolutely not understand anything. Well, it's not until 15 hours from now, so yes, but I have my VA bartender job in 10 hours, and I should try and make the experts show in 5 hours. Hopefully I can do all of that. Just make a ruling.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, State.
Judge, I guess based on that line of questioning, I'm still not sure what the answer is to your first question, which is this a matter of spouse syndrome case or not? I would argue that it is not, that there's been no showing that battered spouse syndrome applies in this case. And I think that's my first argument. As to the hypotheticals that we did not hear today, the state objects to the hypotheticals being offered to this doctor because under Hickson, if this were battered spouse syndrome, which is really all we have for guidance, it would have hypotheticals are available to someone who has not evaluated her. And I think because I know he said he has not evaluated her, but the fact that he read 13 items in this case, he's wholeheartedly familiar with what the defense believes the facts are in this case. And I think it would then be inappropriate for him to be asked hypotheticals based on what is in the record, because clearly he got a lot of things that are not in the record. That's it, Your Honor. Thank you for letting me be heard.
Make a ruling, oh, ruling. Make a ruling, whoa, ruling. Chad is angry, Baker's tired. It's 9 hours, we've been going. Get us out of here. Let us get to bed so we can get some sleep.
Okay, anything else we need to take care of before I let you go? When do you plan on calling Mr. Ferris?
Like to call him first out Monday morning.
Okay.
Do you think we'll be rolling over the weekend for Monday? Is there anything, I did have one question, is there anything in here Monday morning before us, or can we leave some of the things we've been leaving?
I'm not aware of any hearings Monday morning.
Okay, thank you, sir.
No, Jackie McGee. I ain't no quitter. No, he didn't rule on it.
Make sure that one's turned off.
We don't even get a ruling, and I've been sitting here listening to this for 3 hours. Hui. Well, that's kind of like not getting any presents for Christmas. Very cool of you, Jackie McGee, but no, I complain a lot, but I'll stick it to the end. Yeah. All y'all, 9 hours, 18 minutes, and 30 seconds in, we finally got out of here. Let's check the last poll I did. Normally, I just ended with the poll going. After day one for defense, not guilty 59%, I'm not sure 22%, guilty 18%. So more guilty today than yesterday, because yesterday it was 13%, I believe. Could be new viewers, could be that I've seen some people got changed by her testimony. That's always the problem you can have. To me, she seemed believable, and I think the state ruined it in the end by making her stand down there and get a meltdown. I think if Father Time is gonna put up that guy on Monday and he talks as long as he did today, he is going to sway a lot of people back to guilty. Right now, as everything stands, and with my 2 years of, thank you so much for the dancing, no, the boxing dog, I can't remember. With my knowledge of how bad juries see stuff, I'll put her at like 70-75% chance of getting convicted. If he puts that guy on Monday. I think she's closer to 50-50 right now with that way that the state handled her. But I think it was a mistake not to put her on last before closing. But I don't understand Father Time. I don't think the judge understands Father Time, and I'm afraid the jury doesn't understand Father Time. Yes, and I can understand that people can sway that way, and that's the beauty of this. All y'all can have differing opinions. I'll poll you again, Sue. You know, there's nothing I like more than polling you. It sounds better than Danish because we have a word for. Oh, we shouldn't talk about that. It's a good Christian channel. But Tonight, 9, which is in a couple hours. I can't think right now. It's in 3 hours. In 3 hours, the expert will have Friday Night Live, the best night show on Fridays, and it's live. So the bestest live Friday. Links in the description. I just think I need some sleep. But tomorrow at 9 a.m., I will have my Saturday show where Jamie will be joining me on camera. I will hope Mo will be on, and we might have Little D. I need some sleep first. Yeah. But all y'all, I just want to end because I am beat. And now I got a frog in my throat. Hasta la taco. Get out there, do something wonderful for the rest of the day, and join me either at the experts or back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern, where we will make fun of something, laugh about something else, probably talk about something really stupid that has nothing to do with courts, cases, or anything else, because it's our way to relax the brain after a long week of trial. Love you all. Even when you argue, remember, it's okay to argue. It's not okay to name call, unless you name call me. And you can call me, hey, Sweetums.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All right, I'm in love. Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
So there.
Everybody has.
Whoops. Let's take it one more time.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100.
100.
Because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All right, I'm in love. Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
So there.
Everybody has.